Welcome to the How to Become a Successful Online Fitness Coach series. I'm gonna teach you exactly how to set up and start your online fitness business. But why should you listen to me? Well, my name is Brian Mark and I've been a business coach for the last 6 years. And before I started business coaching, I actually ran my own online fitness coaching company from 2013 to 2018. In that 5-year time span, I worked with over 1,000 online fitness coaching clients and I had over 8 trainers working underneath me at Aesthetic Nation. During that time frame, over the course of the few years, I realized that I was not as passionate about teaching people how much broccoli to eat or what their nutrition goal should be anymore. After 5 years, my passion transitioned to the business side of things where I was mentoring the trainers. So in 2018, I made a major decision to completely fold my online fitness business and go all in on PT domination. And over the last 6 years, we've worked with over 7,500 online fitness coaches. Out of those online fitness coaches, 350 of them have hit $10,000 a month and 15 of them have hit $100,000 a month. Now, I'm not saying this to brag, but I'm here to tell you that I have the blueprint for success when it comes to online fitness, and there's no other mentor in the space that has the amount of years that I have in the game or the amount of credibility. That being said, this video is about you, so let's dive in. First things first, choosing your niche. I'm sure you've heard this quote before, you need to have an avatar. What does this actually mean? A niche is basically a target person that you go after with your content, with your program, and with your messaging. Now, I know what you might be thinking, but Brian, I'm smart, talented, and good looking. I can work with everybody. And I agree, you can work with everybody, but the problem is, because there's so many online coaches on the internet, if you try to work with everybody, you end up competing with the big dogs, like Layne Norton, Sebastian Oreb, people that have been in the game for 15 plus years. You can't just come in and say, I'm a generalist, I help everybody, because now you're competing against everybody that's been in the space forever. So the reason it's important to have a niche, as in a target demographic that you go after with your profile, with your content, with your messaging, with your program, is because in a very short period of time, you can become an expert to this group of people. In a very short time, you can become an expert in this arena. And now you're not competing with Layne Norton because what you're doing is you're offering something completely different. Now, if you don't want to pick a niche and you're like, that's not true, Brian, I want to work with everybody. I completely understand, but you're gonna have a really hard time growing on social media. You're gonna have a really hard time signing clients, and you're gonna blend in with the sea of everybody else on social media that puts out basic content that speaks to no one. But here's the thing, when you decide that you're gonna niche down and you start creating content for a specific demographic, when one of your videos goes viral on social media, and then people come from that video to your page and they see that every single video on that page is valuable for them, they're going to follow you. They're gonna start listening to you, they're gonna start consuming your content, they're gonna be interested in working with you. So the ultimate goal is to choose a niche for our online fitness business so that we can become the expert in a small arena instead of competing with the big dogs. Now let's talk about some popular niches as an example so that you have an idea of what I'm talking about. Number 1, busy moms. I have a few clients that are successfully targeting busy moms with their social media content, and as a result of all of their content being dialed into that avatar, they may have a smaller following, but their income is substantial. An example of this is my client Clayton Snyder. He only works with busy moms. All of his content speaks to busy moms. He has 24.6 thousand followers, but he's making over $70,000 a month. Pretty impressive. And it's because he chose a niche. Now, Clayton actually started his Instagram with 0 posts when he first started with me 2 years ago. And because we chose a niche from day one and we honed in on it, those 24,000 people that are following him are busy moms. Another example would be women 35 plus. Another example would be men 40 plus. One of my clients, Nick Conway, the Fit Over 40 Man, only speaks to men that are over 40 in his fitness content. Now, Nick had actually worked with a previous business coach for 6 months, paid him $10,000 and didn't make a single dollar, not one. The first thing I got him to do when he signed up with me is choose a niche. He started putting out content targeting men over 40. Within 1 week, he signed 2 clients. Now Nick is making anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 a month, and he's only been with me for 5 months. Another example of a niche is girls that want to build an hourglass figure. One of my clients, Heather Walk, is perfect for this demographic. She has the body that women want, and so she targets women that want to build an hourglass figure, and all of her content speaks to building better lats, a bigger booty, tighter waist, and as a result, all the people that follow her want to get an hourglass body. Heather's making $50,000 a month. When you choose a niche, you can become a specialist in a small arena in a very short period of time. Many people get impatient when they're choosing a niche because when their content doesn't hit right away, they're like, but I'm alienating everybody in my audience. And listen, I get it. And so I'm gonna give you the 3 layers of finding a niche in this video so that you can start creating high value content and you can find the people that you're supposed to work with. Layer number 1 of finding your niche. Speak to your old self. Your past pain points, your past problems, your past frustrations, the things you used to believe about fitness, the things that you struggled with, how much weight you had to lose, why you got into fitness in the first place, what you struggled with confidence-wise. All of these stories about your own journey you are emotionally connected to. As a result of being emotionally connected to your own story, when you start sharing some of the stuff that you went through in your own fitness journey, it's gonna create emotional resonance in the audience because it's real. People are gonna start to reach out to you saying that your story inspired them. People are gonna start to reach out to you saying this content speaks to them. And it's so easy to create content for your past self because you know you best. And listen, if you've gone through a story that you don't think people will be able to relate to, I'm gonna open up about my own story. So I struggled with the drug addiction back in 2012. And I was doing hard drugs for an extended period of time, 6 months straight. Got to a point where I was doing it every single day for 72 hours. And then I'd go to sleep for 24 hours, I'd wake up, I'd do it all again. And I started telling the story on social media, and even people that weren't addicts ended up relating to me because they related to the adversity that I went through. And so by me sharing my story and what I went through in terms of my addiction, it ended up creating emotional connection in my audience because people could see that I wasn't just this fit dude. People could see that I was a real person. And as a result of me being vulnerable, they started to emotionally connect to my story, and that brought in my first few clients. So layer number one is you speak to your old self with your content, your past pains, problems, frustrations, goals, etc. This is gonna create resonance in your audience, which gets us to layer two. Your avatar chooses you. As you start to create content, you start speaking to your old self, what ends up happening is you start attracting a certain demographic. Here's what you need to do is you need to pay attention. You're sharing your story, you're sharing what you used to struggle with, you're sharing some hacks to keep people motivated, you're sharing what you do right now for your nutrition, you're documenting all of your own story, and then you're gonna attract a certain type of person. Pay attention to who's coming in. You might think that you wanna work with men to help them lose body fat, but then you're noticing that your DMs are flooded with women that wanna lose weight. Sometimes you choose an avatar, most of the times they choose you. And so layer number two is really identifying like who's coming into my audience, who's reaching out to work with me. Not only that, but if you've been an in-person trainer before, I want you to pay attention to your past roster. Was it men? Was it women? What was the majority? Now let's say it was men and women. And you're like, Brian, I work with both. That isn't helpful. Okay, who were your best clients? Like who were the clients that were showing up? Who are the clients that were all in? Who are the clients that were super committed? Let's target those people. So layer number one is you speak to your old self. Layer number two, your avatar chooses you. These two layers by themselves will get you your first 5 to 10 clients. Commit to sharing your own story, commit to documenting your fitness journey, and sharing with people who you are. This will bring in your first round of clients, which leads us to layer three. Once you've got the data from speaking to your old self, and you're paying attention to who's coming in, your avatar is choosing you. Layer number three is you take all the data that you've collected from putting out your story and all the people coming in, and you make a decision on who your niche is gonna be. Now, layer number three might not come until 3 months in, 4 months in, 5 months in. So you can start by saying, I help men and women burn body fat and gain lean muscle. That's the starting point. You can create content that helps men and women burn body fat and build lean muscle. That will attract a certain type of person. Then you're gonna pay attention to the people that are coming into your audience, the people that are in your DMs, and you're gonna double down on whatever avatar is most apparent. If you're finding a lot of lawyers in your DMs asking for fitness advice, well, then you target lawyers. If you're finding a lot of nurses in your DMs asking for fitness advice, well, that's hone in on nurses. If you're finding a lot of moms in your DMs asking for advice, let's hone in on moms. And then once we have that demographic, once we choose that demographic, then we can start doing customer research. So moms over 35, what do they struggle with? What are their goals? What are their common fears? What are their frustrations? What are the reasons they can't take actions? What are their aspirations? What are their primary motivating factors? What are some of the things they believe? Following this process before you decide your niche will allow you to actually choose the right person. Most people, what they do is they just choose somebody from day one. I'm just gonna find my niche from day one. And then they end up doing all this research, finding all this stuff about this person, then they realize they're not even supposed to be speaking to that person. So it starts with you telling your story, then you attract clients. Once you attract clients, you pay attention to who's coming in and you double down on that specific avatar. And that is how you find your niche. So here's your homework. After this video, I want you to sit down and I want you to write about your past self. Here are the bullet points. Write about everything you used to struggle with in your fitness journey. Write about some common myths that you used to believe. Write about your biggest accomplishment in your fitness journey. Write about why you got started in the first place. Write about how you found information when you were looking up your fitness journey. Write up some of the biggest obstacles that you faced when you got started. Write about some of the setbacks that you had and some of the times that you fell off track. Write about the goals that you first had when you started your fitness journey. Are they still the same? Write about some adversity that you've had in your life personally that led you to want to be more healthy. Maybe there's somebody in your family that led you to be more healthy. Maybe there's somebody in your family that motivated you to become more healthy. Write down these bullet points and you will have your first pieces of content. Start putting it out, pay attention to who comes in, and after a period of 1, 2, or 3 months, as you have enough data, choose a specific avatar and hone in on it. I'm gonna teach you the single most important aspect to attracting online fitness coaching clients, especially when you first get started. This is something that a lot of online trainers neglect, and as a result, they never sign the clients, they never make the money, and they never grow their coaching business. And that is setting up your social media profile to be a magnet for your ideal client. Now I'm gonna give you an example, okay? Let's say that you walked into a job interview and you were dressed like a bum, your hair was a mess, and you didn't brush your teeth. You nasty. We would never do that because we would always wanna set ourselves up for the best chance of success. Plus, you would walk into that job interview and immediately the guy would look at you like you're a psychopath. Why? Because first impressions matter. There's a famous quote that says you never get a second chance to make a first impression. And so when you have a video that performs well in your social media profile, what will end up happening is somebody will come to your page. Now, when they come to your page, essentially what they're gonna see is your business card. They're gonna see your profile picture, they're gonna see your bio, they're gonna see your pinned posts, and they're gonna make a decision on whether or not to follow you, hire you, or reach out, or to completely scroll away. What we wanna do is we wanna set up our social media profile so that when our ideal client finds it, they know that this is the social media profile that they've been looking for. Now, what does a bad social media profile look like? A bad social media profile has a photo of you as the profile picture with 2 other people. A bad social media profile has a photo of you in a dark room in a basement on your iPhone 3. A bad social media profile is essentially any profile that does not clearly showcase you at your very best. Now, in terms of your bio, if your bio isn't optimized to speak to the person that you're trying to reach, or it doesn't at least say that you're a fitness coach, then how are you expecting people to want to reach out and work with you? How are you expecting them to follow you or trust you? If you don't have photos on your page of clients that are getting amazing results, how can you expect people to trust that you're going to be able to help them get results? Essentially, you have a bad profile picture, you don't have a niche, you're not verified, you're not posting social proof, which gives people no reason to follow you because you blend in with the sea of everybody else. With that being said, let me give you the 7 steps to set up your Instagram profile to be a money-making machine. Step number 1, the profile photo. There's 2 options for fitness coaches for profile photos. Option number 1 is a clear photo of you smiling. Just like that. The reason this works really well, especially if you work with women, is because it makes you seem super approachable. Most of my best clients that have amazing social media profiles, especially the ones that work with women, have a clear headshot of them smiling. Now, another reason this is important is when you're sending a DM to a prospect, what's gonna pop up is that little profile photo. You wanna make sure that that profile photo says something good about you. Now, a second option for your profile photo would be a photo of you looking your very best. This could be a gym photo, this could be a selfie, this could be anything where you show how good your physique looks. I see a lot of men and women with successful profile photos that look like this, especially if you have the body that your avatar wants. Another hack for your profile photo to make you stand out on Instagram is to remove the background. Go to remove.bg, upload your profile photo, and remove the background. Then you can add a color to the background by going to your Instagram stories, choosing a color, and then adding the photo, saving that, and uploading that as your profile photo. Step number 2 is an optimized username. Now, with your username, you always want to put your first and last name, and we'll talk about why in step 7. But then you also can have keywords related for your niche. The reason that this is important is that Instagram operates as a search engine. And so when somebody is searching fat loss coach for men, you want your name to pop up. You at least want to be in the conversation. And so whatever it is that your niche is, whether that's men, busy moms, fathers, parents, fat loss, put that as your optimized username. So mine says Brian Ron Mark, business coach for online trainers. If somebody's looking for a business coach for online trainers, my name is gonna be in the conversation. Third is an I help optimize bio. This should be the first line in your bio because when somebody comes to your profile, the first thing that you want them to read is that this profile is for them. I help busy moms lose 10 pounds or more without restrictive dieting. Now, if I'm a busy mom that needs to lose weight, I'm gonna follow you because you've made it clear that your profile is for me. A simple formula that you can follow for your I help statement: I help X avatar get X result without something they don't wanna sacrifice. Or I help X avatar get X result with tangible benefit. So I'll give you 2 examples. I help busy moms lose 10 pounds or more without giving up their favorite foods. Another example is I help busy moms lose 10 pounds or more with only 3 workouts a week. Do this and instantly your profile will stand out on social media. Fourth is a keyword to DM you. Now, the reason this is important is because some people are lazy. So even though we're gonna have an opportunity for people to apply in our bio, some people are not gonna wanna fill out the application. They're just gonna wanna shoot you a message. Having a keyword to DM you in your bio will give you an easy 3 to 5 extra leads per week with you doing absolutely nothing. Now, the keyword that you wanna choose to get people to DM is one that your avatar wants. An example is fat loss, booty, 6-pack. Mine is 10K in my bio. It says DM me 10K for more info. Because personal trainers that want to start and scale their online fitness business want to get to $10,000 a month. Putting a keyword to DM you in your bio will instantly give you more leads on your social media. And now every time somebody comes to your profile, you're doing a call to action. Fifth is the application link. Now, your link in your bio should be a Typeform application link that should have 7 questions. First and last name, phone number, Instagram handle, what's your biggest struggle right now? What's your biggest goal right now? If you like what you hear on the call and I present you some coaching options, what's your budget for a fitness coach right now? I have the money and I'm willing to invest. I have the money, but my budget is tight. I don't really have the finances right now, or I'm just looking for some free advice. Last question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how committed are you to achieving your goals? This should be the only link that you put in your bio. The only one. Not a link tree, not a solo.to, not any of the other dumb shit that people are putting in their bio, because anything else that you put in your bio will decrease your conversions. When somebody comes to your profile and they want to work with you, you want to make it easy for them to reach out. The only link that you have on your profile is an application link. That's it. Now, 6th are the pinned posts on your Instagram. You should have 3 pinned posts. Pinned post number 1 should be your best client transformation. If you don't have a lot of clients right now, don't worry, just post your transformation of before and after of when you started your fitness journey to where you're at right now. Pinned post number 2 should be something about you and your story. The reason for this is when people come to your page, you want to make it very clear who you are, what you're about, what your mission is, and why you became an online fitness coach. The 3rd pinned post should be an offer that you currently have. You can talk about your training, nutrition, and accountability program and how you help people through online coaching. This should be a detailed description of the service that you offer without the price point involved. You want to save the price point for the sales call. And the 7th part of setting up a proper social media profile is to get verified. I know, it's $14.99 a month, but that little blue check mark makes all the difference between you looking credible and you looking not. The truth is there's a lot of scammers online with fake profiles that are doing weird shit. And so you want to make sure that you're not one of those people, and you want to make sure that you are standing up from the crowd because you are a verified account. It makes a difference. When I get a DM from a verified account versus a non-verified account, I pay attention versus not paying attention. And your prospects will be the exact same. So spend the $14.99 to get your account verified so that you look more credible and you look more legit. So again, we're just gonna quickly recap. A good profile photo, an optimized username, an I help optimize bio, a keyword to DM you, your link to your application, the 3 pinned posts on your Instagram, and paying for verification. I wanna show you a good example of this, which is my client Clayton Snyder. So now that we've finished this lesson, you should have a good understanding of what a good social media profile looks like and a bad social media profile looks like. You also have very clear steps on exactly how to set up your social media profile. First things first, most of you dorks are sending out PDF workout programs to your clients, and that's the wrong way to do business. Why would somebody pay you $1,000 for a 16-week program when they could literally go to ChatGPT for the information that you're providing in a PDF? This isn't 1955 anymore. PDFs are no longer valid. You need to be using the latest apps so you can deliver the highest level of service possible so that when people pay you a premium price, they feel like they're getting a premium service. The first one is Typeform. Now you're gonna use your Typeform to collect client applications for your online coaching program. If you missed what questions to put in your Typeform, check out this video here. Now the purpose of this Typeform is this is going to live in your bio to capture leads when they come to your page and they're interested in your offer. That's purpose number 1. Purpose number 2 for Typeform is when we run a free 14-day challenge to collect leads and get testimonials, we will use the Typeform to collect those leads as well. The reason we collect those Typeforms is not only does it give us data for the 14-day challenge, but it also gives us leads to follow up with in the future. The next app that you are going to use is Google Forms. Now, Google Forms is going to be used for all of your weekly check-ins. These are going to be sent out every week to your clients to collect data on how their progress is coming. You'll send them a check-in form, they'll send you a response, and then to respond to their check-in, you're going to send them a video. I'd recommend using Loom. We'll talk about that in a second. To set Google Forms up, open up your Gmail, tap the drop-down menu, and select Forms. Create a blank form and simply add the questions one by one. You can choose whether or not you want a multiple choice answer, a short answer, a long answer, etc. Here are some of the key questions that you're gonna want on your weekly check-ins that you send to your clients. Name, date, is there anything you want to bring up right away? What's a win from this past week? Last week's weight, this week's weight, this week and last week waist measurements. Females, is it that time of the month for you? Is there anything else that you're struggling with? Is there anything that I can do as your coach to serve you better? Now, when you send these out to your clients and they give you a response, you're going to use loom.com to create a screen recording reading over their check-in response. As you're reading over their check-in response, you're gonna go over a main win that they had. You're gonna talk about their biggest struggle, and you're gonna give them some homework for the week. I'd recommend when you're coaching your clients, giving them one piece of homework per week. Any more than that, they're gonna get overwhelmed and they're not gonna implement. Now, obviously, you're gonna need a way for your clients to pay you. So I'd recommend setting up a PayPal account as well as a Stripe account. The reason I'd recommend both of those things is sometimes when you send somebody a Stripe link, it doesn't work. So you wanna have PayPal as a background. Both of these services make it extremely easy for you to set up single-time invoices or recurring monthly payments. That way you don't have to track clients down for Venmo payments or e-transfers if you're in Canada. Next, we have Calendly. Calendly is the app that you are going to use to book all of your sales calls. The best part about Calendly is it actually syncs to people's time zones. So let's say you set your availability in Calendly from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. in PST, and you send the calendar to somebody that's in Mountain Standard Time, it's gonna show 10 p.m. to 6 p.m. on their time. So the best part is when you send a calendar, it automatically syncs to their time zone and it shows availability in the time zone that they are. And not only that, when they book in for a call, it's gonna send them an email reminder automatically, it's gonna send them a calendar invite, and it also sends you a calendar invite. So it makes it really hard to actually miss the meeting. Now next, you're gonna need some sort of platform to run your workouts on. In my opinion, the best one on the market right now is Trainerize. I'm not personally affiliated with them, and honestly, their customer service isn't the best. However, the app is really good. They've done a really great job developing their platform. In Trainerize, the best part is that you don't have to upload your own workouts or your own videos. They have a library of videos for you to choose from. This is what I'd recommend doing to get started. Like obviously at some point when you have 30, 40 clients, you can go in and film a bunch of workout videos, but the worst mistake that you can make is thinking like, oh, I need to film all my videos first before I get any clients, which is basically an excuse to procrastinate and never take any action. Whereas I would rather you build a program in Trainerize, sell the program in Trainerize, sell 10 programs in Trainerize, make $5,000, then say, okay, cool, maybe I wanna build something out that's actually filmed by me for my clients. But first, sell, then build. Not only is Trainerize really easy to use for you, it's also really easy to use for the clients. It has habit trackers, tracks their workouts, sends them a notification if they miss a workout, and sends you a notification. It has in-app messaging, you can send voice notes and videos. It is a really useful tool, and I'd highly recommend that you use it. And the best part is if you have a little bit of extra capital to invest, you can actually brand it as your own app, so that when your client downloads it from the App Store, they're not downloading Trainerize, they're downloading Juicy Bodies Fit. Now last thing, you're gonna need a website to deliver your meal plans from. There's two different options. Option number one, if you're a macro freak like me, you can use MyFitnessPal. What I used to do is I would build all the meal plans in MyFitnessPal, then I would send them to my clients with the macros and the recipe breakdowns. And the best part about that is MyFitnessPal actually links to Trainerize, which means that as your clients are tracking their workouts and their meals, you'll be able to see all of it. So if homeboy's eating McDonald's and he's logging in as MyFitnessPal, you can be like, yo, motherfucker, I see your food. Option number two is meal plans. Now, if you're gonna do meal plans, I'd recommend Trainerize. Trainerize actually has an in-house app that's built in to do nutrition, and it's pretty decent. It's developed pretty nicely over the years. I used to recommend Evolution Nutrition, which still is a good option, but because Trainerize actually has it built into the app, I think it's more user-friendly for the customer because then they only have to download one app instead of two. Now, with these 7 websites, you are set up to deliver an absolutely amazing offer to your online coaching clients. So let's quickly recap. Typeform for your coaching applications, Google Forms for weekly check-ins, Looms to respond to their check-ins, PayPal and Stripe for payments, Calendly for booking your sales calls, Trainerize for creating workout programs, and Evolution Nutrition / MyFitnessPal / Trainerize for your meal plans. Now that you have everything to set up your offer, let's talk about what your offer actually looks like. When you first get started, you're gonna be selling a 12-week program for $999 or $350 per month. The way that this 12-week program is gonna be structured is training, nutrition, and accountability. Let's break down each one. We'll start with training. You're gonna sell 4-week training blocks to your clients, and you're gonna let them know that every 4 weeks, you're going to update their workout program. Then for nutrition, you're gonna sell weekly meal plans or macro updates. I'd recommend starting everybody out on meal plans because most people don't have the intelligence to do macros on their own. If they did, they wouldn't need a coach. So give them meal plans, and then throughout their program, you wanna slowly teach the macros. Update it every week based on what they need for their body. And lastly, for the accountability, there's 3 forms of accountability. Number 1 is the daily messaging on Trainerize, just to check in and make sure they're doing their workouts. Number 2 is the weekly check-ins where you're gonna send them a form and they have to respond. And number 3 is your community. Now you wanna build your community with either Facebook or within the Trainerize app itself. That way, when people sign up to your coaching program, they get to meet all of your other clients and they get to interact with each other. Now, what I want you to do is go download and play around with all of these apps. We're gonna cover some of the best practices for posting on social media so you can get inbound leads. First things first, I need to tell you, if you've never posted on social media before, do not expect to get rich quick. This is gonna be a little bit of a long game. Think about the first time that you went to the gym. You weren't fucking juicy afterwards, I'm sorry. It took you a couple months of going to the gym for you to notice some gains. It's gonna be the same thing with social media, but don't get discouraged. Because a lot of you guys will post on social media, you'll get 1,000 views and you'll be like, no one loves me, I don't understand why. But in reality, if you were to speak to a room that had 1,000 humans in it, 1,000 humans, that would be a massive audience. So even though you on social media are like, I'm not getting the views that I feel like I deserve, in reality, you're getting significantly more views than you would ever get if you were to go door-to-door sales knocking to try to sell your service in person. You realize how long it would take you to shake 1,000 people's hands? Think about that for a second. Now let's jump right in. Now the first thing that I recommend is that you build these two platforms, Facebook and Instagram. Why? Because yes, TikTok is relevant, but Facebook and Instagram are the easiest platforms to build in my opinion. Also, Facebook and Instagram is where people make buying decisions. Now I've coached over 8,000 clients and 95% of them get the majority of their clients from Facebook and Instagram. Even the people that are viral on TikTok end up having to send their leads from TikTok to Instagram because TikTok is not a platform where people make buying decisions on. Now, when it comes to people making a purchase off of you, AKA sending you $1,000 over the internet, they're not gonna do that unless they know you, like you, and trust you. With our Instagram marketing strategy, we're gonna build our strategy around the know, like, and trust factor, and we're gonna post 3 types of content. Connection content so that they get to know you, value content so they like you because you're solving their problems, and proof content to show that they can actually trust you. But what do these pieces of content actually look like and why are they important? Let me break it down. Proof content is pretty self-explanatory. You need to demonstrate that you have the expertise that you quote unquote say that you have. There's a lot of fake experts on the internet. I'm sure that you guys have been DM'd by 500 different business coaches. I might have been one of them. And you don't know who's real and who's not. Posting social proof is the easiest way to distinguish yourself as an expert and to separate yourself from the pack. Now, if you're first getting started, I understand. I don't have any proof. I don't have any clients. I get it. The best way that you can collect proof is 2 ways. Number 1, running a free 14-day challenge. Number 2, documenting your own story. You didn't come out of the womb lifting dumbbells, okay? You had to start somewhere. So grab a photo of you when you first got started, and then a photo of you now, and then start posting that once a week. When people can see that you went through your own transformation, they will trust that you have the solution to their problem. Now, if you're already an experienced trainer and you're working with clients in person, ask them for a testimonial. They might not be willing to share their photos online, but you can ask them for a video testimonial the next time you see them. Like, hey, would you mind if I got a testimonial from you talking about, your biggest hesitations working with me, the results that we've gotten together, and whether or not you'd recommend me as a coach? I'd appreciate that. Then you can use those testimonials, you can post them on your social media to attract more clients. Now, if you're an online coach that is already working with clients and you're not posting proof, you're fucking up. You need to collect photos. And I know what you're thinking, but not everyone wants me to share their photos, blah, blah, blah. It's all about how you position it to them, right? So if you go to your client and you're like, hey, can I post naked selfies of you online? Of course they're gonna say no. But if you go to your client and you're like, hey, listen, Nick, your story is extremely inspiring, and I feel like there's a lot of men out there that could use your stories to start their own transformation. Would you mind if I shared your story on my social media so that I can inspire more men to start their fitness journey like you started yours? People are gonna say yes to that. Now, testimonials are extremely important because when you get a testimonial from a client, it's not you saying your program is great, even though you probably think it is. It's somebody else saying that your program is great. And the way that human beings work is we follow social behavior. So if somebody else has already made a buying decision, it makes it easy for the next prospect to make a buying decision because they know that somebody else has already made a purchase. The next, we have value content. In the first video, I talked about choosing your niche. So if you didn't watch that, go back and watch this. But in value content, what you wanna do is you wanna speak to your niche and you wanna give them specific solutions to their problem. Here's how I like to think about value content. I create a very specific solution to a narrowly defined problem. So instead of being like, this is how you lose 20 pounds in the next 16 weeks and giving them the training plan, the nutrition plan, and the accountability, you're saying, stop thinking that coffee counts as breakfast and instead steal my low carb protein pancake recipe. Then give them the recipe, and that is value. Now, my definition of value is this. Write this down. It's not valuable unless somebody could get results without hiring me. So your social media should be sprinkled with these deep videos, deep posts about specific solutions to narrowly defined problems. Basically, what you want to do is you want to give people the keys to the castle, but the castle has 1,000 doors. You have 1,000 keys, and you just give them a key to a specific door, and they get the key and they're like, oh shit, this just opened the door, but there's also 999 other doors, and they're super confused and they don't know how to open the rest of the castle. And then the next post that you make, you give them another key and they're like, oh my God, I just opened that door too. And then over time, they're gonna realize that when they follow your content, they get amazing results. And then they're gonna start to think like, if their free content's this good, what would their paid program look like? Now again, this ain't a get rich quick scheme, homie. So if you're trying to get rich quick, go somewhere else. And again, there's so many of you guys that have this like 9-to-5 mindset. Like, I'm gonna work 8 hours for somebody else all day, every day for $20 an hour. But when it comes to working on my own business, I'm not willing to work for free for a certain period of time so I can get to $10,000 a month. If that's you, if that's your work ethic, if that's your mindset, like you'll never be successful online. If you're hoping to press a button and make money automatically from your online coaching business, you're living in a fucking pipe dream, okay? It doesn't exist. And business coaches will sell you that dream, and then you'll buy their program, and then they'll promise you automations, and then you'll get in, you'll pay them $15,000. You'll make jack shit because that is not a reality that exists today. It doesn't happen. Stop looking for it, and instead, you need to become the trusted resource. You need to become the person that people come to because they know that your page is so valuable, and every time they watch your videos, they feel better, they're starting to take action so they look better, they're more confident, and then they're gonna reach out to you because you're the solution to their problem. Lastly, we have connection content. Now with connection content, this is what's gonna separate you from every other online coach on the internet. Every online coach on the internet is posting 5 mistakes you're making trying to grow your build. You're like, steal my juicy arm workout. I get it, you're cool, you're jacked. But everybody else is doing that. What's gonna separate you from other people is your story. You telling your story of how you got to where you are, what your wife is like, what your kids are like, what your family life is like, what inspired you to get into fitness, who motivates you, who are your mentors, what are you learning right now? Like really give people an insight into your life. And this is content where you're just sharing your story. This is why I love posting on social media, because posting on social media for me isn't just about attracting clients. It's also about telling people who I am and what I'm doing with my life right now. This causes people to get to know me, and because they get to know me, they like all the other content that I'm putting out a little bit more because they can see who I actually am as a person. Connection content, telling your story, being vulnerable, being open, and being honest will separate you from every other online coach on the internet. An example for me is my drug addiction. Now, I struggled with the drug addiction when I was 21 years old, and I talk about that openly on my social media. The reason I talk about that openly is even though I'm really successful now, it's good for people to see that I wasn't always like this and that I had to make some hard decisions to get to where I am today. This story inspires people to dig deeper into their own goals, own dreams, own aspirations, and to make some own hard decisions in their life so that they can become the best versions of themselves. Now, here's the posting schedule you can use if you're just getting started and you want to grow on social media. 5 times a week, post on your Instagram feed. This can be a reel or a photo post. I recommend that 80% of your posts be reels, 20% be photo posts. If you're gonna post photos, I'd recommend doing before and afters. On your Instagram stories, you wanna be active every day. Yes, every day, 7 days a week. You can take people on an adventure throughout your day. You can show social proof. You can document your day and show you living the fitness lifestyle and leading by example. For live streams, I'd recommend doing 3 a week. And I know 3 a week seems like a big daunting task, especially if you got a low following and only 1 or 2 people are showing up. But this consistency over time will compound, and eventually, instead of 1 or 2 people showing up, you'll get 10 to 15 people showing up. Your call to actions are gonna do 2 per week, 1 on Monday and 1 on Thursday. A call to action is a direct thing where you ask clients to reach out and work with you. There's 2 different types of call to actions. There's hard call to actions and soft call to actions. A hard call to action is where you're directly asking for a client, saying something like, I'm looking for 5 men that wanna lose 10 pounds in the next 30 days. If that's you, DM me 6-pack. That's on Monday. On Thursday, you're gonna post something like, I just created a new recipe. It's called low carb chocolate brownies. If you want it, DM me recipe and I'll send it to you. For your DMs, I'd recommend that you send 20 DMs per day, every day, to people that are interacting with your content, following you on social media, or liking your videos. Now again, at first, you're not gonna have a lot of people engaging on your social media. Welcome to the f***ing game. You also weren't jacked when you first started working out. I don't know what to tell you. But if you stay consistent over time, eventually you'll get better at content. People will start to reach out. People will start to see you as an authority, especially if you set up your profile properly, like I told you in the first video. Okay, so let's recap. In order for people to purchase off you, they need to know you, like you, and trust you. In order for people to know you, like you, and trust you, we are gonna create connection content, proof content, and value content. I also recommended a posting schedule for you guys, so stick to it because it's gonna help you out. 5 posts per week, 80% of them reels, 1 photo posts. Active on your stories every day, 7 days a week, 3 live streams per week, 2 call to actions per week, and at least 20 DMs per day. Now, in a perfect world, you get people that would reach out to you every single day and they'd be waiting to pay you money and they'd be so excited to talk to you about your offer. But unfortunately, this world isn't perfect. My face is though. You're gonna have to spend some time building relationships with people on social media if you want them to take action on your offer. Now, if you watched the last video, you're gonna know where the best place to find leads are. Now, since this world isn't perfect, but my face is, I'm gonna teach you exactly where to find leads on social media so that you can reach out to them and potentially make them an offer. Now, first things first, what is the purpose of sending a DM? The purpose of sending a DM is not to get in a stranger's DM and try to offer them shit. If you do that, nobody will buy, they'll be disinterested, you'll piss them off. My rule of thumb with DMs is I never send cold DMs. My definition of a cold DM is somebody that's never interacted with my social media page, they've never followed me, they've never liked any of my content, they're on a random hashtag, on a random Facebook group. I'm not gonna send cold DMs. Why? Because if you do this, you're gonna be like every other MF on the internet that's annoying and that's annoying. Literally, if you send me a cold DM on Instagram offering me copywriting or anything like that, I will block you, so don't do it. Now, that being said, we are only going to interact with people that we have some sort of established relationship with on social media. Here are the 5 best places to find leads to message on your social media. The first is obviously your DMs. Whenever you first start lead generation, you shouldn't start by finding conversations that aren't there. Instead, you should pay attention to the people that are already there. My rule of thumb is that if somebody sends me a DM interested in my coaching offer, I wanna get back to them on the same day and try to book that call within a 24-hour time period. Any longer than that, you're gonna lose the temperature of the lead, they're not gonna get interested. So if you get somebody that sends you a DM about your coaching program and you don't book a call on the first day, you f***ing up. The second place I'd go is Instagram story poll responders. Now, I'd recommend that you put polls up on your Instagram stories for people to interact with. As people are interacting with these stories, you can send them messages thanking them for engaging in your content. These type of people that are engaging with your social media on Instagram story polls, to me, are showing that they have intent. My definition of intent is there's some level of interest in working with you or interacting with your page. Otherwise, they could just scroll by and never interact with you. The fact that they're even interacting with your page tells me that they're interested on some level. The second place I would go to find leads is my Instagram commenters. These are people that are interacting with your content enough to leave a genuine comment. You can find these people on Facebook or on Instagram. Anybody that's commenting on my photos, I want to shoot them a message thanking them for engaging with my content. Third place I'd go is Instagram likes and Facebook likes on my photos. Now, this is where 90% of your leads are going to be, because most people are just going to scroll through your content, like it, and then move on to the next post. That doesn't mean that we can't build a relationship with these people though. What we want to do with these leads will tend to be warm/cold-ish, because we just want to shoot them a message thanking them for engaging with our content and asking them if they need anything to ever let us know. The fourth place that you want to find leads is new followers on Instagram. Anybody that comes into your audience, whether that's a new follower, a new friend, you want to shoot them a message and say, thanks for following me, thanks for friend requesting me, it's great to have you in my audience. And the last place I'd go to find leads on Instagram is Instagram story viewers. Now, these are going to be the coldest leads out of them all. However, anybody that's watching your story on Instagram is somewhat interested in you. Otherwise, they wouldn't be paying attention. Now, I'm actually gonna give you a bonus place to find leads, especially if you're just getting started as a new online fitness coach, and that's your friends list and your follower list. If they're friends with you on Facebook or they followed you on Instagram, you have a relationship with them at some point in your life, you can just shoot them a message and say, hey, I just wanted to connect again, how are you doing? Just that opening message of just making the reconnection, not everybody's gonna respond, but the people that do, some of them might have problems in their fitness journey right now, and they're gonna trust you because they already have a relationship with you. Now, my favorite opening DM is, hey Nick, just wanted to say thanks so much for engaging in my content. Are you on a fitness journey yourself or just enjoying the content? Another message you can send is, hey Nick, I just want to say thanks for engaging in my content. I appreciate you and I hope you're having a great day. Hey Nick, I just want to say thanks so much for following me, brother. What about my content made you decide to follow? Now, the first thing that you need to do once you get a prospect in the DM is you need to pay attention to the temperature of the lead. Now, here's how you're going to assess the temperature of the lead. Time of response plus length of response equals temperature of lead. So if somebody takes a long time to respond and they give you a very short response, it's a cold lead. If somebody takes a long time to respond, but they give you a long response, it's a warm lead. If somebody replies very quickly, but they give you a short response, it's a warm lead. If somebody replies very quickly and they're giving you long responses, it's a hot lead. So with cold leads, you're not gonna sell them anything. They're not interested. Also, I just need to say this. If you send somebody a message and they don't message you back, they're not interested. Okay, so stop messaging them. They're gonna watch your content and at some point they might be interested, but if you just slide into their DMs and you just keep sliding into their DMs when they haven't responded to you, that is an indicator that they ain't interested and they're not gonna buy your stuff. My recommendation would be to move on, and you're not sending DMs to book a call with every person that you send a DM to. You're sending DMs to build relationships. So there's gonna be some of those people that you send DMs to that wanna book a call with you. If you send 20 DMs a day, 5 days a week, that's 100 DMs. Out of those 100 DMs, there might be 5 people that are interested in booking in for your offer. You book 3 sales calls, you sell 2 clients at $1,000, 100% that's worth it. So if it's a cold lead, what you're gonna do is you're just gonna lean out and you're gonna let them know, if there's ever anything I can offer you, please let me know. I've got a free ebook that I wrote for my private clients. I could send it over if it might be interesting to you. If they say yes, send them an ebook. If it's a warm lead, you're gonna proceed with the DM script and you're gonna book a call. And if it's a hot lead, you wanna book a call as soon as possible, because somebody that's sending long messages really fast really wants to buy your shit. Otherwise, they would go do something else with their life that's a little bit more interesting than talking to you on the DMs. Now, I should be charging you for this, but I'm gonna put you on some game. Here are the 5 questions you need to ask in every DM script. Question number 1, would you mind if I ask a couple of questions to see if I can help? This question gives you permission to ask them fitness questions. Question number 2, what's the biggest struggle that you have in your fitness journey? The biggest reason you wanna ask this question first is because most people are thinking about the problems. So as soon as you ask them about their struggle, they will tell you. Question number 3, what's the biggest goal that you have in your fitness journey right now? This gives them a future to shoot for, it gives them something to aspire to, and it's gonna give them a reason to want to book a call with you. Question number 4, in the next 60 to 90 days, what are the top 2 to 3 results that you want in your fitness journey? And question number 5, would you like some help? By asking this question, would you like some help, you're basically implying that you might have something that can help them solve their problem. If they say no to this, don't book the call. If they say yes to this, then you'll say this. Tell you what, Nick, why don't we do this? Let's set up a quick 15-minute call. We'll talk about your number 1 struggle, your number 1 goal, and I'll give you a game plan to help you achieve your goals. Are you up for that? They will say yes, and then you'll send your calendar link that I got you to build in one of the previous videos. Go ahead and book in now. Spots always fill up quick. Send me a screenshot and let me know what time you pick. Cool? Once they send you a screenshot, now you've got a call booked, and bam, just like that, you're gonna be able to make a sale. So let's recap. Now you know where to find your leads. Now you know what to say to them. Now you know what the DM script is, and you know how to identify what a cold lead, warm lead, and hot lead is. Armed with this knowledge, you can now book sales call for your coaching offer. You're welcome. My goal is to give you so much value in these videos that you regret hiring any other business coach if you have in the past, and you wish that you came to me first. And if you did come to me first, I just want to say you made the right choice. So now that we've got everything set up and we've got the opportunity to book phone calls with leads, what do we do when they're actually on the phone? Don't worry, I got you. Now, first things first, you can't sell the thin air, which means people actually have to show up to that phone call. So in Calendly, what you want to do is you want to set up email and text reminders. You want to set them up for 24 hours before and 1 hour before the event. I would just recommend using the email and text reminders that are already pre-programmed into Calendly. You just have to set them up so that when people book the call, automatically they're going to get reminded. Now, unfortunately, this by itself isn't enough. Why? Because people are lazy, they forget, or they just don't want to talk to you. So another thing you're going to do is the night before you're done work, every night, you're gonna check your calendar for the following day and you're gonna see who has a sales call booked. Anybody that has a sales call booked, you're gonna open up your calendar and you're gonna send them this video. Yo, what's going on, John? Hope you're having the best day of your entire life. Just check the calendar for tomorrow, saw we're booked in for a quick 20-minute call. I'm super excited. We're gonna talk about your number one struggle, your number one goal, and I'm gonna give you a game plan to help you achieve your goals. Bring a pen and paper, it's gonna be awesome, and I'll chat with you tomorrow. Sending a personalized video like this will instantly build more rapport, it'll build more trust, and they're gonna feel like dickhead if they don't show up because you sent them a personal video. Now understand this, people don't show up to calls like this with a credit card in hand ready to purchase. If that was the case, they would already be in shape, they wouldn't need you, and they'd already be fit. Every single person that comes to these sales calls is going to have excuses for why they can't take action, because if they didn't have excuses, they would already be in shape and they wouldn't need you. So you need to expect that people are gonna come to the call with objections. Now the 4 main objections that you're going to get: time, I don't have the time for it, I want to start next week. Money, I don't have the money for that, it's outside of my budget. Spouse, I need to talk to my spouse, I need to talk to my partner, I need to talk to my dog, or I need to think about it, which isn't an actual objection, it's a smoke screen for one of these 3. So the first part of the call, what you're gonna do is you're gonna build some rapport. What's going on, Nick? How you doing, brother? Good, yeah, I'm doing good as well, my man. I'm just getting to work on some client programs and everything like that. Cool, you mind if we jump in? Then you're gonna get into what I call the pre-frame. The pre-frame is gonna set the container for the entire call. If you don't do a pre-frame, what's gonna happen is they're gonna view you as a friend and not a coach. And people don't buy from friends, they buy from coaches. And so in the first 30 seconds of the call, you need to make sure that you set the pre-frame, and this is exactly what you're gonna say. All right, Nick, so what we're gonna do in today's call is I'm basically gonna ask you a few questions to figure out exactly what you're struggling with in your fitness journey, what your goals are, and then I'm gonna help you come up with a game plan to achieve your goals. At the end of the call, if I feel like I can help you out, I'll invite you to work with me. And if I feel like I can't help you out, I'll let you know and I'll point you in a different direction. Does that sound good? Now, once they agree within the first 30 seconds of the call, they're like, yep, that sounds good. They've agreed to the container that you are the coach, they are the client, and you've also told them, I'm gonna pitch you something at the end of the call. Now we're gonna get into the pain points. What we need to do with the pain points is we need to figure out exactly what brought them to the call. So Nick, let's get into it. What would you say is the biggest struggle that you have in your fitness journey right now? And we're gonna use what I call the 3 layers deep theory. Okay, that makes sense. You have been struggling to lose 20 pounds, okay? And how long have you been struggling to lose that weight? That's layer 2. 3 years. Oh my gosh, that's a long time. That's a long time, brother, I feel that. And out of curiosity, what made this like a right now thing for you to reach out and ask for some help? Once we identify the pain points and we get to the root cause of the problem, at that point, we can move on to the next part of the script. Now, you wanna make sure with the pain points that you're not rushing through these questions, that you're actually taking the time to listen to the prospect, hear them out. Maybe you're asking some expansive questions. What do you mean by that? What exactly does that mean? Can you elaborate a little bit more? However, the goal of asking these questions in the pain point part of the script is to uncover the root cause of why people are actually on that call with you. If you can figure out the root cause, the actual core pain point of what brought them to the call, not that they want to lose 20 pounds, but because they looked at themselves in the mirror and they hated what they saw in their reflection and they realized they were letting their kids down. If you can get to that reason, I guarantee you it's going to be a lot easier to close. Plus, if you don't have a very good memory, make sure that you're taking notes throughout the call, because throughout the call, you're going to be able to write down specific things that you can bring up when you pitch. Next part of the script is why now, why me? This is where you're going to ask a prospect what made them show up to the call with you today, and why did they choose to get on the call with you instead of another online coach? So Nick, I got to ask, what makes this a right now thing for you? Like, you know, you could start your fitness journey in a year, 2 years, but you showed up with a call with me today. Like, what makes this a right now thing for you? Asking this question will allow them to feel an internal sense of urgency, and they won't feel like you're selling them. They'll feel like they're selling themselves, which ultimately is the goal. If you sell somebody something, they might regret buying it. But if they buy it because of their own internal reasons, it's not even gonna feel like you sold them. And Nick, I gotta ask, you know, there's a lot of people that you could reach out to for help. What made you decide to get on this call with me today? Well, you're so handsome and I love your beard and your face is nice. Cool. Next part of the call, we're gonna get to the vision. Now in the vision part of the script, this is really where people struggle, because a lot of people have been overweight their entire lives. And a lot of people are gonna have a really hard time figuring out exactly what they want in their fitness journey. So we're gonna ask, so Nick, let me ask you, what would you say is your number one goal for your fitness journey right now? Losing that 20 pounds? Okay, great. Let's dive a little bit deeper on that. So let's say we lost the 20 pounds, Nick. What does that actually look like for you? How would that make you feel? Great. Okay, perfect. So let's do this for a second. Nick, close your eyes for a sec. I want you to imagine we're 6 months into the future. You look at yourself in the mirror. You're literally in the best shape of your life. You lost 20 pounds. You can see your abs. You can see some veins. You look and feel your very best. Tell me how that makes you feel. And what areas of your life would benefit if you were in the best shape of your life? How would your relationships improve? What about your social life? What about your confidence? Can you see that? Bro, I believe in you. 20 pounds is a very realistic goal within the next 12 weeks. I got you. Now, once we've got their pain point and their vision, this creates the next point number 5, which is called the gap. Now, the gap is the distance between where they are right now and where they want to be. Our job on that call is to widen the gap. So Nick, I gotta ask, now that I know exactly what you want to lose the 20 pounds, see your six pack, be in the best shape ever, why do you feel like you haven't been able to achieve these goals on your own? Fair enough. And just out of curiosity, I just want to play devil's advocate for a second. Let's just pretend that you do absolutely nothing on this call. You decide, you know what, B, I'm just going to stick to my stuff right now. I don't want to do anything different. I don't want to shake things up. I just want to keep doing what I'm doing. Let's say you stay the same for the next 6 months, 12 months, a year, and maybe you actually gain another 10 to 20 pounds. How would that make you feel? So right now on a scale of 1 to 10, how important would you say it is for you to make a change right now so you actually lose the weight? We've got the pre-frame, the pain points, why now, why me, the vision, the gap. Now we're actually gonna do a fitness assessment. So step number 6 is where you do the assessment. The biggest mistake you can make on your calls is giving advice throughout the call. Throughout the call, you wanna treat yourself like a doctor. When you go into a doctor and you've got some ear pain, you go up to him and you're like, doctor, my ear hurts. And he says, how long has it been hurting for? And you're like, 3 years. And you're like, why haven't you come to me sooner? Because I'm stupid. What do you think is wrong with your ear? I don't know. Can you please help me? He's gonna ask you questions to figure out exactly what you're struggling with. And once he has enough data, he's gonna make a recommendation. That's how you wanna treat your sales call. You wanna collect as much data as possible throughout the call. Once you've got enough data, then when you get to point 6, you can say, do you mind if I coach you for a minute, Nick? So based on everything you've told me so far, you're eating out at McDonald's 3 times a week, you're going to the gym twice a week, you're doing 2 hours of cardio a day, bro, no wonder you're not losing weight. You're putting your body in this constant state of stress. You're not giving it the nutrients that it needs. Then you're overtraining yourself in the gym by doing 2 hours of cardio a day. Plus you're not doing enough resistance training to build weight. You're all over the place, Nick, all right? So first things first, we gotta stop the McDonald's. Second thing, we're gonna cut back the cardio. Third thing is I'm gonna increase your calorie intake on a daily basis. You're gonna be able to eat more food and lose weight and feel your very best because you're not constantly burnt out from all the cardio. Is everything I'm saying making sense? Once they say yes, you're gonna test their commitment levels one more time. Okay, Nick, so I gotta say, I only work with serious people in my coaching program because I care about your results and I want you to win. So again, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being I don't care about this right now, 10 being I'll do whatever it takes to lose the weight, where are you sitting on that scale? When you ask them that question, it will give you an answer for how they're feeling in terms of their objection. If they give you anything less than a 10, there's an objection coming up for sure. So if they're like 7, I'm like, okay, great, I totally get that. So why is it a 7 and not a 10? And then they're gonna say, well, because I need to make sure it fits the finances, or, well, because I'm really busy with my schedule right now, or, because I really have to floss my cat next week. And then you can be like, okay, great, that makes sense. But I wasn't really asking about you flossing your cat, Nick. I was asking, I'm gonna work really hard on your meal plan and training plan, and I'm gonna do that for you, and I'm gonna make sure it's awesome. If I give you your meal plan and training plan, are you actually gonna do your very best, or are you just gonna give it a 7 out of 10 effort? Well, I'm gonna give it my very best. Okay, great. So would you say you're a 7 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10? Well, I'm a 10 out of 10 when you put it like that. Okay, that's awesome. Now I just got them to recommit over their objection, which will make it easier for them to say yes at the end of the call. Then you're gonna talk about your program. So Nick, at the beginning of the call, I'd let you know whether or not I could help you out. The good news is you're definitely the type of person that I could help. Would you mind if I told you a little bit about my coaching program? They're gonna say yes, because you're handsome and you got a nice beard. Okay, Nick, so I do a 12-week total body transformation program that has 3 different layers: the training, the nutrition, and the accountability. So for the training program, I know that your goal is to lose 20 pounds, so I'm gonna update your program every 4 weeks, and I'm gonna make sure that your plan is designed so that you actually lose the weight. Does that make sense? We're gonna do what's called the yes ladder. We're gonna say, does that make sense? They're gonna say yes. For the nutrition, I'm gonna update your plan on a weekly basis, and I know how important it is for you to lose this weight. So every week, your plan will either have you losing weight, or if it doesn't, I will make adjustments to your plan so that you actually lose the weight. Does that make sense? Yes. That's 2 yeses now. Perfect. And for the accountability, I'm gonna check in with you every single week. I'm gonna send you a check-in. It's your job to send me the check-in back. Once I have your check-in, I'll give you a response and I'll tell you what adjustments we're gonna make for the week. That way, we're always losing weight or we're making changes so that we lose weight the next week. Is that cool? Perfect. So Nick, out of the training, nutrition, and accountability, what part of the program stood out the most for you? So we got 2 things there. I'm gonna pause for a second. We got the yes ladder, because does that make sense? Yes. Does that make sense? Yes. Does that make sense? Yes. So this is called the yes ladder. We stack up yeses so it makes it more likely they'll say yes at the end of the call. Then we're gonna move on to step 8, which is getting them to sell it back to you. So Nick, I gotta ask, out of all the parts of the program that I mentioned, which part of the program stood the most for you? The nutrition plan and your handsome beard. Okay, great. And why do you feel like the nutrition plan would benefit you the most? Now they're gonna give you a bunch of reasons why the nutrition plan is awesome, and they're gonna sell themselves on the program for you. Now we're gonna move to step 9, drop the price. Okay, Nick, so the only thing we haven't covered is the timeline and the investment. So I do a 12-week transformation program. Now, if you were to hire an in-person trainer for 12 weeks, it would cost you about $3,000 and you wouldn't get a nutrition plan. My training, nutrition, and accountability program comes with guaranteed results, and for 12 weeks, it's only $9.99. How does that sound?
Well, that's a little bit outside the budget, Brian.
Totally understand, Nick. Now, finances aside, does the program sound like what you're looking for?
Well, yeah, I think it sounds pretty good.
So just to be super clear, like you do feel like the program is gonna help you lose 20 pounds, it's just the financial aspect?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. So, I would hate for finances to be the reason that you didn't take action today. And I understand $9.99 is a little bit of an investment. But let me ask you, Nick, if we were able to help you lose 20 pounds in the next 12 weeks, would that investment be worth it? It would? Okay, great. So is it that you don't have a card you can put on? Is it savings or is it something else? You just don't have it? Okay. Well, why don't we do this? Typically speaking, I don't like doing this because clients that pay in full are typically more committed and they actually follow through on their goals. So I gotta know if I get you in on some sort of deal that you're actually gonna follow the program, you're gonna do everything that I ask, and you're actually gonna lose the weight. Can I get your commitment on that? Okay. So Nick, what I can do for you is I'll do $350 a month. That way you can get started right now. We'll cut out the money that you're spending on fast food because I'm not gonna let you eat fast food if you're in my program. That will save you some money on the budget. This is a lot easier on the budget. We can get you started at $350 and we can start losing that 20 pounds. How does that sound? Ha-boom, you close the deal. Now there's also the time objection, the spouse objection, and I'll think about it objection. I'm gonna cover those really quickly in this video. And I'm just gonna let you know, if you want some help with your online coaching business and this training's been valuable, I want you to tap the button below to book in for a call with me and my team. We'll talk about your number one struggle, your number one goal, and we will help you come up with a game plan. I know this series has been massively valuable for you, and I want you to know that our coaching program is even better. It has not only me, we've got 10 other coaches in there that are literally delivering high value at all times. You're gonna have 24/7 support. Any question that you ever have will be answered within 24 hours by at least 2 coaches, including my business partner, Cole De Silva, who has over 3 million followers on all social media platforms. So if you're interested, tap the button below to book in for a call with me and my team. Let's talk about the spouse objection. Okay, Nick, totally get that you need to speak with your spouse. Does your spouse know that we're speaking today? Perfect. And typically speaking, is she supportive of your goals and she wants you to win? She is? Okay, great. So, Nick, if your spouse did have an objection to you taking action today, what do you think the objection would be?
Well, the budget.
My advice for spouse objections, you guys, is I don't think it's good to actually sell them without them talking to their spouse. I think it's a recipe for buyer's remorse, so here's what I do. All right, Nick, so listen, I want you to speak with your spouse, and can I be honest with you? Perfect. I've been on hundreds of these calls, and I know for a fact that if you get off this call without taking any action, the likelihood of you not taking action is very, very high, which means you don't lose the weight and I didn't do my job properly. So go speak with your spouse. Here's what we'll do. Let's get down to a $100 deposit right now to represent your commitment to your own goals. If you talk to your spouse and she thinks my beard is stupid or she doesn't like the idea for whatever reason, I'll send you your money back in full. I just want to see that you're actually committed to your own goals and that you actually want to win. How does that sound? Ha-boom, collect the deposit. Time. I want to start next week. Okay, I totally get it, Nick. Now, just out of curiosity, what about next week makes you want to start?
Oh, it's gonna be a better time for me because I'm in school right now, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, great. So just to be super clear, the program sounds amazing. You really do want to start, but you just want to get started next week because you're busy this week of school. Is that correct? That's correct. Well, here's what we'll do. I do want to start next week as well. That makes complete sense. So what we'll do today is we'll get you started on the 350. We'll do the 350 today. That way I can send you the questionnaire, you can fill it out, and by the time next week comes around, we'll be fully ready to go with your fitness program. I know for a fact if you get off this call and you don't take any action, nothing's gonna change. So we'll do 350 now to represent your commitment to your own goals. I'll send you the questionnaire, you can get it back to me. I'll do your program over the next 7 days, and then in a week, we can just rock and roll. How does that sound? Ha-boom, you close the deal. I need to think about it. Isn't an actual fucking objection. So when it comes up, here's what you say. Nick, I totally get it, brother. Now, just out of curiosity, what exactly is it that you need to think about?
I don't know.
Okay, great. So is it the timing? Do you need to talk with your spouse? Is it the program itself, or is it something else?
Well, it's just a big decision, and I heard a fitness coach before, and it didn't work.
Then you uncover their actual objection, and once you uncover their actual objection, you can go for the close. So is it just because you hired another fitness coach before and that program didn't work and you feel like this one isn't gonna work? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so Nick, I don't want to be like these other guys that take your money and don't deliver results. So how about I do something special for you?
Well, what do you mean?
I'm willing to offer you a 100% money back guarantee. And here's what that looks like. You complete all your check-ins, you do the work, you show up for yourself. Over the course of the next 12 weeks, you don't lose that 20 pounds, I will send you back every single dollar that you paid. That way, you're protected because you know that your investment is safe. Because if you do the work, you're gonna lose the weight. And if you don't, I'll send you back all your money. How does that sound? Ha-boom, you close the deal. And now we are gonna be talking about how to deliver an amazing service to your clients and make sure that they stick around for long term. Now, the biggest misconception most online trainers struggle with is thinking that they're selling a training and a nutrition plan. These two things are literally less than half of the equation. What actually matters is, don't get me wrong, you need to make sure that the training program and nutrition program doesn't suck. But what actually matters is the client's adherence to the program. Now, if the client doesn't adhere to the program, you could do the perfect nutrition plan, the perfect meal plan, designed specifically for their fitness goals. And if they followed it, they get amazing results. But if they don't adhere to that program, your job is completely meaningless. The money that they paid you is gonna be wasted. And so you need to do everything in your power to set up your program for optimal success. And the first part of that is understanding that you are not selling a training and nutrition program. You are selling an accountability program. Once you understand that you're selling an accountability program and you start teaching and you start coaching and you start mentoring people to not only go to the grocery store and go to the gym, but really coaching them through all the little nuances that involve getting to that place, including overcoming their limiting beliefs and answering all the questions that they have around their nutrition plan or their fitness plan so that they feel super secure and safe following the protocol. This is a massive part of coaching. And so the first thing is, like, you need to understand it's not training and nutrition, you're selling accountability. If they wanted training and nutrition, they could literally go to ChatGPT and type in, "Hey ChatGPT, I'm a 200-pound male that wants to lose 20 pounds. Please write me a training plan and a nutrition program, including with macros." And I guarantee you ChatGPT would spit out something pretty accurate. Now, let's not waste any more time. Let's dive into the 5 things that you need to do in order to set up your program for long-term success, for retention, renewals, and upsells. Thing number 1, onboarding. Onboarding is the single most important aspect of a fitness journey, because if a client comes into your program and they don't get into green light right away, they're not gonna start the program. Most people end up dropping off of a fitness program because they never even started. And so in your onboarding sequence, what you need to do is you need to make sure that your client gets into green light right away. And here's exactly how I'd recommend doing that. Step number 1, on the call, make sure you tell them what the next steps are. So Nick, now that you've paid, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send you over the welcome questionnaire. What I need you to do is get that back to me within the next 24 hours. Once I get your welcome questionnaire back, it's gonna take me about 7 days to design your program. And in the meantime, I'm gonna send you a get started guide so that you can go out and you can buy your Tupperware containers, your food scale, and any other units of measurements that you might need. I'm gonna send you a full guide so you know exactly what to do. Telling the prospect what the next step is super important, because if they get off that call and they pay you and there's no clear next step, they're not gonna feel very good about that purchase, right? So we need to make sure we prevent buyer's remorse by walking them through the journey of what's coming next. So you send the questionnaire, they send it back to you, then you get to work on their meal plan and training plan. While you're working on their meal plan and training plan, send them a get started guide. In this get started guide, I'd go over basic fitness stuff, like how much water they should be drinking based on their body weight, their food scale that they need to pick up, any cooking utensils they're gonna need to pick up, Tupperware containers, measuring cups, maybe a big bottle of water. Anything that you think is essential to start a fitness journey, get them to do that stuff while you're designing their training plan and their meal plan. Now, once you've completed their training plan and their meal plan, what you're gonna do is you're gonna set up an onboarding call with them. When you first get your fitness business started, I would recommend setting up one-on-one 15-minute onboarding calls with every single one of your clients. Here's exactly what you're gonna do on those calls. You're gonna get on the call with them and you're gonna send them a meal plan and training plan, and you're just gonna walk them through it. I need you to download Trainerize, cool, this is how you access the dashboard. I need you to download MyFitnessPal, cool, this is how you access the dashboard. You're gonna walk them through every single part of this specific program so that they know exactly what they're getting into and they've got no questions. On that onboarding call, you're also gonna go over expectations. The expectations of them as your client is that you're gonna send a check-in every Thursday. They're gonna reply back every Friday morning by noon at the latest. Anything later than noon is classified as a late check-in, which you don't do. So you need to set that expectation in the onboarding early so that when they sign up for the program, they know what their responsibilities are. Now, the onboarding call is also the perfect place to plant the seed for future renewals. So on that onboarding call, you can say something like, okay, so again, you're on the 12-week program. Most of my best clients stick with me for about a year or so, but 12 weeks is usually where we start. So, once we're at the 8-week mark, we're gonna talk about what your next steps are in your fitness journey, because as we lose this 20 pounds, I'm sure you're gonna wanna gain some lean muscle, am I right? So basically, we'll talk about that once you're at the 8-week mark, but let's get you started on the 12-week program first, and let's rock and roll. Number 2, personalizing the client experience. Now listen, people are paying you a premium price for a premium service. And so don't get me wrong, you can have workout templates that you use, but every single client that you sign, you need to make sure that the workout program is designed specifically for them. So even if you're building off of a template, you wanna make sure that the workouts that are in that program are tailored to your client's specific needs. Another thing that's really important in terms of maintaining an excellent client service is every single week in your check-ins, you're gonna ask a question that's gonna say, is there any program adjustments you feel like we need to make, or is there anything that I can do better to serve you as a coach? Now, obviously, you're gonna do the training plan, the nutrition plan, the check-ins, etc., but you also wanna make sure that you personalize the client experience And anything that the client needs for a little bit of extra motivation goes a long way. An example of something that I used to do with my fitness clients is every morning I would set aside 15 to 20 minutes. I'd go through my Trainer Eyes and I'd see who hit their workouts, I congratulate them, or I'd see who missed their workouts and I'd send them a message on Trainer Eyes, and if I didn't hear back over Trainer Eyes, I would send them a text the same day. This sort of personalization and these sort of extra small touches make a massive difference in terms of retention, because when somebody comes to the end of the 12-week program, they're gonna remember the little things that you did for them, not the 12-week experience. And listen, you might have 15 to 20 clients and you might view them as a number, but they only have one coach and they only have you. And so the relationship that they have with you is very important, and you need to make sure that their relationship with you is special. Number 3 is effective communication cadence. Now, for effective communication cadence, this is what I'd recommend. So when you sign a client, these are the expectations. So Nick, I just want you to know that any question you ever ask me over Trainer Eyes will be answered within 24 hours, Monday to Friday. Saturday and Sunday, I take the weekends off because, I have a life too. But Monday to Friday, any question that you ever have to ask will be answered within 24 hours. Not to mention the weekly check-ins. I'm gonna send you a check-in every single week. It's your responsibility to reply back to me. And finally, we also have the Facebook community. If you ever have any questions that you feel like you want answers from the community from, or you want to glean some collective insights, or you just want to get some extra motivation and inspiration, make sure you're posting in the Facebook community and supporting the other members in the group. You need to communicate with your clients what the communication cadence is and what's expected of them. Obviously, it's your job to make sure that the client is actually following the program, but it's also the client's job to make sure that they're checking in with you, make sure that they're communicating with you, make sure that if they're struggling, that they're reaching out to you so you can help them. But you, as the coach of the program, need to make sure that you effectively communicate what the communication cadence is so that the client knows what's expected of them and they know what to expect from you. Number 4, create a community of raving fans. This is one that I see 99% of online coaches getting wrong because they just don't think it's important. They don't think it's important to have a community. They don't think it's important for their team members to meet each other. But here's the thing, and this is why I build a community, is because there are times where your fitness client does not want to check in with you because they feel ashamed, because they skip their workouts, because they skip their meals, all of the above. And when the client is resistant to you, if you don't have a community, you are the only lifeline. Which means if they feel resistant to you and they don't want to talk to you, they're not going to talk to you, which means they're more likely to drop off. However, if the client feels resistance to you, but you have the backbone of a Facebook community that's popping, where people are sharing wins and they're excited and they're supporting each other and they're helping each other out, the client, even though they might not want to talk to you, is going to log into their Facebook and they're going to see all these amazing transformations and all these amazing wins. And that will give them the inspiration to get back into the game, to get back in contact with you. If your business is just about you, it is setting up to fail. You guys, PT Domination has worked with over 8,000 online fitness coaches. Right now, we have over 1,700 active clients. With me and Cole by ourselves, it's impossible to serve this community. So we have a community of coaches that all support each other, not to mention mine and Cole's direct leadership. This is what allows our business to grow over time, as community. One of my previous clients that worked with me one-on-one was struggling with his retention. We're talking about 30 to 50% of the people that would come to the end of the program would re-sign. That's it. Which meant that he was losing 70% of business every 12 weeks. And so I told him, I'm like, you need to build a community, and that needs to be your top priority. Over the course of the next 12 weeks, he built out his Facebook community. He did 2 lives every single week. He was in there every day supporting the ladies. Anytime a lady had a question in their check-in or something that they wanted to celebrate, he would encourage them to post in the group, and then he'd get the other women to support them. Just by doing that alone, his re-sign rate went from 30% to 70%. That's a big difference. Right? And the only difference, we didn't change his nutrition plan, we didn't change his training plans, we didn't change how he delivered his program. The only difference is we made sure that we had a focal point of building the Facebook community. And so this comes down to the onboarding, right? Because when you onboard a client, what you're gonna get them to do on that onboarding call is you're gonna get them to join the Facebook group. So what I'm gonna get you to do is I'm gonna get you to join this Facebook group right here. So just go ahead and request. Cool. Now that you're in, once we're done this call, I actually want you to make a post with a photo of yourself, introducing yourself and what your goals are and why you're excited to be here. What you're gonna find is the other members of the group will support you, they'll love up on you, and you're gonna see that you're not alone on this fitness journey. There's other people that are just like you that are also on the same journey. By the way, part of the expected communication cadence with every single client that you onboard is that they are supported by the other group members and they support the other group members. That's a part of the onboarding and it's a part of the expectations. Number 5, know when to go for the renewal. Most online fitness coaches wait until the end of a client program to go for the renewal, and that's the wrong time because the client has already made the decision that they're not gonna renew at that point. They know they're on week 11 or week 12. What you need to do if you wanna renew as many clients as possible is a month before those clients are up for renewal, you need to reach out and you need to set up a call. On that call with them, you're gonna talk about the previous struggles that they had before they started working with you, the progress that they made since they've been with you, and what their future goals are. You're gonna use that widened of a gap because you're gonna talk about their past pain, where they're currently at, and then you're gonna create a gap to their future goals. You're gonna use that gap to go for the renewal. So since we're at the end of our 12-week program where, there's 4 weeks left, what I'd love to do with you is the next phase, I want to focus on hypertrophy specifically. So I want to make sure that we're building lean muscle tissue. Now that we lost 20 pounds, I think it's important that we start adding on some muscle. If we do this, it's going to make it easier for you to keep the fat off long term. So what I'd like to do with you next is I'd like to go into a muscle building phase, which means we're going to be increasing your calories, you're going to be eating more food and still losing more weight. How does that sound? Sounds great? Okay, perfect. So again, you're my client, so I'm gonna give you the OG rate. Usually when new clients come on, right now I increase my prices, it's $14.99, but for you, I'll give you the next 12 weeks for $9.99. Does that sound fair? And yes, you can lock in your spot today. So let's just do the installment today, and then I'm gonna extend an extra 12 weeks as soon as your program's done. Perfect, I just sent you a link. Can you see that? Bam, signed. So let's quickly recap what we learned in this video. Number 1, onboarding. Your goal is to get them into green light right away. Number 2, personalize your client experience. You need to make sure that your clients feel seen, heard, and appreciated because you might have 15 clients, but they only have 1 coach. Third thing is an expected communication cadence. You need to let the client know when you're gonna be communicating with them and when they're expected to communicate with you. These expectations need to set up front so that every party knows what's expected. 4, create a community of raving fans. If you don't have a community of people that are ride or die for your business, if somebody's struggling and they're not reaching out to you and they're not reaching out to the community, they're gonna drop off. Having a community is gonna increase retention massively, increase renewals massively, and it's gonna create a tribe of loyal people. And number 5, know when to go for the renewal. Don't wait until the end of the program. You wanna make sure that you're catching them at least 4 weeks before their program expires and offering them an extension at the loyalty rate because they're an OG client. Now, starting and scaling a business is fun. Getting it to $10,000 a month is funner. So what does it actually take to get an online coaching business to $10,000 a month? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna be one of those business coaches that promises you that you're gonna make $10,000 in the next 30 days, because it's just not gonna happen. The reality of the situation is that you need to develop the skills that are required to get to $10,000 a month if you wanna hit that next level. You can follow phone scripts, you can follow DM scripts, you can follow content templates, but unless you develop the skill of content, the skill of sales, the skill of delivering an amazing service, you'll never be successful. The first concept I wanna talk about is repeating successful actions. What I mean by that is just by following the instructions that we went over in this video series, you will be able to see initial success with your online coaching business. Now, how do you continue to get more success? You keep doing what's working. Repeat successful actions. The reason I go to the gym 5 times a week is I like being juicy. The reason I eat healthy food is I like feeling good. The reason I drink water is because I know it's good for me. And I do these things every single day. And so once you identify what the needle movers are in your business, content creation, lead generation, sales calls, delivering a valuable service, you just need to develop a system and a schedule to do that literally every single day. Write this down. The boring work produces the breakthroughs. If you want to get to $10,000 a month, identify what signs clients and then do that over and over and over and over and over again. Thing number 2 is skill development. We already talked about this at the start of the video, but I'm going to really hone in on it because the difference between somebody that makes it to $100,000 a month and somebody that stays stuck at $2,000 a month is the level of skill that they have. The level of skill that they have with their content creation, the level of skill that they have with their sales, the level of skill that they have with delivering an amazing service. And this is the thing, right? Like, you might suck really bad right now, and you might not like that. But if your videos are getting less than 1,000 views, you suck, right? If they're getting less than 10,000 views, you still suck. And that's okay, because you can take that and you can be like, okay, if content is not my strong suit right now, I'm going to focus on the skill set day after day after day after day until I get better. And how do we advance in a skill? Well, there's multiple different areas. Number 1 is we need to practice. Through repetition, we get better and better and better. Number 2, we need to commit to getting 1% better every single day, which means every time that we do a recording session or every time that we do content, we're committing to trying to be just a little bit better than we were last time. Number 3, we need to find people we're inspired by. Find people that are viral. Find people that are creating valuable content, and then ask ourselves, what elements of this content can I take into my own content? The 4th thing is really taking a look at your own content and honestly giving yourself an assessment on a scale of 1 to 10 on how good of a creator you are with every video that you put out. And then asking yourself with each video, if I could do this video again differently and I could do it better, what would I do differently? Now we need to take that skill development formula and we need to apply it to content. We need to apply it to our sales calls. Like every single time you get on a sales call is an opportunity to get better at sales, but you can also practice getting on sales calls by booking role plays with other community members, with other online trainers. They can practice being a client, you could practice being a coach, and you can practice selling each other so you're developing your sales skills when there's not money on the line. And so we're practicing the skill of sales over and over and over again. After every single sales call, I want you to mentally rehearse and ask yourself, if I could do that sales call again, what would I do differently? And then you're like, okay, I screwed up on this objection. So I'm gonna study the wife objection, I'm gonna role play the wife objection, I'm gonna practice the wife objection, and I'm gonna get better. And if you keep doing this process of, taking action, sitting back, analyzing action, figuring out what you can do better, going back and taking action, analyzing action, figuring out what you can do better, and you keep this process up, like over time, your skill is going to advance so much faster than everybody else's because you're just like learning from every mistake that you make. Now, in terms of delivery, how do we get better at delivery? You just ask your clients. Anytime a client leaves your program, simply ask them, so if there's anything I could have done differently to serve you as a coach or anything I could have done better, what would you recommend that I do differently next time? Because I want to make sure that clients like you get an amazing experience. And pay attention to their feedback. Sometimes it sucks. Sometimes you don't want to hear it. Sometimes it's not fun to get feedback when you think your program's awesome and your client thinks otherwise. But you can take different elements of this feedback that your clients give you and you can use that to improve your program. And over time, if you keep doing that, eventually you're going to get to a place where you're retaining 90 to 95% of your clients every month. Number 3, pick your platform and double down. Listen, there's Facebook, there's Instagram, there's TikTok. My personal opinion, TikTok is not a money-making platform. It's a platform where you can get seen. It's not gonna make you money though. It's Facebook or Instagram. Now, out of Facebook and Instagram, you're gonna have one platform that is a banger, AKA one platform that is crushing it for you. Whatever platform you sign the most amount of clients from, I want you to make all of your content for that platform. And then we're gonna repurpose that content on other platforms. And so whatever's working on Instagram, you're gonna study what's working on Instagram, what reels are going viral on Instagram, what people are responding to on Instagram. And then you're gonna make more of that content. And we're gonna take that same content and we're gonna reproduce it on Facebook, same post, same idea. Taking that same content, reproduce on TikTok, same post, same idea, which gives us triple the exposure. But I'm not trying to optimize to make my Facebook Reels better. I'm trying to optimize to make my Instagram Reels better because Instagram is the place that I'm pulling the most amount of clients. Number 4, you need to track your numbers. Now, the numbers that I'd recommend that you specifically track is number 1, how many clients do you currently have? You should know this number like the back of your hand. Number 2, how much money is your business making every single month? Again, you should know this number like the back of your hand. Number 3, what is your recurring income currently sitting at? Again, you should know this number like the back of your hand. Number 4, how many clients left your program this month? Number 5, how many applications did you get from your coaching program? Number 6, how many sales calls did you book? Number 7, how many of those sales calls showed up? Number 8, how many of those sales calls did you close? And number 9, how much cash did you collect from those sales calls? These 9 numbers will give you a foundational place to start. And once you know these numbers, you'll know what to improve. If you don't know these numbers, you're likely gonna make emotional decisions based on overgeneralizations. Like you'll get 3 no's in a row in a sales call and you're like, my sales skills suck, so I need to change my script. But if you look at the numbers in the last 10 sales calls, maybe you closed 7 in a row and then you just had 3 no's, you're overdue a yes. But you gotta know your numbers, otherwise you won't be able to make data-driven decisions. And data-driven decisions are the only decisions that are gonna scale your business to $10,000, $20,000, $50,000, then eventually $100,000 a month. Number 5, hire a mentor. We got to the end of the 8 video series and I'm just gonna lay it out for you straight. The reason that I've been able to get to the level that I'm currently at is because I invest in mentors. Investing in mentorship is not only valuable for you because you're going to learn new skills, you're gonna acquire more information, you're gonna get coaching and guidance from somebody that's actually been there, but it's also an investment in your future. It's also an investment in your family. It's also an investment in developing the very best version of you. Every great man on the planet has a great mentor to back him. I'm a perfect example of this. I've worked with dozens of mentors in my time, and each one of them has taught me 1, 2, 3 valuable lessons that's allowed me to get to the point where I'm at today. The top of the industry, the #1 business coach for online fitness coaches. Now, if you're watching this video and you got value from my content, I want you to understand that there is an entire ecosystem of value just like this inside of the members portal. There is an entire team of coaches just like myself who have a lot more value to offer. And this 8 video series where I literally gave you the entire blueprint on how to start your online coaching business is literally scratching the surface. There is so much to this. And I'm telling you, there's something different that unlocks inside of you when you actually make the commitment and you actually bet on yourself. And you actually put your money where your mouth is and you say, I'm gonna pay to learn this information. Because listen, if you wanna get the information, go to ChatGPT. I'm sure ChatGPT could be a decent business coach for you. But that's not gonna give you the fire, the motivation, the inspiration to actually go after it. Every time I invest in a mentor, I say to myself, I'm not gonna waste this money. I'm gonna get my money's worth. I'm gonna show up to those coaching calls. I'm gonna implement what they say. I'm gonna follow the blueprint. I'm gonna follow the guidelines, and I'm gonna make sure that I'm one of the best students in the program. I promise you, if you do this, you'll end up like any one of my students that have been through my program. In fact, let's hear from some of them right now.
I was making maybe $100 a week, and I am now at 11.5K.
I earned 10K in 1 month, which is just completely insane to me.
In July, I hit my first 12K. And in November, I hit 22K.
Each month, I've scaled my business more and more and more, and it's all because of the help of the coaches in the Change Lives Academy.
Guys, I cannot stress enough how this was absolutely hands down the best decision I've ever made in my life.
Hit 10K a month
That's insane. Continuously grinding past that now, which I've been absolutely loving.
Past November, I hit 10.2K, which is the most money that I've ever made in my entire life.
Was able to make 10K per month in June. Never thought I'd be making that kind of money.
I've learned so much, whether it be about sales, about systems, and how to deal with the self-doubt, limiting beliefs, or the doubts. I hit my record month of 12.2K, and I would definitely recommend this to any online fitness coach or any fitness coach that wants to move into the online space, as these guys know fucking so much that it's so hard to really keep up with everything that they say.
Now, if you're interested in taking your online fitness coaching business to the next level, tap the button below to book in for a call with me and my team. We'll talk about your number one struggle, your number one goal, and we will give you a specific game plan to help you achieve your goals. If your Instagram isn't bringing you clients, I guarantee it's because your Instagram profile isn't optimized. And in the next few minutes, I'm gonna teach you 6 tweaks that you can make to your Instagram profile right now that will help you make a lot more money and attract a lot more clients. And don't click away, because at the end of the video, I'm gonna reveal the one mistake that's costing you thousands of dollars when it comes to your Instagram profile. Welcome to video 1 of turning your Instagram profile into a sales machine. My name is Brian Mark, and I help online business owners turn their Instagram profiles into income generating machines. If you've been posting nonstop and you're getting crickets on your videos, nobody's reaching out, this is the series for you. Let's dive in. Let's talk about the 3 biggest mistakes you're making in your Instagram profile that is causing you not to sign clients. Number 1, having a blurry or generic profile photo. If you look like a creep on social media, no wonder nobody's reaching back out to you. It should be clear, it should be you smiling, you should look good. Number 2 is to have a vague tagline like, I help men and women burn body fat and gain lean muscle and get in great shape and work on their mindset. Boring. No wonder no one's following you. Number 3 is not adding a CTA to your bio. If you don't have a clear way for somebody that comes to your profile to reach out to you for coaching, you're not gonna get them reaching out about coaching. You need to make it very clear and very easy to apply for your coaching offers. That way you're gonna get a lot more people that will do so. Now, these mistakes might seem small, but they are the reason that people are scrolling past your Instagram profile. You're gonna build instant authority following these 6 steps. I want you to imagine your Instagram profile as you shaking someone's hand for the first time in person. The first 3 seconds of the person interacting with you, they're gonna get an impression of you as a person. Just like when somebody comes to your Instagram profile, they're gonna get a first impression of you. What is it? Does it look like an expert or does it look like an amateur? Do you look like a pro or do you look like a dork? First, your profile picture. You need to grab a profile picture of you smiling where your face is clearly visible. The reason for this is very simple. Number 1, it's the first impression. It's the first thing somebody's gonna see when they come to your page. People read from left to right. 2, when you're DMing prospects, when your little smiling emoji pops up in somebody's DMs, it's gonna be friendly and engaging and easy to respond to. The worst mistake you can make with your profile photo is having a dark photo or one where you can't see your face, or getting a photo with 2 other people, because then people don't know who you are. Use bright and clear lighting. You should have a smile. Ting. Take a selfie outside during daylight, take a photo in front of a window, or use a ring light to get a photo. And if you're a pro, you can get a photographer. Number 2 is your Instagram username. Think of your username as your brand's billboard. It needs to be easy to remember, search friendly, and niche focused. Example, instead of Jonathan Smith 99945, your Instagram username could be Lean with Lee. Mine, when I was an online fitness coach, was BMarkFit or Coach Lee Fit. And obviously, if your name isn't Lee, then use your name. Now, here's a pro tip. When you're deciding on your Instagram username, spend 1 to 2 hours with ChatGPT to figure out the optimal username. And once you decide on it, stick with it, because you don't want to keep changing your name every 1 to 2 months. It's going to confuse your audience. Third is optimizing your name field. Now, your name field is what's gonna pop up right below your follower count. Mine says Brian Ron Mark, business coach for online trainers. Here, you can put your full name and you can also put what you do. This is how you're gonna hack the ability to get verified, because Instagram verification works like this. You must put your full legal name in your bio. But it doesn't say that you can't put any other words, which is why mine says Brian Ron Mark, business coach for online trainers. Now, you can add keywords related to your niche. That way, when somebody's searching up women's fat loss expert, your name is going to pop up. Not to mention, when somebody lands on your page, when it says women's fat loss expert, it's gonna make it very easy to wanna follow you, because they know what your page is about, unless they're a dude and they don't wanna lose fat. Number 4 is the tagline in your bio. Now, this should be the first line that people read when they come to your profile. Why? Because this is gonna tell them exactly what your profile is about. My recommendation for you is to say something like, I help X person get X result in X time frame without doing X. An example, I help busy moms lose 10 to 15 pounds in 90 days or less without sacrificing their favorite foods. Now, that's a very broad example, and that's just one example you can use, but you can take this framework that I just gave you, I help X person in X timeline gets X result without sacrificing X. Go to ChatGPT, plug in your avatar, use that statement I just gave you, and ask ChatGPT to come up with 10 different versions of that. Choose the best one. Here's a pro tip. Make sure you use emojis in your bio as well because they make them stand out and more friendly. Not too much, not too little. I'd recommend emojis before your sentences, not after. Number 5 is a clear call to action. Inside of your bio, you need to have something where somebody can DM you a keyword if they want to take action and join your coaching program. Mine says DM 10K for info. The reason it says DM 10K for info is I want to use the word that my ideal client is aspiring to in order to get them to reach out to me. So for you, if you're helping busy moms burn fat, your keyword could be DM me fit mom for info. If you're helping men get shredded, your keyword could be six pack. Whatever it is, make sure you have a keyword to DM you in your bio. That way, if one of your reels goes viral, somebody comes to your page, they see that, and you're gonna get incoming DMs about your coaching offer. Number 6 is apply for coaching. You're gonna wanna have a keyword to DM me in your bio, but you're also going to want to have a line that says apply for coaching with an arrow pointing down. The reason for this is you wanna capture buyers, whatever kind of buyers they are. Some people just might wanna shoot you a DM. Some people are gonna want a little bit more information and they're gonna wanna give you a little bit more information. Regardless of whether or not they wanna DM you or fill out your application, you should have 2 ways to capture leads from your Instagram profile. That's how we turn it into a money-making machine. So have your application link in your website description, not a link tree, not a link.me, not a bunch of links. Have one link that is your application for your coaching program. This is how you're gonna turn your Instagram into a sales machine, is you're gonna optimize the amount of people that click on that application, which will in turn cause more people to actually fill it out. And number 7, put an application in your bio. To do this, you're gonna go to typeform.com and create a free account. Inside of Typeform, it's gonna give you the ability to customize your own form. You're gonna use these 7 questions in your custom form. First name, last name, email, phone number, Instagram username, what's your number 1 fitness goal right now? What's the biggest struggle you have in your fitness journey right now? How prepared are you to invest in mentorship? What does your financial situation look like when it comes to investing in a coach? Option number 1, I have the funds and I'm willing to invest. Option number 2, my budget is tight, but if the program guarantees results, I'm in. Option number 3, I don't really have the finances for a mentor. Option number 4, I'm just looking for some free advice. Now, when people apply for your coaching program, you're gonna have a little bit of data on exactly who they are as a person, so that when you do the reach out, you're gonna be able to qualify them better to be able to get them on a sales call. Now, I promised you the secret to figuring out exactly why your Instagram profile isn't converting, and it's this. Your pinned post strategy sucks. Your pinned 3 posts on your Instagram are the single most important thing when it comes to your Instagram profile, because those are the things that people are gonna consume when they come to your page. So what are they? Most of you guys are just pinning your most viral video thinking that you look cool, unless your most viral video is accomplishing the idea that we're warming the prospect up and getting them ready to purchase. It's a complete waste of our time. So I'm gonna tell you the 3 pinned posts you need to make on your Instagram profile. Number 1, your best client transformation. Regardless of how many views this video or photo has, you need to pin your best client transformation as one of your pinned posts, because people need to see what working with you is gonna get them as results. So grab your best before and after, or grab your best social proof post and pin it as the post on your page. The second should be you and your story and what you're about. This is gonna give your audience a chance to get to know you on a deeper level. So post one of your connection pieces of content that talks about you and your story and what made you decide to become a coach in the first place. And the third is you wanna do a CTA with an offer that you currently have right now. My best piece of advice is hopefully this CTA also gives value, so that when somebody watches the value piece of content, at the end of the value piece of content, once they're like, oh damn, this is really good, there's a call to action about your coaching offer. Now your profile is primed to attract clients, but we're just getting started. I'm gonna give you the exact formula that I gave to my client, Trent Harrison, who went from 7,000 followers to over 1 million followers on social media, and that's just on his Instagram alone. We're not even talking about his TikTok. And make sure you stick around to the end, because I'm gonna teach you the one mistake that every single trainer makes that hurts their engagement and kills their account. I'm gonna give you the exact formula to consistently create viral content that attracts clients and makes you money. Now, before I get into this formula, I'm gonna teach you this: consistency, quality, then volume. See, most personal trainers struggle for 1 of 2 reasons. 1, you're trying to get the quality perfect before you get consistent, and so you're trying to craft the perfect post on social media in order to get you going. But because you don't know what the perfect post is, you just don't post. Or number 2, you know that you need to post more on social media, so you start posting 1 to 2 times a day, but your content sucks and it's all getting no engagement, so you're basically posting more content. So first, you need to get consistent. My definition of consistent is once a day, every day, 7 days a week. It's not that hard. Saturday and Sunday, you can post a picture of you and your family out for a walk, or a selfie of you in the mirror. Post once a day, every day, 7 days a week. What should you post? Document your journey. Whatever it is that you're doing in your business, life, relationships, etc., post a picture of that on social media. Post a quick video update of you at the Canucks game. Post a quick photo update of your meal plan for the day. Post a video of you working out in the gym. Go for a walk and talk about a mindset shift that you went through. Talk about the book that you're reading. Whatever it is, just document what you do on a day-to-day basis that would make people want to follow your journey, and imagine your Instagram like a reality TV show. Now, once you start posting consistently on social media and you've got the consistency down, once a day, every day, 7 days a week, then we can start going into quality. Now, in this video, I'm going to give you the definition of quality, and I'm going to teach you exactly what type of content you should be posting on your social media if you want to go viral, sign clients, and make money. I'm also going to give you the exact content schedule that you should use, and there's 4 different types of content we're going to talk about in this video. Now, the first type of content that I want to go over is transformative content. The reason that transformative content is one of the most important content types that you can post is because your audience can see yourself in the transformation. Now, my definition of transformative content is this post as an example, where I talked about how 7 years ago I had a drug addiction and then I overcame that and I became a business owner. This sort of transformative journey can take my audience from where I used to be to where I am now so that they can see themselves in my story. Now, not everybody's been through an addiction, but everybody can relate to the adversity that I went through when I was struggling and at my rock bottom moment. So when I write about that story, about how I started out here and I had to go through all these trials and tribulations to become the person that I am today, my audience can see themselves in my struggle, which makes me more relatable to them, more likely to follow me, more likely to share my content, more likely to comment, more likely to like. Post this type of content once per week on your newsfeed. This can be your before and after story, a client's before and after story. You can talk about a mindset transformation you went through. For you ladies out there, I know a lot of women talk about how they go through like a skincare transformation. So before they started taking care of their skin to after they started taking care of their skin, before they started taking care of themselves to after they started taking care of themselves. Any sort of story where you can show a before and after is going to be an effective way to demonstrate your expertise. Now, the second type of content you want to post is relatable stories. Now, my definition of relatable stories is connection content. What I mean by connection content is give your audience something that they can connect to outside of what you do for work. Example, if you have a dog, show your dog. If you like to go for walks, show you going for a walk. If you have a spouse that you care about, talk about your family in your posts. Show your audience something outside of what you do as a business offer. Give them something to grip onto that they can relate to that's not related to your business. If you're a Canucks fan, you can post about that. If you're a vegan, you can post about that. So I like to post a lot of funny content because it makes me laugh. Give your audience something that they can relate to that's outside of what you do for work. The third type of content I want you to post is value-packed reels. Now, my definition of a value-packed reel is one that's positioned step by step by step by step, where your audience member could watch the video, get immediate value, be able to take action right after the video and get results in their life. Unless your content is that good, people aren't gonna save it, share it, like, comment, or follow. A lot of people that are posting value content on social media, the content isn't actually good, and people couldn't actually lose weight from following it, which is why it never goes viral and you never sign clients. So posting value content means that it's step by step by step by step and actionable. Give your audience something that they can take and use today. This will force them to want to come back to your page to save your content and to follow you. Now, once a week, I would post a mindset related post. The reason I'd only recommend doing this once a week is because you're not a mindset coach, right? Too many online fitness coaches think that a value post is like, here's how to be happier. That's not giving your audience value. Your audience needs to be able to grip onto something, which is why I recommend once a week you post a mindset related reel, because you're obviously doing something for your own mindset if you're an entrepreneur or you're successful or you're fit, you're in shape, you're healthy. So share a mindset that you use to keep yourself in check and give your audience value by telling your own story and how you use this mindset principle. Now we've talked about what to post on your newsfeed. Let's talk about your Instagram stories. This is part 2. This is the thing. Most of my sales on my Instagram come through my Instagram stories. So having a dialed in Instagram story game is going to give you an edge on your competition because most people don't understand this stuff. Now I'm going to give you a schedule that I'd recommend that you stick to every single day. And then I'm going to give you a schedule that you can stick to throughout the week. So every single day I want you talking to your Instagram stories. Now my definition of talking to your Instagram stories is literally pull out your phone, tell them something you're doing throughout the day, tell them a mindset shift that you went through, tell them about the food that you're eating, talk to your audience. Most people do not talk on camera. As a result, they do not build trust with you. When you talk on video, you activate what's called a parasocial relationship, which refers to the relationship that an audience member has with a member of the media. Their same neurons fire in their brain as if they're having a conversation with their friend. The more that you talk on video, the more that people are going to trust you and want to buy from you. The second thing you need to post every single day is social proof. The reason for this, there's no reason for people to reach out to you unless they understand that by reaching out to you, they're going to get results like this. So every single day you want to demonstrate your expertise by showing clients that have used your advice to get results in their life. Another thing you can do is you can also post your own transformation, and you can do this once or twice a week. Just document the experience that you went through to become the person that you are today on your Instagram stories with a visual. Third thing I want you to do is I want you to post behind the scenes workouts. If you're a fitness coach, coach, you should be documenting what you're doing on a day-to-day basis and showing yourself leading by example. Show 1 to 2 videos if you're working out in the gym. You can put some text overlay over the workout video showing what you're doing as a split, or you could also take your audience through your entire workout and show them all the exercises that you're doing. Now, the fourth thing that you want to do throughout the day is interactive polls and stories. You could do this by doing a Q&A in your story. You could also just throw up a poll. What do you struggle with more, diet or exercise? But throw polls in your story throughout the day, every day, so that people consistently engage with your Instagram story so that they're conditioned to do so. I would do at least 1 poll per day where people can vote on something. Now, that's the daily schedule. That's the stuff you do every single day. Twice a week, you're gonna post a call to action on your Instagram stories. Call to action is exactly what it sounds like. It is a call to take action. Now, there's 2 different types of call to actions you can post: direct call to actions and indirect call to actions. A direct call to action is one where you're making an offer specifically. Example, this is my best client transformation. She lost 15 pounds in 90 days. If you want results like this, vote here. 1 call to action per week should be an indirect call to action. Example, I just put together a free ebook to help you lose 20 pounds. If you want it, vote below. Or steal my exact glute workout that helped me build a giant peach. If you want it, vote here. Both of these call to actions will cause warm leads in your audience to vote on the polls. Those warm leads are people that we can reach out to and interact with. Part number 3, posting content that doesn't suck. Again, once you get consistent, then you have to get good. I've given you the types of content that you should post, but I haven't taught you how to structure the content, so that's what I'm gonna do right now. Step number 1, turn all of your how-to videos into don't do videos. Most of you dorks are posting content like 3 tips to help you lose weight. Eat this apple and you'll burn body fat. Squat like this if you wanna grow your glutes. Boring. You sound like every other dork on the internet. If you wanna grow on social media, you need to capture their attention by saying something negative to start the video. Now, I'm not saying you need to be a negative person, but I'm saying that your first line needs to grab their attention with a negative statement. As an example, instead of 3 tips to help you lose weight, here are the 3 biggest mistakes you're making that are causing you not to burn body fat. Instead of eat this apple, you could say stop eating this fucking cheeseburger if you want to burn body fat. Instead of squat like this if you want to grow your glutes, you can say the worst mistake that you can make in your squats that's going to ruin your back and not grow your glutes is this. Thing number 2, put viral packaging on every single video. My definition of viral packaging is simple. Part number 1, a negative hook. Use words like stop, steal, don't, avoid a mistake. Part number 2, insert humor right after the hook. This is where you can make a joke or be a little bit cheesy or even tone down a little bit after your negative hook. Throw out the fucking cheeseburgers if you want to burn body fat. And make sure you save this video because I'm going to teach you exactly what to eat. So the second line of the video should basically ease the negative hook that you just made. Another example. This is the worst mistake you can make in your squat that's going to ruin your back and not grow your glutes. But don't worry, girl, let me put you on some game. The third part of viral packaging is step-by-step actionable value. This is where you want to break your value into digestible components, like my 4-part viral packaging series. Part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. It's very simple, easy to follow, easy to understand. You need to package your value in a step-by-step format so you give your audience something to take away. The 4th part of viral packaging is always doing a CTA. As an example, make sure you save this video and follow for more. Leave a comment below if this was valuable. If this was valuable, share this with a friend that needs to see it. Always have a CTA at the end of your videos. Tell your audience what to do and they'll do it. And lastly, the biggest mistake you're making in your Instagram that's causing you not to grow is you're speaking to everyone. But Brian, I can help men and women burn body fat and gain lean muscle tissue. Yeah, so can Layne Norton. So can the best coaches on the internet. So if you're gonna be a generalist, you're now competing with some of the top online coaches on the internet. Versus if you become a specialist, where there's only a certain amount of people that are serving this niche, automatically you're gonna stand out from the crowd because your content's gonna be different. Your goal should not be create better content. Your goal should be create different content. You need to create content that stands out in the newsfeed. And an easy way to do that is to choose a niche that you wanna specialize in, whether that be a person like busy moms or a problem like restrictive dieting. Choose one of these niches, a person or a problem, and make sure all of your content is about that specific thing. One of my best clients, Clayton Snyder, uses the word busy mom in every single one of his videos. Now, I'm not saying you need to go to that extreme, but what I am saying is by choosing a niche, your Instagram account's gonna grow, you're gonna get more people reaching out to you, and you're gonna become a specialist very fast versus speaking to everyone and competing with coaches like Layne Norton. Imagine waking up to a fully booked sales calendar of 5 to 10 sales calls every single week, where you're closing 2 to 3 new clients every single week on repeat. That's exactly what I'm gonna teach you how to do in this video. Make sure you stick around to the end because I'm gonna teach you the one mistake that you're making that's causing people not to book calls with you. Now, if you're ready to stop chasing clients and you wanna attract clients on a week-to-week basis, this video is for you. First thing we need to talk about is the deposit withdrawal strategy. If you try to go to your social media and ask for clients, but you haven't done enough deposits, there's no way that your audience is gonna take action. How you wanna view your social media is like a bank account. Imagine you walk into a bank teller where you don't even have an account and you're like, "Excuse me, ma'am, I'd like to make a withdrawal." And she looks at you and she replies, "That's not a problem, sir. Do you have an account with us?" And you're like, "No, but, I'd like to take some money out." She's like, "But you haven't deposited any money. And you're like, yeah, but I want to make some. That's called robbery, right? You go to jail for that. So why are you going to your social media and asking clients to work with you when you haven't deposited any value into your social media account? Unless you're consistently depositing value, it's not building money in your social media, but what you're doing is you're depositing goodwill, depositing goodwill, depositing goodwill. I'm giving you value, giving you value, giving you value. Over time, what's going to happen is people are going to start to trust you more, and you're going to activate the law of reciprocity. The law of reciprocity states that when we give to people, they feel socially inclined to want to give back to us. So when you give value consistently, and then you do a call to action, which I'm going to teach you how to do next, it will be more effective because you've already given value to people in advance. And if your content is that good, they've already got results in advance of hiring you, so they're going to want to reach out to you. This is a long game and not a short game, which is why a lot of online coaches struggle, because they're like, I want to make money now. And I'm like, cool, how many posts do you have on social media? They're like, 10. I'm like, okay, so you posted 10 times, your audience has no idea who you are, and you want them to pay you. Tell me how that makes sense. Now, part number 1 is the call to action system. In the last video, I talked about the hard call to actions and soft call to actions. In this video, I'm gonna break them down specifically, and I'm gonna give you some examples that I've used in my content. Now, a hard call to action is one where you're directly reaching out and asking for clients. Now, examples of this is like a before and after photo where you do a call to action saying you're accepting clients. Another example is saying, I'm looking for 5 guys that want to lose 10 pounds in the next 30 days. Another example is sharing a client transformation and then saying, do you want results like this? Hell yes or no. Another example is saying, I'm launching a new fat loss program starting Monday. I'm looking for 5 women that want to join and grow their glutes and tone up. If that's you, vote below. Basically anything where you directly ask people if they would like to work with you. Now I'm gonna play a video on screen of a direct call to action that I recently did. 12 months ago today, this client reached out with 2,000 Instagram followers and making $1,000 a month. And just last week, Trey made $10,000 and he now has 55,000 followers on social media. And in this video, I'm gonna teach you exactly how we did it. Step number 1, we taught him how to structure his online offer. We taught Trey how to sell a $1,000 high ticket online coaching package and how to book calls and make sales through social media. Step number 2, we taught Trey how to go from views like this to views like this, and we did this by auditing his content and telling him why it sucked ass so he could break through the algorithm and consistently go viral. Step number 3, once we taught Trey how to go viral, then we gave him access to sales mastery, where he was able to learn how to convert a higher percentage of people on the phone call so he could get results like this. And now Trey's business is so busy that he has to hire people to keep up with the amount of sales calls he has and the clients he has in the background. If you want my help setting up the exact system that we gave to Trey, comment the word 10K and I'll reach out to you to see if I can help. Now, a soft call to action is one where you're actually giving value to your audience and you're asking them to comment, you're asking them to vote, or you're asking them to reach out over DMs. Now, this one is really effective because what you're doing is you're gonna get a lot more people that will reach out for the free resource, and some of these people are gonna be interested in coaching with you. Now, it's a marketing rule. Out of every 100 people that reach out to you, 50% of those people are never gonna buy anything from anybody. 35% of those people are gonna buy something from somebody within the next 2 years, and 15% of those people are gonna buy something from somebody within the next 90 days. These are defined as the now buyers. Your goal when you're giving out freebies is to find the now buyers, which means out of every 100 people, you shouldn't be stressed out about the other 85 that don't message you back. They're not gonna buy anything yet. 50% of those people aren't gonna buy anything ever. So what you should do is you should focus on the people that are responding to you and try to get them booked into your sales calendar. Now, really quick, I'm gonna play an example of a soft call to action that I did on screen here. Do you want a free course to teach you how to build your online fitness business in 2025? Well, damn, good thing you stumbled across this video. If you're struggling to grow on social media, sign clients, and make an extra 10K with your business, let me help you. I will teach you how to set up your social media profile. I'll teach you what to say in the DMs and what to say on sales calls, not to mention what apps to use and how to find your niche. So make sure you're following me and comment the word course, and I'm gonna send it to you for free. Now, the difference between a hard call to action and a soft call to action is simple. Hard call to action, you're telling people that you want people to reach out about coaching, which means the people that reach out will have a higher intent to purchase your program. Soft call to actions, you're only saying, would you like this free resource? But these still are leads because they wouldn't be interested in the resource if they didn't have that problem. They might not be ready to purchase yet. That's the difference. So with this, you're gonna get more hot leads. With this, you're gonna get more leads overall, and you'll have to sift through the hot leads, but you need to do both every single week, because if you just do hard call to actions all the time, your audience is gonna think you're a doorknob and they're gonna stop reaching out to you. So one of them, you're doing a direct ask, and one of them, you're doing a give and also kind of an ask. Now, when you're doing call to actions, what you wanna do is you wanna blast them. By the way, your call to action schedule is simple. Monday is hard call to actions. Why? Because people fall off track on the weekends, and Mondays when they get back to work. That's when they're in the take action mindset. Thursday should be your soft call to actions. The reason for this is you wanna spread them out evenly throughout the week. If you do too many asks back to back to back, you look like a dingus. Now, when you do your call to action on Monday, you want to blast it out. My definition of a call to action blast is you make a post about it, you post about it on your Instagram stories, you post on your Facebook, you post on your Facebook stories, and you post on your TikTok if you're using TikTok. That way you might get 2 leads from your newsfeed, 2 leads from your story, 2 leads from your Facebook post, 5 posts on your Facebook story, and 10 comments on your TikTok. Now you've got 10 leads instead of 2 leads from your Instagram post. Big difference. Now, part number 2, every time somebody responds to your call to action, you're gonna run them through a DM script. When you're doing a hard call to action, you're gonna go right into the DM script. So an example is like, I'm looking for 5 men that want to lose 10 pounds in the next 30 days. Anybody that votes on that poll or leaves a comment, you're going to reach out to them. Hey, Nick, thanks so much for engaging on the post, brother. I got all the details for you here in a sec, but first, do you mind if I ask a couple of questions to see if I can help? Now, if you're doing a soft call to action, the DM script opener is going to be a little bit different. As an example, let's say you're giving away your free guide to help you lose 20 pounds in 90 days. You're going to send the free guide, and then the first question is going to be like, hey, Nick, thanks so much for requesting the guide. Here it is. What fitness goals are you working on at the moment? And you're going to have to get into a little bit of a back and forth conversation about their fitness goals, how long they've been working at it, where they're from. And then once you identify that they have a problem, then you say the word, mind if I ask a couple of questions to see if I can help? So with hard call to actions, you go straight to it. With soft call to actions, you do a little bit of fluff talk and then you get straight to it. Now here are the 5 questions you must ask in every DM script if you want to book a sales call so you can make more money. Number 1, mind if I ask a couple of questions to see if I can help? As soon as you ask this question, you're in the DM script. Number 2, what's your number 1 struggle right now in your journey? This is going to identify their pain points, which will make them want to book a call with you. Number 3, what's your biggest goal right now? This is going to help them get clear on what they want to achieve, and it also creates a gap from where they are right now in their struggle to where they want to be in the future. Number 4, in the next 60 to 90 days, what are the top 2 to 3 results that you're looking for? This question is going to get them future pacing in the short term and make them think about the results they want right now. Question number 5, would you like some help? There's no point in booking a sales call with a prospect if they don't want some help. So asking them this question will identify whether or not they're interested or not. Usually the response to this question will be like, yeah, sure, what does that look like? Or like, what do you mean by help? At that point, you can say, tell you what, why don't we do this? Let's set up a quick 15 to 20 minute call. We'll talk about your number 1 struggle, your number 1 goal, and I'll give you a game plan to help you achieve your goals. Are you up for that? They say yes. You send the calendar link, you book the call. Part number 3, don't use the script like a fucking robot. The reason that most of you guys struggle to book sales calls is you just run through that script question to question to question. But if I was just having a conversation with you in person and then you asked me a question and I gave you an answer and you just asked me another question, then I gave you an answer and you asked me another question, super annoying. Obviously it's scripted. Obviously they're not going to talk to you. So I use a framework that I call validate, relate, lean in. Here's exactly what this looks like. Let's say I ask Nick, what's your number 1 struggle in your fitness journey right now? And he's like, Brian, I've been really struggling to lose 20 pounds for the last 3 years. I'm gonna validate. Struggling to lose 20 pounds, brother, that's hard. Relate. I struggled losing weight at first as well, so I totally get you. Lean in. So what would you say is your number 1 goal right now, Nick? So validate what they're saying, relate to what they're saying, and then lean in. Validate, relate, lean in. That's a framework. Now you can use this framework in any single conversation that you have for any single question that you have. Validate, relate, lean in. Sometimes you don't have to do 2 sentences for validate, relate. You can do that in the same sentence. Here's an example of validate and relate in the same sentence. Totally hear you, brother. That makes sense. Losing 20 pounds can be difficult. Validate and relate in the same sentence. Then I can just go to the next question. But if you just go question to question to question to question without acknowledging anything that they're saying, you sound like a dork and they're not going to answer you. The easiest way to remember validate, relate, lean in is simple. Repeat back what they said to them. That's a simple strategy that I teach to all of my clients that helps them get better results in the DMs. Repeat back what they said. Totally makes sense. Totally get that. Been there before. Know what that's like. My best clients experience that. Repeat back what they said and then insert one of these statements and then move on to the next question. Sometimes if they give you a longer response in the DMs, you can't just say a one-liner and then respond. You actually need to pick out certain things that they actually said in their message and repeat it back to them to show them that you're paying attention. And this concept is called mirroring. So if you post your call to actions, you follow the DM script, and you validate, relate, and lean in, you're gonna be booking a lot more sales calls. Now the last part of this video is simple. Don't send cold DMs to strangers that have never interacted with you on social media. The worst mistake you can make is going to friend groups or random people on social media or hashtags, people that have never talked to you or even know you exist, and you're like, hey Nick, you wanna buy my stuff? No, that's why you're not making money online. If your content isn't good enough to attract clients, that's the only thing that you need to focus on. Once your content starts attracting clients consistently, you'll have a lot more people to interact with. And there'll be warmer leads because they're actually in your audience. What if one 15-second video could change your life forever? We're talking about one video going viral and completely changing the course of your business. We're gonna break down exactly how to make that happen. I'm gonna give you a step-by-step viral framework that you can steal and replicate over and over and over again. And make sure you stick around to the end of the video because I'm not only going to teach you how to go viral, I'm also going to teach you how to use that virality to sign clients. Let's get into it. Instagram Reels are the single best way to grow, period, across the board, full stop. Now, yes, there are different types of content you can post. You can post carousels, you can post long form, you can post but I'm telling you, Instagram Reels are where it's at. I've never had a specific type of content go as viral as I had my Instagram Reels, and posting just Instagram Reels has grown my Instagram account to over 330,000 followers in 2.5 years. I'm gonna teach you exactly what to do, how to find viral ideas, how to recreate them, how to script viral content so that you can steal this for yourself. I know it's juicy. Let's get in. First, let's talk about why Reels are a game changer. Number one, they're dynamic. You can create a short 6-second reel where you give away all the value in 6 seconds.
Losses to the neck, but now I'm trophied up. I'm saying like bing, bop, boom, 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 bop, damn. The type of shit I'm on.
You can do a short 10 to 15 second opinion piece where you really have a hard-hitting subject. I'm sorry to have to be the one to say this, but nobody gives a about your feelings. I mean, think about it. When your landlord comes to your doorstep and asks for rent, the first question out of their mouth, are they gonna say, how were you feeling this month? Were you anxious? Were you too sad to go to work? Were you too stressed out to post on social media? No, they're gonna want their money. Just like when you're posting on social media, your audience does not care if you had a bad day. The only thing that matters to them is the content that's in front of their face. So unless you get out of your own head and you start posting every single day, you're gonna become irrelevant, aka a nobody, because you're letting your feelings get in the way. Or you can go longer and more in depth, which tends to convert more clients. I've closed over $30 million in sales, and I'm gonna give you the pre-frame that I use on my sales calls that instantly separates me as an authority and sets the tone for them to buy my shit. The first part of the pre-frame starts 30 seconds into the call. After a little bit of small talk, I say this. All right, Nick, I got back-to-back meetings booked all day. Are you cool if we just jump straight in? This sub-communicates to the prospect that I'm in demand. Then I say this word for word. So Nick, what I'm gonna do on today's calls, I'm just gonna ask you a few questions to identify what you're currently struggling with. Then I'm gonna figure out what your goals are, and after that, I'm gonna help you come up with a game plan to achieve your goals. Now, at the end of the call, if I feel like we're a good fit, I'll invite you to work with me. And if not, I'll point you in a different direction. Does that sound good? If you want the full sales script that I use to convert prospects, come with the word script and I'll send it over. This one format of content gives you so many different ways to play with it, which is why it's my favorite type of content to grow on Instagram. Number two, the Instagram algorithm tends to prioritize Reels for reach. If you want evidence of this, go to your home feed and just scroll, and most of those things are gonna be Reels. Third thing, cross-platform potential. You can take that Instagram Reel, you can post it on Snapchat, you can post it on YouTube Shorts, you can post it on Facebook, and you can post it on TikTok. Because of that reason, you can take one piece of content, maybe it gets 10,000 views on Instagram, but maybe it gets 1.5 million on TikTok, 200,000 on Facebook, 10,000 on Snapchat, 3,000 on YouTube Shorts. That one piece of content that you created can be split across multiple platforms, which will 5x the amount of reach that you get from one piece of content. For all three of those reasons, Instagram Reels are king. But how do you find viral Instagram Reel ideas? Let me put you on some game. First things first, we're gonna go to your phone, we're gonna open up Instagram. I'm gonna type in the word men's fitness coach. Then I'm gonna go over to the Reels tab. What I'm looking for is I'm looking for a reel that's over 1 million views. So I'm just gonna scroll through and find a reel that has 1 million views. Right here, boom. So we got this guy, Tebow in shape. So now that I've got the Instagram profile of a person that has some really good content, I'm gonna show you the next step in order to find viral videos, but this is step one. Step number one is to find an account that has viral content within your niche that you resonate with. For step number two, you're gonna go to viralfinder.com, create an account, it's free. Then I'm gonna go to user search, and I'm gonna type in the username of the person that I just found on Instagram. So Tebow in shape. And I'm gonna press search. What happens when I press search, Viral Finder is actually looking at their content and it's going to analyze their content and it's going to help me find the most viral ideas on their page. What I'm going to do with these ideas is I'm going to take them, use them as inspiration to be able to create my own content. Okay, so now that the search results are loaded, I'm going to go to view results. All I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll through some of the top performing content and I'm going to see what I can recreate. You need to find one that you're going to resonate with, like an idea that you could easily recreate. So that is funny. I could recreate this and I could put my own spin on this by just doing whatever I wanted on the treadmill. So I'm gonna save that video. But I wanna go back and see if there's anyone that I could find that isn't funny necessarily that I might be able to deliver some value on. So I'm gonna go and see if I can find a value-based reel that I can recreate. Seems to me like this guy posts a lot of funny content though. So we'll see if there's any sort of value on his page. So this video idea is actually really good too. I can grab an old photo or video of me and show me at my very worst, and then I can transition to a video of me at my very best. So I'm gonna steal this video idea as well. So now I've got 2 video ideas that I can steal and recreate. Now this was helpful in order to find a viral idea, but I didn't find a viral talking idea. So let's go a little bit deeper with our Instagram search to see if we can find a different account. So now I'm gonna go to Instagram, I'm gonna go men's fitness coach, perfect. I'm gonna go to Reels again. And guys, you can use any keyword. You can go men's fat loss, men's six pack, men's fat loss tips, whatever. I'm not looking for the most viral videos. I just want to look for videos that have over 100,000 views. And I want to look for talking videos that have over 100,000 views. So let's take a look. Let's see if we can find a talking video that has over 100,000 views. I'm going to search up a different keyword because I actually couldn't find anything that was relevant. Like, let's go men's fat loss tips. We're going to go over to Reels again. 20.1 million views.
It contains aspartame. And when you drink aspartame,
there we go. Simple workout tips, 664,000 followers. That's what we were looking for. Let's go to Viral Finder. You guys see what I did, right? I looked up a keyword. I couldn't find anybody relevant. I just literally typed in a different keyword. Bam, I found an account. Now I'm going to go to Viral Finder. I'm going to plug in his username. Coach Eugene Teo. Search. Again, Viral Finder is going to load the best performing content. So let's wait and see what comes up.
3 hours later.
Okay, Coach Eugene, we are now live. Let's go look at the results. So what's this right here?
Coke. It contains aspartame. And when you drink aspartame, your body turns it into methanol, which can make you blind. Aspartic acid, which can kill cancer cells, and phenylalanine, which can give some people seizures. Now, that's pretty terrifying. But if you drank just 1 glass of tomato juice, you would get 6 times as much methanol as 1 can of Coke. And if you had just 1 portion of beef, you would get 16 times as much phenylalanine as 1 can of Coke. And if you had just 1 egg, you would get more aspartic acid than 34 cans of Coke. In the evidence-based fitness community, diet sodas are what we call low-hanging fruit. They're a simple swap that just about anybody can make to help them lose weight easily. So the next time an influencer tries to scare you into thinking that diet drinks are bad, listen to them, smile, and agree, and then drink your diet soda anyway.
Okay, so that's a fucking great idea, right? So how can we take this idea and not steal the entire concept, because that's plagiarism, motherfuckers. But how can we take this idea and compare it against something different? So what you're gonna do is you're gonna take the idea and you're gonna go to deepseek.com. On deepseek.com, you're gonna type in this prompt. Please help me come up with a comparison video comparing the negative ingredients in Diet Coke versus the same negative ingredients in other food that is healthier than Diet Coke, so I can show my audience visually that Diet Coke is not bad for you. Enter. So now it gave me some ideas. Now I'm gonna talk about cancer-causing agents in Diet Coke compared to other healthy foods with the same agent. Tell me the exact amount of the ingredient in Diet Coke versus the healthy option. So now phosphoric acid. A 12-ounce Diet Coke contains 60 milligrams of phosphoric acid. Phosphoric acid in chicken breast. 100-gram serving of chicken breast contains 200 milligrams of phosphoric acid. So now I'm going to say, what are the negative side effects of too much phosphoric acid, and what will happen to the body if I take too much? Okay, so now we've got a really good comparison. We've got the idea of Diet Coke versus a chicken breast. Too much phosphoric acid. So now we got the hook, right? So we're gonna grab the most intense idea, and the most intense idea is that too much phosphoric acid can cause heart disease. So the hook's gonna say, 1 kind of Diet Coke has 60 milligrams of phosphoric acid. Too much phosphoric acid can cause heart disease, cardiovascular problems, and can absolutely ruin your liver. And then you're gonna say, you're gonna slide a chicken breast into the screen. 100 milligrams of chicken breast has 200 grams of phosphoric acid, which basically means you need to have 3 Diet Cokes in order to have the same amount of phosphoric acid as you would a chicken breast. Now you'd have a comparison between phosphoric acid being a quote unquote bad thing for you in Diet Coke. Then you'd have a comparison versus a chicken breast, which is supposedly healthy. So then you can say, if you have 300 grams of chicken breast per day, that's the equivalent amount of phosphoric acid as having 9 cans of Diet Coke. And if you follow this advice, that would basically mean if you eat too much chicken breast, you're gonna have heart disease, risk of kidney failure, and digestive issues. So throw the bullshit advice out the window, and if you want a can of Diet Coke on your fat loss journey, go ahead. Bam, end of the video. I guarantee you that video pops off. I took the viral concept from the guy, I recreated it with my own spin using ChatGPT, and just like that, we got a viral video. So if this has been valuable so far, like the video, subscribe to the channel, and drop a comment below. Now I'm gonna teach you exactly how to structure a viral Instagram reel outside of the idea that we're gonna look for viral videos from other creators. Here's the step-by-step viral formula. Step number 1, start with a negative hook. In the first 3 seconds of the videos, you need to grab somebody's attention with something drastic, negative, and controversial, which is why in that video, we would say, Diet Coke has phosphoric acid, which can cause heart disease. Bam, I got your attention. That is a negative hook that's gonna slap. What you need to do is you need to not tell your audience what to do, you need to tell them what not to do. So take all of your quote unquote how to lose fat videos, 3 tips to burn body fat, and instead translate those to say 3 mistakes you're making on your fat loss journey. You can still give the same 3 tips, but you're gonna tell them the 3 mistakes they're making first, Then you're gonna tell them the opposite of that, which is the solution. Write this down. Start with the problem, then give the solution. Step number 2, you're gonna add humor to your videos. You need to make sure that you're playing around with your videos and adding your personality. If you're just this boring motherfucker that just says 3 tips to help you lose weight or stop doing this to help you burn body fat, and you just sound like every other online fitness coach on the internet, boring. Nobody wants to pay attention. You have to imagine when you're in front of a camera that you're presenting to an audience. Look at me in all my majestic glory. And I get it. Don't have the personality to be on video. No shit. If you had the personality to be on video, you'd already be famous. You need to channel your inner bad bitch, okay? Channel that inner entertainer. I'm gonna show you an example of one of my clients, Anthony Anisimov, one of his old videos right here.
One of the most important aspects, if not the most important aspect of any training or diet program is adherence.
Versus one of his new videos right here.
If you want to get lean but don't know what to eat, here's the best way to learn. Think of tracking your calories like riding a bike for the first time.
Now, when Anthony first started the coaching program, he had 1,500 Instagram followers. Now he's got over 180,000. I gave Anthony the same advice I'm giving you. Stop being boring in your videos, okay? You need to add humor, you need to entertain people. You might not want to go to the extreme that Anthony did. He really played up the character. I think it's hilarious. But you need to find ways to insert your personality into your videos. Otherwise, you're gonna be boring like every other online fitness coach on the internet. Nobody's gonna follow you. You're gonna get sad. Step number 3, every 1.5 to 3 seconds, you need to change the scene. You can do this by doing a jump cut. You could also do this by doing a slow zoom. You could do this by adding movement to the scene. You can do this by adding a prop to the video, or you can change the scene altogether. I know I didn't change the scene. I'm sitting in the office still. The reason for this, people have the attention span of a goldfish. So if you're just sitting there in your office like this with nothing happening, then they're gonna watch your video and they're gonna say boring, and then they're gonna leave. Then you're gonna get sad and no one's gonna follow you. So don't do that. Number 4, deliver the value in a step-by-step tactical format, just like this video. I'm giving you a 5-step formula to create viral Instagram reels. Because I'm giving you a step-by-step formula, you're following along and you understand exactly what you need to do in order to get results. If your audience can't follow your content and understand exactly what to do to get results, they're not gonna follow you and they're not gonna hire you. Number 5, always end with the CTA. I always say, save this video, follow for more value. Comment below if this was valuable. Share this with a friend that needs to see it. You can put the call to action in the caption, or you can put the call to action in the actual video itself. I usually do both. You always want to tell your audience to take an action on a video because you never know which video is going to go viral. And it would suck really bad if you had one video hit 1 million views and on that video you didn't have a call to action that said follow for more value, because I guarantee you if you didn't, you're gonna get a significantly less amount of people that will follow you from that video. So now that you know exactly how to post viral Instagram reels, I'm gonna put the steps on screen right here. I'm gonna tell you the 3 mistakes that you need to avoid when it comes to your content. Mistake number 1, posting without a strategy. If you're not following the viral video formula I just gave you in this video, you are a dork, okay? I literally just told you exactly how I went viral and grew by 300,000 followers in the last 2.5 years. All you need to do is steal it, replicate it, duplicate it, and you will also go viral. And again, don't plagiarize, motherfucker. You need to change up the content like I just did. The second biggest mistake is being long and drawn out with your scripts. Take the information that you want to deliver and ask yourself, what lines have I said twice? What information am I over repeating myself? What information can I take out of this video and still make it valuable? Condense your script, make them tight as and then record. And number 3 is being inconsistent. If you're inconsistent with your social media efforts, your clients aren't gonna wanna hire you because they don't even trust you to show up for them on social media for free. So why would they pay you thousands of dollars to be their online coach when you've proven with your actions that you're not even consistent with your own social media strategy? You're an adult, be consistent. Now that we've talked about why reels are a game changer, how to find viral ideas, how to script viral ideas, the common mistakes people are making, the last piece of the puzzle I'm gonna give you is my Instagram reel strategy for consistent growth. I have a 50-50 strategy. 50% of my content is shorter 6-second reels that are condensed and value packed. I'll give you a couple examples right here.
Snoop Doggy Dogg and Dr. Dre is at the It's like this and like that and like this and it's like that and like this and like that and
I'm delivering all the information in a short video, which allows my audience to have to rewatch the video in order to consume all the value. When they rewatch the video, it increases watch time, which increases the chance of the video going viral. These are really good to get seen by a wider audience, but they're not really good for converting clients into your paid program. If you want to convert clients into your paid program, you need to do 50% of your reels as longer value-based reels. My definition of longer would be 15 to 90 seconds where you're delivering as much value as possible in that short period of time. And I'm not going to give you a specific example of that because I don't want to waste 90 seconds of your time by looking at one of my Instagram reels. But what I will say is go follow me on Instagram and watch some of my content. You're going to know exactly what I'm talking about. Delivering all the information in a step-by-step formula that's a little bit longer of an explanation. And again, even though it's a longer explanation, I am looking at that script and I'm taking out anything that doesn't need to be there. Now listen, I just gave you the ultimate game plan to go viral consistently on social media, to find viral content ideas, to create viral Instagram reels, and I told you exactly how I do it. But information without implementation is literally useless. So go do something with this. Go look up some viral creators, plug their name into Viral Finder, use ChatGPT, come up with your own content ideas, and wham bam, thank you ma'am, just like that, you're gonna become an Instagram G. Welcome to the 4-part series of how not to be awkward on camera. Let me guess, you freeze up every time the camera turns on. You're good at conversations with regular people, but as soon as that camera comes on, it's like you have no idea what to say. You stutter on your words, you repeat yourself over and over again, you repeatedly have to start the video all over again because you screwed up in the third sentence. And the idea of posting on social media gives you complete and total anxiety. However, you're watching this video because you want to be an entrepreneur. You want to be able to grow your online business, you want to be able to get your brand out there, you want to be able to make more money on social media, and you know that in order to do that, you need to get in front of the camera. In this series, not only am I going to teach you how to not be awkward on camera, I'm also going to show you the gear you need to get set up, how to properly script your videos, and how to properly film your videos so that you come across confident, calm, and collected. Now, you might think that you need to have a $5,000 camera setup in order to be successful. You also might think that most people are gifted naturally on camera, and those people that aren't gifted aren't able to be successful on social media. You also might think that because you don't have a big following, that there's no point in getting good at talking on camera because nobody's going to see your videos anyways. All of these myths are completely false. I'm going to break down the mindset of how not to be awkward on camera first, and then we're going to get into the how-to in the later videos. Now, real talk. The reason that you feel awkward on camera is because you're trying to be perfect on camera. And as soon as you say something that you deem is not perfect, you end up restarting the video, feeling like an idiot, and not posting anything. But the reality of the situation is this. People are over the overly polished, overly edited, highly perfected videos. People want to talk to real humans. And the more that you're able to just be yourself confidently on camera, the more that you're able to show up and just speak on camera without worrying about what other people are going to think about on the other end of the screen, the better that you're going to do on social media. People don't relate to the perfection. They relate to the struggle, the stumbles, the pauses. Being real is actually what builds trust. So we need to kill the perfectionist mindset, and the mindset is 100 dirty reps. Write that down. 100 dirty reps. What you're gonna do on social media is your first goal is to get 100 videos out that are unpolished, unprofessional. You're just posting content for the sake of getting your message out there. Now, the second mindset that I'm gonna give you that's gonna be massive for your success is the idea of speaking to one person. As soon as the camera comes on, we imagine that there's the entire world staring at us, when the reality of the situation is you're speaking to one person at a time. Your video is not getting shown to millions of people all at once. Your video is getting shown to each individual person, and they are consuming the content. So what I want you to do is I want you to imagine that on the other end of the screen, you are speaking to one person. And the person that I'd like you to speak to is your best friend. Think about somebody that you confide in. This could be your best friend, your mother, your brother, somebody that you can have genuine conversations with. When you're speaking on camera, I want you to imagine that you're talking to that person. This is gonna make it way less awkward and way more natural for you to communicate if you're picturing the other person that you like talking to on the other end of the screen. So remember, you're not speaking to millions of people all at once, you're speaking to one person, so imagine one person that you trust on the other end of the screen. Mindset number 3 is walk like a baby. Here's what I mean by this. Every single person that gets into posting on social media expects themselves to be good right away. But when you first started walking when you were a baby, were you good at walking? No. You're fucking stumbling around and shit, and hitting a bunch of tables and stuff, all this stuff. That's what you're gonna be like on social media. It's not gonna be natural, it's not gonna feel normal, it's gonna feel weird, it's gonna feel uncomfortable, and you have to learn to walk like a baby. When you first start posting on social media, none of your stuff is gonna be good, and that's okay. You need to get over that fear of not being good and understand that your first 100 pieces of content are gonna suck. But if you can get yourself into the mindset, and this is the mindset, I will post every day no matter what, over time you're gonna develop consistency. Now, consistency is the number one thing that you need with content. Once you are consistent, and my definition of consistent is at least 100 posts, then we can focus on getting good. My definition of getting good is you're learning how to script better, learning how to create viral videos, learning how to do content research, learning how to figure out your core message. But there's no point on getting good before you get consistent, because if you try to get good before you get consistent, guess what? You're gonna end up back at step 1. You're trying to be perfect. So first we get consistent, then we get good, then we add volume. That's how walking like a baby works. It means we need to get 100 pieces of content out, regardless of how good they are, to develop the habit of consistency. Then we're gonna focus on increasing the quality of the content. Once we get consistent, then we get good, then we're gonna post more content. Consistency, quality, then volume. Number 4, move your body when you talk. Notice how throughout this video I've been using my hands, emphasizing different points with my hands. When you move your body when you talk, instantly it makes you feel more confident, and it makes you look more confident to the person on the other end of the screen. Now again, this is gonna feel super fucking awkward at first to use your hands when you talk, but the more that you do it, the better you'll get at it. And the better you get at it, the more captivating your videos are gonna be. All you have to do is just practice using your hands when you talk. Not just that, but move your body around. Obviously, I'm filming a YouTube video, so I'm sitting down delivering this to you guys. When I'm filming a reel for Instagram, I'm moving my body around. I'm walking around while I'm delivering a message. I'm changing up the camera angle so that I'm not sitting in the same place. I'm making the video more dynamic so when you're watching it, it feels like you're more engaged. It's more entertaining to watch. So don't just sit there in your fucking computer chair delivering a message like this with no energy, no tonality, no hand gestures. And number 5, emphasize. When you get on camera, the worst thing that you can do is talk like this, like a fucking robot, like nobody's paying attention and everybody's bored because you're bored creating the content. Instead, you need to practice emphasizing your content. I'm gonna give you some different strategies in order to do this effectively, but what I need you to know is yes, you are speaking to one person on the other end of the screen, but I want you to imagine that you're in an animated conversation. You're like excited about something. You wanna communicate a message to your best friend on the other end of the screen, and he needs to hear this message because it's going to change his life. This is something that you've been waiting to tell him. That's the energy that I want you to show up with on camera because otherwise you're gonna end up sounding like a robot and then nobody's gonna listen. In conclusion, if you follow these steps, you'll be a lot less awkward and a lot more confident on camera. The truth is, you can start creating high quality content today with almost no budget. So if you have no budget, I got something for you. If you got a little bit of a budget, I got something for you. And if you want to spend a lot of money, I got something for you. And stick around to the end because I'm going to tell you the #1 mistake that beginners make when it comes to the gear that they're using for content. Now let's talk about if you have absolutely no budget, aka $0 to $100. Yeah, broke. I'm just joking, kind of. Camera. If you have an iPhone, as long as it's not an iPhone 11, these cameras are absolutely fire. When you do your filming, I'd recommend using the back-facing camera, so this camera right here, where the camera's facing me, because this is a higher quality camera. This is all you need to get started. In fact, some of my most viral Instagram reels were filmed with my iPhone. Lighting. In terms of lighting, natural light is your best friend. Ideal scenario is that you're filming your videos with a window in front of you and the natural light in front of you. The worst mistake that you can make is filming your videos with light behind you, because when you do that, all of your videos are gonna be shadowed, you're gonna look like ass, and nobody's gonna watch. For audio, your phone's audio is more than good enough. You don't need a professional audio, you don't need professional mics. All you need is your iPhone audio and you are more than good to go. Now, pro tip, if you did wanna increase the quality of your audio for your videos, you can go on Amazon, you can buy a very cheap microphone that will plug into your iPhone and will create high quality audio. But again, this isn't necessary and I don't do this personally. An example of a cheap one to buy is the Boya BY-M1. For stabilization, I wouldn't recommend holding your phone. I would recommend getting a tripod off of Amazon. Just search iPhone tripod and you can find one that fully extends and you can bring it with you anywhere and it will fold up with you so it's easy to carry around. Now, if you have a medium budget from $100 to $500, this is for you. If you got a little bit of money to invest, let's take this to the next level. For your camera, the best bang for your buck, a used DSLR or a mirrorless camera. The Canon M50, Sony ZV-1, or Lumix G7 are all great options for under $500. You could probably even find some used ones on Facebook Marketplace. For lighting, you want to get a softbox or a ring light. This is going to range in the $40 to $80 range, and it will make your videos look significantly higher quality. I'm going to put some screenshots of examples you can find on Amazon. For audio, you want to upgrade to a lav mic like the Hollyland Lark M1. This will give you crisp and clear sound. The reason you want to have a lav mic like this is so you can have professional audio going straight into the camera and you don't have to sync up any audio afterwards. For a tripod, you want to get a stable tripod like the Amazon Basics 60-inch tripod. This is $30 and will instantly improve your video setup. Now, pro tip, the key to looking like an expert is high quality lighting and high quality audio. Most people underestimate the importance of good lighting. Just by making sure that your lighting in your video is good, automatically you're going to look way more professional. Here's an example of me with terrible lighting. I look like an amateur. And now if I turn on my ring light and my softbox, this is what I look like. Very nice. Lighting goes a long way, don't ignore it. This next section here is if you have a higher budget over $500. If you're serious about your content and you want a setup that will last for years, here's what I'd recommend. For camera, invest in a Sony a6400 or a7R III for a little bit more, or a Canon EOS R, R6 or R5. These cameras have excellent autofocus and 4K video quality. For a lens, a 50mm f1.8 or a 35mm 1.8 lens will give you a cinematic blurry background look. I'm currently filming on a Canon R5 with a 35mm 1.8 lens. So if you want videos that look like mine, get that. Lighting, professional soft boxes or LED panel lights or ring lights for a high quality, well-lit setup. We are currently being lit in this video with an Amran 300C and a large softbox to my right and a simple Amazon ring light to my left. These two lights that you see behind me are called backlights, and you can add these to your videos to give your videos a little bit more dimension and a little bit more of a cinematic feel. These are called the newer RGB One lights, and you can get those on Amazon. Audio. A wireless lav mic will be your best bet. Like this one that goes in my pocket. Then there's a wire that connects to my shirt. You connect the wire to your shirt, to the mic in your pocket, which is synced up to the camera. You wanna go for the Rode wireless mics, Go-Tos, or the DJI Mic 2. This mic is a DJI. Now for an extra, if you want to go to the pro level and you want all of your live streams to be recorded with high quality video, I personally don't do this, but I have done this in the past. Grab an Elgato Cam Link to turn your camera into a pro webcam that you can plug into your computer and use for your Zoom calls. Now a pro tip, you want to make sure that you've got a setup that looks professional, because if you're going to invest in all this gear, you may as well invest in a setup that looks pro too. If you want me to do a video on my setup, comment the word setup in the comments and I might do one. So there you have it. That's the best setup for any budget. Doesn't matter if you're just getting started, you're somewhere in the middle, or you're more advanced and you want to spend more money. You can start creating high quality content today with the information that I gave you in this video. Obviously, the more that you invest over time, the better that your content's going to get. However, when you're first getting started, remember, first you have to get consistent, then you got to get good. So if these are your first videos, start with your iPhone. As your content improves and you get better, then you can start to invest in some gear, start getting used to the middle level gear. Once you get really good with that gear, then go to the pro level. This is what the best content creators on the planet are doing. They start with what they have, they do the best they can with what they have, and then they start upgrading their gear. If you want to be a pro, follow successful actions. This is what everyone's doing. You're gonna need 3 apps. 1, Repost from Instagram. 2, Video to Text. And 3, ChatGPT. Now the reason you need Repost is I can go to my Instagram account, so I can go to this post right here, copy the link, go to Repost. Once you download the app, what's gonna happen, you're gonna allow paste, then you're gonna click here, you're gonna click Repost. You're not actually gonna repost it, but just like that, now the video is on my phone. Bam, that was the video I just reposted. What? That's so cool. Now, what you're gonna do with this, you're gonna go to Video to Text, back like this. I'm gonna add this video. I'm gonna press start. It's gonna grab all the words that were in that video. Now what you're gonna do is you're gonna copy this text, you're gonna go to ChatGPT, and you're gonna say, I am an online coach for personal trainers who are trying to grow an online business. Please read this video script and help me come up with one similar, but not using the same verbiage. You're gonna paste the text, and just like that, you've got a viral video script. Now, this is pretty good, but it's also pretty similar to the video script that I just wrote. So I'm gonna say, I want you to completely rewrite this, and I want it to have more humor and jokes. So now I'm gonna customize the script, because if you just copy somebody's video script, you're plagiarizing. So what you should do is grab the video script as a template, and then you can start playing around with it. You can say, I want you to add more sauce. I want you to be more cheeky. I want you to be more direct. I want you to be more straight to the point. And now you're gonna get a video script that's proven to go viral, and you're gonna add your own spin on it, which makes it unique and your own. And just like that, now I've got my own video script. Those 3 apps are a fucking cheat code. It's awesome. Again, don't plagiarize. Make sure it's your own words. If it's too close to your own words, rewrite it in your own words. Add your own personality, add your own examples. I'm gonna say it one more time. Do not fucking plagiarize. Use this as a cheat code to come up with viral scripts, but then take those viral scripts and make sure that you make them your own. So, how do you actually find viral videos? Let me show you. I'm gonna go to Instagram, and let's just pretend I'm a fitness coach for women. I'm gonna search weight loss coach for women. Then once all these results populate, I'm gonna go over to the Reels tab. This is gonna show me all of the viral videos for weight loss for women in my niche. I'm gonna tap the first one. I'm gonna scroll through.
This is an unpopular opinion about weight loss, and I'm telling you though, if you grasp this concept, you're going to be able to lose weight. You do not actually want to lose weight. You want to experience the feeling.
So this is good. So I'm gonna grab this video, and we're gonna plug it in our little cheat code. I'm gonna go to repost. I'm gonna allow paste. Once I allow paste, I'm gonna repost, but I'm not actually gonna post it on Instagram. Then I'm gonna go to video to text. I'm gonna add the video that I just got. I'm gonna start the speak recognition. It's giving me the script. I'm gonna copy the text. Then I'm gonna go to ChatGPT. I can use voice to text too, because I'm a cheater. I'm an online fitness coach for women who are trying to lose weight, period. I want you to analyze the following video script that I am putting in, comma, and I want you to write me something similar, comma, on a different subject, comma, using the framework from this video script, period. Make sure that all of the words in this video are my own, comma, and not copying the original creator. I'm gonna paste the text. So it's writing the script right now. This is good. So the original video says, this is an unpopular opinion about weight loss. I'm telling this, grabs this concept. You're not gonna be able to lose weight. You don't actually wanna lose weight. You wanna experience the feelings that you're gonna have losing weight. Here's when I was 200 pounds. I wanted to lose weight, blah, blah, blah. Now this video script is different. The new one says, this is an unpopular opinion about emotional eating, but if you actually hear me out, it could change everything. You don't have a food problem, you have an avoidance problem. When I used to binge eat at night, it wasn't because I was actually hungry, it's because I was stressed out, lonely, or anxious, and food was the way to numb it. But really what I wanted wasn't the chocolate chips, I wanted the comfort, I wanted the peace of mind, I wanted to feel like I was in control again. So instead of telling myself, stop eating junk, I asked myself, what can I do right now that gives me comfort without food? Maybe that's just calling a friend, journaling, going for a walk, listening to music. What can I do to feel more in control? Set small wins, track my habits, show myself I'm capable, one promise at a time. The more I chase those feelings in healthy ways, the less I needed food to do it for me. You don't need more willpower, you need better strategies to meet your emotional needs. When you start meeting those needs without foods, the cravings will lose their power.
That's a banger.
That's a banger, dude.
Oh.
Thanks, ChatGPT. So now I'm gonna take this video script, I'm gonna film it in a way that doesn't make me look like an awkward dork. All right, so now we're gonna film. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get my video camera right here, put this bad boy right here, press record. Like I said, natural light's my friend, so the window's right there, and I'm gonna film like this. Now again, I'm gonna pretend I just have an iPhone tripod stand. I literally am using a ring light. I don't have the ring light on for the sake of this video, just because I wanna use natural light to show you guys that you don't need a good lighting in order to set this up. I've got my script right here. Bam, bam. This is my budget set, because I'm a broke dork. I'm just joking. I'm gonna put my script right here. I'm gonna do one line at a time. This is an unpopular opinion about emotional eating. Then what I do is I change up the scene a little bit because I don't wanna be stationary. But if you hear me out, this could change everything for you. Make sure that this is straight. But we're not gonna be perfect because I don't give a f. Again, all you gotta do is change up the scene a little bit. You don't have a food problem. You have an avoidance problem. Okay, so after I'm done every line, sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. I literally just go grab my script and then I read the next one. When I used to binge eat at night, it wasn't because I was actually hungry, it's because I was lonely, stressed. Now let's say you're like reading this, you're like, but I don't binge eat. So here's what you say. If you binge eat every single night, it's not because you're hungry. Notice how I'm emphasizing. It's because you're stressed out, you're tired, you're anxious, and food is the only way you can numb that feeling instantly. So now I can change up the scene completely. So let's do that. Again, natural light's my friend, so I wanna go in front of a window. You don't want the chocolate or the cookies. You want comfort, peace of mind, and you wanna finally feel like you're in control again. So instead of going to the fridge and picking up the food, I don't like that. So instead of going to the fridge, I don't like that either. So instead of going to the fridge and feeling like you need to eat, ask yourself, what can you do to give yourself some comfort right now? Maybe it's calling a friend, maybe it's journaling. Maybe it's going for a walk, maybe it's listening to music that makes you, maybe it's listening to music that makes you feel good. That is why you film one line at a time. Then I just need to repeat the last line instead of repeating the whole video. Repeating the whole video is why most of you dorks don't post on social media, because you're like, oh, it's screwed up and I gotta do the whole thing again. No, just one line at a time. Natural light's my friend, let's go find another video. Ask yourself, what can you do to make yourself feel like you're more in control? Set small, tangible goals. Track your habits on a day-to-day basis. And show yourself that you are capable of handling this and do it with one promise at a time. You don't need more willpower. You need better strategies to be able to cope with your emotional needs. And when you start meeting your emotional needs without food, those cravings are gonna lose their power. Boom! Let's edit this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this video, I'm gonna airdrop it to my MacBook. Then you're gonna go to submagic.co. You're gonna have to create an account. I think it's like $20 for 20 videos, which is a pretty banging deal. Upload this video, and then I'm gonna tap generate captions. Submagic.co is a video editing software that will automatically edit your videos for you using AI. It's amazing. Okay, so notice if I go to trim, I can go to remove silences. Remove silences, remove bad takes. So obviously I'm explaining to you guys in this video how to make the video, but you get the point. This literally automatically does the captions for you, and it even removed bad takes. So I'm gonna show you guys the finished product right now. Unpopular opinion about emotional eating, but if you hear me out, this could change everything for you. You don't have a food problem. You have an avoidance problem. If you binge eat every single night, it's not because you're hungry. It's because you're stressed out, you're tired, you're anxious, And food is the only way you can numb that feeling instantly. You don't want the chocolate or the cookies. You want comfort, peace of mind, and you want to finally feel like you're in control again. So instead of going to the fridge and feeling like you need to eat, ask yourself, what can you do to give yourself some comfort right now? Maybe it's calling a friend, maybe it's journaling, maybe it's going for a walk, maybe it's listening to music that makes you feel good. Ask yourself, what can you do to make yourself feel like you're more in control? Set small, tangible goals. Track your habits on a day-to-day basis. And show yourself that you are capable of handling this, and do it with one promise at a time. You don't need more willpower. You need better strategies to be able to cope with your emotional needs. And when you start meeting your emotional needs without food, those cravings are gonna lose their power. That was pretty f***ing good considering that took me 20 seconds. Now, obviously when you go through this video, you could edit out all the dead silences and all the double takes. The ideal scenario is that you actually add the video into CapCut and take out all the bad takes yourself. I just wanted to do it really quick for the sake of this video. But if you guys did want to use SubMagic, ideally, you would upload the video to CapCut and you would basically cut out all the dead empty spaces by like splitting the video and just removing the dead empty spaces. I'll show you guys how to do that really quick. So go into CapCut, add your project, and then you're gonna watch the video. What you wanna do is you wanna get where the video starts, and then you wanna split it right here and delete this section, bam. And then we're gonna watch the video. As soon as the video stops, you're gonna split it right here, and you're gonna move this section over until I say the next line. Obviously, this is a little bit more time consuming, but this is the ideal way to use SubMagic, because then you cut out all the dead empty spaces before you add it into SubMagic, which removes all the takes. Then you can just upload the video that has all the edits all the way out. So you do this for the entire video. So anytime I'm done talking, I'm gonna split it, move it over, wait until I say my next line. Just like that, you're gonna do that for the whole video. Once you have your completed version, then you upload it to SubMagic for automatic video titles. We're gonna be talking about live streamings, why they are important, why you need them, and how not to be an awkward dork on camera. First things first, when you're talking on a live stream, you have to understand that you're communicating with your audience directly in real time. And that can be extremely intimidating. And so whenever I'm coaching any sort of clients, I always tell them that if you wanna get good at talking on camera, I recommend that you start by practicing on your Instagram stories. The reason I recommend starting by practicing on your Instagram stories is if you say something weird or awkward or whatever, you can just delete the story. So you really do get a bunch of opportunities to do retakes over and over again, where you're just practicing talking to your Instagram stories. And again, I really do think you should just open up your story and just practice talking. Talk to them about your mindset. Talk to them about what you ate that day. Show them what you're doing for your workouts. Like, walk them through a day in your life. This is step number one, okay? So step number one is you really do need to get comfortable at talking to your Instagram stories before you start going live. The reason is, once you go live, there's no going back. You're live. And one of my favorite stories to talk about is I actually used to work with Cole Da Silva, who's my business partner. I'm gonna put him on screen here. So Cole Da Silva, when he first started working with me, had 200 social media followers. And this was back in 2015 when he first wanted to become an online coach. And I told Cole the importance of going live. And Cole literally used to walk down the street and he'd start his live stream, then he'd end it. Start his live stream, then he'd end it. Start his live stream, then he'd end it. Now that guy can sit in front of a camera for like 4 to 5 hours straight and film without blinking an eye. So that goes to show you that with every single skill that you're trying to learn in life, it's all about repetition. So the first thing that I would recommend that you do before you start going live every single day is I would recommend that you talk to your stories at least 5 days a week. This is gonna give you some reps, it's gonna give you some practice in order to get yourself set up so you can be the most successful when you actually do decide to hit that live button. Now, first things first, why does it even matter to talk on camera? It matters to talk on camera because of what's called the parasocial relationship. I'm gonna put the parasocial relationship definition on screen, but the parasocial relationship refers to the relationship that a member of the audience has with a member of the media. The same neurons fire in their brain as if they are talking to their own friend. So when somebody gets used to watching you talk on camera, they literally have the same neurons firing inside of their brain as if they're communicating with a friend. The reason that this is incredibly valuable for you is when somebody trusts you like they trust a friend, they're significantly more likely to buy from you. And so one of the easiest ways to take somebody that's in your audience from a complete and total stranger to somebody that's a paying client is to get on camera and talk. Now, obviously, talking to your stories is where you start. Instagram live streaming, Facebook live streaming is the ultimate platform for you to be able to take somebody from a complete stranger all the way to a paying client really fast because it rapidly builds trust, seeing you in real time, delivering value. Now, for the sake of keeping this extremely simple, I want to lay out exactly what you need in order to make this happen. Number one, a laptop for your script. Number two, your phone. Number three, you. It really is that simple. If you want to add a number 4, you can put one of these ring lights here. Again, it's the same sort of gear that I recommended in the previous video. And if you haven't seen the previous video on the gear that you should have in order to get set up, I want you to watch that right here. This is all you need to live stream, okay? This is all you need, is you just need your laptop, a phone, you, and a ring light. Now, how do you actually set up your live stream for success so that you actually deliver something that's valuable that your audience wants to hear? Here's what I'd recommend. This is what I tell all of my best clients. What you want to do is you want to take one of your posts that you've already put on Instagram and you're going to go live about that post. So let's say you've done a post about the 5 secrets to help you burn body fat, whatever it is. So you're going to take that post, take the video script from that post or the written caption from that post, and I want you to put it into a document. Then I want you to expand on that post a little bit. And the way that you're going to expand is like, let's say it's like 5 secrets to help you burn body fat. After you introduce the hook of the video, I want you to tell a personal story. This can be a story about you or a client. Then you're gonna get into the actual value, and that's the live stream. Now, the reason that people get kind of confused or conflicted is they don't actually know, is that all they do? Is that they just need to press the live button and then they go? I'm gonna give you a few hacks to make sure that you set up your live stream successfully, but the topic that you should speak about should just be an Instagram post that you've made. Now, I'll give you an alternative. If you don't have a lot of posts on Instagram, but you still wanna go live, you always wanna start with a hook, right? So the hook should be something that your audience wants to see. So an example would be like the 3 biggest fat loss secrets nobody's told you. So it's the same sort of idea when you're creating hooks for videos. You want to create a hook that your audience will want to listen to. So it's a hook, then it's a story, right? So you always want to tell a story either about you or a client. The reason this is really important is because storytelling builds trust and builds relationship, and people can see themselves in the story. After you tell the story, what you're going to do is you're going to get into the value. The value that you get into should be step by step by step by step. You want to avoid going on long-winded rambles about anything and everything. In my personal opinion, that might be cool for people watching and it might be entertaining, but it's not going to convert into clients. If you want your live stream to convert into clients, then you should go into step by step by step tactical value. Then at the end of the video, you're going to do some sort of CTA. The CTA could be like, make sure you're following me and watching more of my content. If you guys got value, drop some fire on this live stream. If you guys are interested in coaching, just comment coaching on this live stream and I'll reach out to you after the live stream to see if I can help you. So it's hook, story, value, CTA. That's the 4-step process. Now here's the hack, right? What you wanna do is you actually wanna set up your computer, right? And you wanna have your notes for your live stream right beside your computer. Then when you do press that live stream button on your phone, what you can do is you're gonna go live, and this is how you're gonna structure it. So as soon as you press the live button, you always wanna start by doing introductions. What's going on, guys? So I'm just gonna wait for a few people to tune in here. That's awesome. Hope everyone's having a great day. Today we're gonna be talking about the 3 fat loss secrets that everybody wishes that they had. So you always wanna start by doing 30 seconds to about a minute of just kind of fluff introductions. Today we're gonna be talking about this. If you guys are new to my page, my name is Brian Mark. I'm a business coach for online personal trainers, and I'm really excited to talk to you guys about the fat loss secrets. So you wanna start the live stream by doing a little bit of, fluff and introductions. As people are coming into the live stream, this is where the hack is. If you want people to stick around and actually watch, you wanna call some names out before you get into the actual training itself. As people are joining, like, oh, what's going on, Nick? Hope you're having a great day, brother. What's going on? User 33456, love the username. What's going on, Sarah? Happy to have you here. Amazing. All right, guys, so today we're gonna get right into it. We're gonna be talking about the 3 secrets that you need in order to burn body fat and build lean muscle in the next 6 months. So then we introduce the hook. Once we introduce the hook, we go into the story, and we're just storytelling. And the best part about storytelling is you wanna use your notes, but then you also wanna let yourself go off on a tangent a little bit, right? So use your notes to guide you, but also just talk, right? Just open up and share. Here's the thing about live streaming, and this is what makes it really effective, is it's supposed to be imperfect, right? Most people get on live stream and they expect themselves to be perfect and never stutter and never fuck up. The reality of the situation is you're gonna say something stupid, you're gonna mess up, you just keep going. As show business would say, the show must go on. And so you wanna get used to going on tangents and communicating with people on live stream, because if you can do that and you can build relationships with people, and as people are coming in, you're saying, what's going on, Tom? Hope you're having a great day, blah, blah, blah. This will help you become a better communicator overall, which will improve your content, your sales calls, your DMs, as well as your live streams. So use your notes and just read the script. Use your notes, read the script, use your notes, read the script, use your notes, read the script. Now, here's a little bit of a pro tip, okay? A pro tip is this. If you struggle by getting distracted by the comments that are coming in, on Instagram, when you do go live, you can actually swipe to the right so you can't see any of the comments come in. You can also do this on Facebook. The reason this can be really effective is if you're getting really nervous about being on live stream, or you're nervous about what people are saying in the comments, you can just swipe so that you don't even see any comments coming in. This is really beneficial for you if you're just getting started and you're really nervous on live stream, because obviously you going live by itself is extremely nerve-wracking. So just by swiping over so you can't see people's comments, it's gonna make it so you can actually focus on delivering the message of the live stream. And honestly, I do this quite often because I don't wanna be distracted by people's comments coming in. Now that we've talked about what to actually speak about in the live stream, I'm gonna give you guys a couple pro tips to make sure that your live streams are super effective. Pro tip number 1. Make sure you title the live stream, and when you do go live, you wanna comment on your own live and you want to pin the comment. So this is Instagram specifically. That way, people will see the title of the live stream in their notifications, and when they come onto the live stream, they're gonna see your pinned comment with the same title of the live stream. This is extremely important because some people are just gonna randomly click on your live, and if somebody randomly clicks on your live, you want them to be able to read immediately what the live stream is about. Second pro tip, your energy matters. If you're sitting there like a boring ass dork just talking about some boring ass stuff, nobody's gonna pay attention. You need to get yourself in a good mood. The way that I'd recommend doing this is going for a walk before your live stream, listening to your favorite song before your live stream, getting yourself excited, calling a friend, just getting yourself in a good mood so that when you do go live, you're actually gonna be communicating with some energy. And that way, when people come to your live, not only will they get value from what you say, but they'll also get value from how you make them feel. Third pro tip, and this is for my more advanced people, you can actually attach your live stream to ManyChat, which basically means when somebody leaves a comment about coaching on your live stream, you can go in the back end of ManyChat and you can set that up so that anybody that comments will automatically get a message while you're live about your coaching program, and then you can just generate the lead afterwards and continue the conversation. P.S. If you'd like me to do a training on ManyChat to teach you guys how to set it up, comment ManyChat below and I might do it. Now, here are some common mistakes you'll make on your live streams that will fuck them up and cause people not to come back. Number one, trying to be perfect. Listen, you're gonna fuck up on a live stream. If you fuck up on a live stream, just say it. Oops, that was stupid. Didn't mean to say that. All right, moving on. Listen, nobody is going to expect you to be perfect, and if you're nervous, just say it. I'll be honest, guys, I'm super nervous. I don't go live very often, so this is fun. All right, let's do this. Let's get into it. Right? People want to see your human side. Don't try to be perfect. The second is not going live if you only have 1 to 2 people watching. If you only have 1 to 2 people watching, if one of those people decides that they want to become a buyer, you make an extra $1,000. When you first get started going live, you're not going to have an audience. Why would you? Nobody knows that you're valuable. If you're only getting 1 to 2 people watching your live stream, good. That just means that you get more time to practice with not a big audience, which means that if you fuck up, it's in front of a small number of people. Keep being consistent in front of those people, and eventually, as you get consistent, you will get good. And as you get good, you will attract more viewers. And the third biggest mistake that most people make with their live streams is reading their notes word for word. You're not a fucking robot, okay? Use your notes and reference them, but you want to be able to talk and have a conversation with your audience. And that is why you need to practice going live, because the more that you practice going live, the more that you'll be able to just go off the cuff and deliver value. Now, if you got anything from this episode, it's understanding that nobody's perfect and people don't expect you to be. So stop trying to be perfect and just go live. Most online fitness coaches say that they want freedom, but here's the thing. Freedom isn't free. There's a cost associated with it. There's a reason that 99% of people work for somebody else and do not have their own business. You spend your entire day working 9 to 5 for somebody else and you want to build your online coaching business, but you say that you don't have the time. I'm gonna break down why 99% of coaches are broke and what you need to do to fix it and solve that problem. The reality of the situation is yes, I believe that online fitness coaching is the single most profitable venture that you can get into if you have a passion for fitness and you want to build a business that makes money, a business that gives you the ability to travel, a business that does not really have an income ceiling, a business where I've got clients making over $100,000 a month. This video is gonna be the reality check that you need to get tapped in to do exactly what needs to get done in order to build this business to 10K, 20K, even 50K a month. But first, we need to talk about the broke online coach loop. Here's the cycle that most online fitness coaches get stuck in. You decide you want to be an online coach, so you change your bio, you change your profile picture, and you start posting a few pieces of content. And just with this initial traction of you posting that you want to be an online coach, you gain some initial interest from people that are friends, family members, coworkers, or past clients. But once that initial traction dies down from the people that you already know, the people that are already in your network, all of a sudden your lead pool goes dry. Then all of a sudden you start doubting yourself, wondering whether or not this online coaching thing is for you, wondering whether or not you're gonna be able to hit 10K in your online coaching business, comparing yourself to other online fitness coaches that are more successful than you, that have less followers than you, seeing all the transformations and the testimonials in my videos like this, but then asking yourself the question, am I ever gonna be able to do that for myself? So you start posting less, you start DMing less, you start doubting more, and most importantly, you start looking for shortcuts. What's the fastest way to generate leads? What's the easiest way to generate leads? What's the fastest way to hit 10K in my fitness business? You spend all this time and energy researching the fastest way, the best way, the easiest way to build your online coaching business, when in reality, you just need to focus on the fundamentals. This isn't an issue that you're a shitty coach or that people don't want to work with you or that the market is too saturated. This issue is purely predicated on the fact that you're not following the right system. Here's what separates the successful online fitness coaches from the unsuccessful online fitness coaches. Broke online coaches focus on the emotion that they feel. Successful online coaches focus on the execution that must get done. See, if you're simply relying on motivation to build your online coaching business and you're only doing it when you're fired up and excited, you're gonna get smoked every day, all day, by the coach that's willing to post every day, once a day, 7 days a week for 365 days of the year. That coach over an extended timeline of 2 years is going to absolutely surpass you in every business metric: leads, clients, sales calls, revenue, happy customers, social media growth, all of it. You cannot scale your business if you're operating from an emotional standpoint. What you need to do is you need to identify what are the habits and rituals that are involved in building a successful online coaching business, and how do I do those things every single day. This is not sexy. This is not fun. This is not exhilarating. It's the same thing that you tell your fitness clients when you tell them to track their macros. See, most fitness clients do the same shit. They look for keto, intermittent fasting, the carnivore diet, some sort of stupid shortcut to fast track progressive overload and tracking your macros. Nobody likes the idea of being in a deficit, but everybody wants to have the body that they want. Just like everybody wants to have an online coaching business, but nobody likes the idea of putting in the work every single day. And so identifying what the fundamentals are in your online coaching business that lead to success, and then doing those things every single day, regardless of how you feel, is how you're going to scale your business to $10,000 a month. And maybe that might turn you off of this video, and maybe you might go find another business guru that promises you 35 leads in the first 24 hours. Go ahead, because you're gonna spend the next 2 to 3 years of your life looking for shortcuts. Meanwhile, the clients that are inside of my coaching container and listening to my videos are focusing on the day after day after day fundamentals that are building their online coaching business. You need structure, routine, and discipline. Now, I don't want this to be another mindset video where I'm just rambling off bullshit and not giving you tactical value, so I'm gonna give you the 3 habits that you must focus on if you wanna build your business to $10,000 a month. Number 1, content. You need to be spending a minimum of 20 minutes on content every single day if you want to build your online coaching business. The reason I say a minimum of 20 minutes is because even if you have a 9-to-5 job where you're spending tons of time working for somebody else, you can find 20 minutes to dedicate to posting. In that 20-minute time frame, you have to get 1 post up on social media. Do this every day, 7 days a week for the next 365 days, and I guarantee you will be at $5,000 to $10,000 a month. Number 1 is content. Number 2 is generating leads. Most online fitness coaches wait for people to line up and ask for them about coaching, but guess what? That just doesn't happen. You wanna know why? Because the clients that are inside of my container are sending out messages to people that are following them, watching their content, consuming their stuff, and saying, hey Nick, thanks so much for the follow, brother. I appreciate you. On a fitness journey or just enjoying the content. So the clients that used to send you inbound leads and be inbound traffic are now getting eaten up by the rest of the market that's smart enough to do outreach to their followers, people liking their posts on social media, people commenting on their stuff on social media. So you need to be one of those smart coaches that sends messages to prospects that are in your audience. And if you need some help with the DM script, just go right here. And the third thing is delivering value to your current clients. Spend 20 minutes every single day delivering value to your current clients. Even if, again, you're working a 9-to-5 job and you have something else going on, you can spend 20 minutes a day messaging your clients back, making sure that they have a program that they need, making sure that you're answering all their questions so that they feel supported, so that they stick around in your program and they don't just drop off after month 1. These are the 3 foundational habits that you must do every single day, 5 to 7 days a week for the next 365 days if you want to build your business. Now, obviously, there are other things involved in building your coaching business, like getting on sales calls, building programs, doing check-ins. But these 3 habits are the foundation of everything. All of my coaches that are making consistent $10,000 to $100,000 a month have embodied these 3 habits and made them a part of their ritual. So much so that it's like brushing your teeth. Listen, not everybody likes brushing their teeth every single day. I know I don't, but I do it anyways because I don't want my breath to stink and I don't want my teeth to fall out. So if you want your business to grow and you don't want your revenue to stink and you want it to stand out, then you need to master the 3 fundamental habits that are involved in building your online coaching business. The reason that 99% of coaches stay broke is because they don't focus on foundation and habits, they focus on motivation and emotion. If they feel good, they post. If they don't feel good, they don't post. If they got leads coming in, they're happy. If they don't have leads coming in, they're not happy. If they're booking sales calls, they're sending DMs. If they're not booking sales calls, they don't send DMs. You're emotion-based. And if you're emotion-based, you won't build a business that hits $10,000 in revenue because to hit 10K, you need to have habits and rituals. Your business rewards consistency. That means posting when you don't feel like it, sending DMs when you don't feel like it, and serving your clients when you don't feel like it. And doing all of those things with a smile on your face, knowing that everybody else is quitting while you're putting in the work. If you say you want to hit $10,000 a month, then prove it. Spend 9 to 5 working for somebody else and then 5 to 9 working for yourself. Spend the time that you need consistently every single day on the 3 habits that I mentioned in this video, and I promise you in the next 365 days, your revenue will be in a completely different spot. Don't look for shortcuts, don't look for gimmicks, don't look for the coach that promises you 100 leads in the next 30 days, because these coaches are all liars because they just want to take your money and run away with it because they don't want to tell you the truth. And the truth is that this takes time. You have to build the foundation. You have to build the fundamentals. And yes, I do have coaches that come into my program and hit $10,000 a month within the first 3 months. But also, those coaches are outliers. The more likely scenario is that it's going to take you 6 months to hit 5K a month, 12 months to hit 10K a month, as long as you're doing all the foundations and the fundamentals. And then we can improve your DMs. We can improve your content. We can improve your delivery. But we can't improve any of that if you don't even hit the start button. And then once you hit the start button, you don't do that consistently every single day. Getting clients is one thing, but keeping them is another. And before you turn off this video and go search for a lead gen tactic, you need to understand that this is the reason that your business hasn't grown to $10,000 a month. Because you're focusing on client acquisition and you're focusing on content. And listen, I get it. That's how you bring new clients in the front door. But if you sign 10 new clients, you have 10 clients leaving, you don't have a successful business. You've got a revolving door. So if you want recurring revenue, you want your clients telling their friends about you, you want a community that builds over time, not disintegrates, and you want to have a loyal fan base that will come to your events, upgrade, renew, re-sign, then this video is for you. See, most coaches close the door on any extra work that needs to happen once they close the sale. You work so hard to get the client in the front door, then once they're in the front door, you're like, enjoy your meal plan and training plan, check in with me when you can. As an online fitness coach, you need to understand that the training and the nutrition plan is literally less than 50% of the equation. Yes, I understand that it's important to get your clients results, and yes, I understand that you need to have a firm understanding of training and nutrition in order to do so, but the biggest thing that's gonna keep people around is the results that they get inside of your container. Now, results that they get inside of your container are not purely predicated on the training and nutrition plan. Wanna know why? Because I can go to ChatGPT right now and I bet you I can get just as an effective plan as if you wrote it yourself with your training and nutrition knowledge. If I plug in the right prompts and I spend the right time, I can get a meal plan and training plan that's just as effective. What's gonna keep clients around for longer is not the information that you are providing for them, it's the accountability, the support, and the community that you give to them. So in this video, I'm gonna teach you exactly how to build a world-class product for your online coaching business so that people stick around and they never wanna leave. Step number 1, onboarding. This part of the program is seemingly overlooked by most online fitness coaches, but you need to write this down. Get the client into green light right away. What this basically means is how fast can you get your clients into momentum? You need to understand what your clients' goals are, and then based on those goals, ask yourself what's the next logical step once they sign up to get them into momentum. Now, I know what you might be thinking, the fastest thing that I can do to get them into momentum is get them the training and nutrition plan. But again, that goes back to the conversation that we had at the start of this video. Training and nutrition is only a small part of it. How can you get them some small wins that they could achieve immediately as soon as they sign up so they feel like they're getting wins in your program? I'll give you an example. Instead of just waiting 7 days to send them their training and nutrition plan, what if you sent them a get started guide that had a bunch of things that they needed to pick up at Walmart or Costco or whatever before they got their program started, AKA a food scale, AKA Tupperware containers, AKA a big water jug so that they can consume 2 to 4 liters of water a day. Getting them to go out and pre-buy some of the things that they're gonna need to have success in your online coaching program will get them in the feeling of momentum before the program even starts. So send them a get started guide, let them know how much water they need to be drinking, let them know what they need to pick up from wherever they need to pick it up from, whether that's Costco, Walmart, whatever, and give them all these things and then give them a piece of homework to go post in the community once they're done picking up all these things so that other clients can see that they're new to the program. So what else can we do to get them into momentum right away? Obviously, you need to do their training and the nutrition program, so finish that. But once you finish it, don't just send it off to them. Book them in for an onboarding call where you can walk them through how to execute on their training and their meal plan. Make sure that they know how to log into the app. Most online fitness coaches struggle to retain clients because they don't do a proper onboarding. So you send your client the login information for Trainerize, Everfit, or whatever app that you use, and the client doesn't understand how to log in and get the most of the software, so they never log in the first place. Now you're stuck and struggling because your client hasn't logged into the program, so they're not able to use their training program. They feel frustrated and overwhelmed in the first 4 weeks. What's the likelihood that that client's gonna wanna re-sign based on their initial experience with you? Not very good. So to solve that problem, get them on an onboarding call and make sure you walk them through their training plan and the nutrition plan. Make sure that they've downloaded the app and they know how to use it. Make sure that they understand their meal plan and how to go grocery shopping for all the things listed on their meal plan. Make sure that they can ask you any questions about how the meal plans, the check-ins, and the training plan works. On that onboarding call, you can also walk them through expectations for your coaching program and what you need from them as a client to get the most out of this program. Beyond the Get Started guide and the onboarding call, you need to spend a lot of time making sure that your clients get success in the first 4 weeks, especially in the first week. Their first workout is a massive win. Celebrate them for it. Their first meal prep is a massive win. Celebrate them for it. Their first check-in is a massive win. Celebrate them for it. If you can get them into momentum in the first 4 weeks of the program, the chances of them sticking around for the remainder of the program and completing it is significantly higher. Step number 2, community. As soon as somebody joins your coaching program, the first thing that you need to do is introduce them to your Facebook community. The ideal scenario is that you actually get them to introduce themselves. So once you sign them up and everything's all good, you'll be like, okay, cool. So I'm gonna send you some onboarding stuff. The first thing I want you to do is I want you to join this group right away. I want you to make a post introducing yourself, telling us what your number 1 goal is for the program and why you decided to join the program. Getting your clients to introduce themselves as soon as they join the coaching program is gonna get an emotional buy-in because when they post in the group and your other members support that post, all of a sudden they're gonna feel like they're supported on their fitness journey immediately. This sense of community is extremely important when it comes to building a successful online coaching business. Human beings are community-based animals. You know, think about football teams, you think about high school where we've got groups of friends. Everybody wants to be involved in a community. And so if you can give your potential clients and your current clients a community, a place where they feel like they belong, a place where they feel like they have other friends that support them in their goals, they're gonna be more likely to stick around for the long term because they feel like they are one with something special. So build your community. Getting your clients to introduce themselves is the first step. The second step is getting your clients to engage in that community. One of the ways that I like to do that is as soon as a client tells me a win with a check-in or over Trainerize, is I'm like, yo, Nick, that's amazing. Go post that in the group so we can celebrate that with the other members. So make sure that your clients are using the community. Now, on top of that, some other things that you can do to make sure your community is popping is hosting Facebook live streams. Why is this important? Listen, this is the thing. Even if you have 30 clients and only 2 to 3 of them show up for the live streams, people are gonna watch the replays, number one. And number two, the 2 to 3 people that do show up for those live streams are gonna be significantly more loyal clients and they're gonna be more active in the group. The more that you can give value to your clients and build relationships with your clients, the more likely that they are to stick around with you. And again, you don't wanna look at the numbers of the people attending and be like, oh, well, I'm gonna give up because there's only 2 people attending. It's not about that, because those 2 people are gonna be loyal, meaning they're gonna be more likely to support other group members, more likely to encourage other group members, and more likely to stick around for longer. Those 2 people are also more likely to refer their friends. So hosting live streams in your group, I would host a minimum of 2. One of them, I would do a Q&A where your clients can ask you anything. And another one, I would do a specific training where you're actually giving value around a topic in your industry that your clients need, that they're struggling with, basically paying attention to their check-ins, noticing a common struggle, and then doing a training on that so that your community continues to get value from you. That way, even if they get their fitness result, they're still more likely to stick around because they know that they're gonna continue to learn from you. Thing number 3, if you wanna keep clients for a long period of time, you need to be developing as a person. Developing as a person is very simple. If your clients follow you, if they pay you money, the reason that they're paying from you is to learn from you. So if they're not learning from you consistently and they feel like they've outgrown you, they will go find somebody else that they can grow with. And so as a personal trainer, it's your responsibility to not only upgrade your certifications so you can learn more information, it's also your responsibility to upgrade yourself, to work on your mindset, to do the deep internal work so that you have more information to give to your clients. It's also your responsibility to push yourself in your own fitness journey so that your clients can see your own fitness journey and they can be inspired by your fitness journey. Because if they're not inspired by your actions, why would they stick around for a long period of time when things get tough, when things become a struggle? But if they can see you working through your own struggle, working through your own self-limiting beliefs, working through your own fitness limitations, when they come up against their own limitations, they will use you as a source of inspiration to go through their own story. I had one of my clients on a VIP call the other day, and he just had a major fire in his business. He had to fire 6 of his team members. And he literally showed up to his call with me and he's like, yo, B and Cole, he's like, I used you guys as inspiration. He's like, because I see the way that you guys show up on coaching calls for us, and no matter what you're going through, you always say it's the best day of your entire life. And I realized that even though I'm having a shitty day and I had to fire 6 of my employees, I still wanted to show up with that best day of my entire life attitude. So I made the decision this morning that today was gonna be the best day of my entire life, and I've been acting through that. The reason that he was able to say that to me is because that's how I show up for my people, and because I'm always leading my people through that mantra, he was able to take that as inspiration and take it into his own life. So you want to become a leader worth following and always be working yourself and developing yourself as a person. Now, the 4th and final thing that you can do to make an absolute killer experience for your clients, this is super important. Monitor check-in compliance. It's so simple. If you have 15 clients, out of those 15 clients, how many of those clients check in? If it's 9, your goal is to get that number to 15. And listen, it's low-key kind of impossible sometimes, because sometimes it's like herding cats with clients, all right? But your goal is to get the check-ins to perfect. You might never attain that, but your goal is to get there. I'm gonna give you some rules for check-in. First things first, you need to have specific parameters around your check-ins. For me, when I was an online coach, I set my check-ins out Wednesday night at 6 p.m. They were expected back by Thursday morning at 9 a.m. So Wednesday at 6 p.m. I sent them out. Thursday morning at 6 a.m. I sent a check-in reminder. Thursday at 9 a.m. I checked to see who got their check-in in. And by noon, anybody who was late, I went in to see who hadn't submitted their check-in, and I sent them a follow-up voice note or video. Yo, Nick, what's going on? So I'm just looking at my check-ins for the week, and I noticed that yours isn't here, brother. So do me a favor and get it back to me. Your check-in is late, and I want to get back to you and give you some updates for the week. Even if you struggle this week and your check-in, you're not super proud of it, still get it done, because knowing where you're exactly currently at is going to help me make an adjustment for the week to help you get back on track. So no matter where you're at, do your check-in so I can help you out. Your job is to monitor check-in compliance. I can promise you for an absolute fact that if you have 6 clients that consistently don't check in, those 6 clients are consistently going to be the ones that don't re-sign. So if you want to solve your re-sign rate, don't wait until the end of the program to get clients to re-sign. Solve the problem before it becomes a problem. If you notice a client is missing check-ins, find a way to get their ass back on track. Sometimes it's sending them a voice note, sometimes it's sending them a video, sometimes it's messaging them Instagram, sometimes it's fucking calling them because you have their number. They sign up through a sales call. So if a client's not checking in, I will call you. Hey Nick, your check-in has been late for the last 4 weeks and I've been sending you some voice notes, brother. Where you at? Get that client to get back on track before the program expires. They're gonna be significantly more likely to renew at the end of the program. Last and not least, you wanna build a re-sign system. So number 5 is to build a re-sign system. Do not wait until the end of the client program to go for the re-sign. That's the worst mistake that you could possibly make. The first place you wanna go for a re-sign is within the first 4 weeks. Why within the first 4 weeks? Because it's counterintuitive. Number 1, they won't be expecting it. And number 2, they're gonna be hyped up about the program. So if a client's getting an amazing result within the first 4 weeks, here's exactly what you say. Nick, you've been absolutely crushing in the first 4 weeks of the program, and I actually think we would do amazing for the rest of the year. So because you just signed up for the program, I actually want to offer you a loyalty rate to sign up for the remainder of the year so that we can guarantee you that we hit that 25-pound weight loss goal by the end of the year. How does that sound? When they say yes, what you're gonna do is you're gonna offer them a 20 to 30% discount if they sign up for the remainder of the year. So you've already paid $9.99 for the 12-week program, and basically for my year program, it's gonna be $5K, but I'm gonna take that $99 off the $4K, so it's gonna be $4, and I'm also gonna give you a discount on the remainder of the year, so I'll give you a 20% discount, so I'll give you the entire rest of the year for $3K. How does that sound? Now you're gonna get a re-sign in the first 4 weeks, bam, instantly you start collecting more cash. That's the first place you go for a re-sign. The next place you go for a re-sign is when a client celebrates a big win. So if a client messages you and they're like, oh my God, I'm down 15 pounds. Nick, that's amazing, I'm super proud of you. How have you been enjoying your progress in the program so far? They're gonna say that they love you, that you're amazing, that you're handsome, beautiful, and you got nice glasses, and then you're gonna be like, okay, great, well, listen, I love working with you, and I'd love to work with you for the remainder of the year. So how would you feel about working with me for the next 12 months for a discounted rate? And they're gonna say, sure, what would that look like? And then you can just send them a voice note and say like, work with me for the year. What I can do for you is I can give you like a 20 to 30% discount. So you've already invested $9.99 with me, that's amazing. So I'll take that off of the year installment. I'm also gonna give you a 20% discount because you're a loyal client. So typically speaking, it would be $4K, but if you sign up right now for the remainder of the year, I'll give it to you for $3K. How does that sound? Boom, now you get a re-sign when they get a big win. The next place you wanna go for a re-sign is when they're 4 weeks out from their program expiring. The way that you go for a re-sign isn't to ask them if they want to renew. The way that you go for a re-sign is this. Hey Nick, what's going on? I just wanted to check on your progress in the program so far. How are you liking things? Oh, it's amazing. I love you, blah, blah, blah. You got nice glasses. Okay, that's great. So I'd like to actually book in for a check-in call to check in on your progress in the program so far and to give you a game plan moving forward. I've got some time available tomorrow. So then just send your calendar link. Go ahead and book in here. Spots always fill up quick. Send me a screenshot and let me know you time you pick. Cool, question mark? Then when you're on that call, you're just gonna run them through a renewal script. So these 5 things by themselves are gonna help you build a world-class product for your online coaching business. Now you're not gonna have a revolving door business, you're gonna have a business that continues to stack month over month. You're a great coach, you care about people, you wanna help people, but you're still broke. Why? Because nobody knows who the fuck you are. I'm gonna give you the blueprint to solve that problem and how to become an authority in your space, AKA the go-to person for your niche. And if you don't know why having a niche is important, go watch this video. Now listen, if you've created a niche already, but every single day you're waking up praying that somebody has DM'd you about your coaching offer, this is for you. Authority in your niche isn't given, it's built. And it starts and ends with how you show up online. So let's break down the step-by-step process that you need to become an authority in your niche. Here's the thing about authority, here's the thing about credibility, here's the thing about social media. It's perception. You can go from an absolute nobody to the go-to person in your niche in the span of 6 months with perception. When I first started my business for personal trainers, I literally stated in my first videos that I made, I'm the #1 business coach for online personal trainers. Now at the time, that wasn't true. I was a nobody. I came from nothing. I built my online fitness business to $50,000 a month before I became a business coach for others. But when I first started saying, I'm the #1 coach for personal trainers, when I first started saying that, it wasn't true. I was making it up. But that's the thing about social media. Social media is a game of perception. So at first I was making that blanket statement and then I backed it up with results. And the results that I backed it up with are what I'm gonna talk about in this video. So first you need to make the bold claim, you need to make the bold statement that you're the go-to person in your niche. Once you make that bold claim and statement, you're gonna back it up with the concepts that I'm gonna give you in this video. And then sooner rather than later, you're gonna be dominating your niche and you're gonna become the go-to person like I am. At first it was just a statement. I'm the #1 business coach for personal trainers in my niche. Now it's a fact. I've worked with over 11,000 coaches in the industry and I have the most social proof on the market. Look at this. You don't need a PhD, you don't need a 6-pack, you don't need a fancy landing page, you don't need a funnel, you don't need 10 certifications, you need perception. And let me show you how to shift it. Now, in order to shift people's perception, you need to start making statements about who you are and what you do. I'm the #1 business coach for online personal trainers. So if you're gonna make a blanket statement like I'm the #1 coach for busy moms that wanna lose 20 pounds or more, let's make that blanket statement and let's talk about how we're gonna back that statement up. See, the reason that most coaches fail at this is because they make that blanket statement like I'm the #1 business coach for online personal trainers, and then they don't back it up with effort. So what I did is I said that I was the #1 coach, then I identified what is the #1 coach in this industry doing right now. What he was doing was 2 podcasts a week. I was like, okay, he's doing 2 podcasts a week, I'm gonna do 5. And within a year, because I was doing 5 episodes a week and he was doing 2 a week, I surpassed him. So you can't just make the blanket statement that you're gonna be the #1 person in the industry and then not back it up with the effort to match it. So first things first, we need to make a statement about who you are and what you do. Then we need to start backing it up with evidence to support that statement. So I'm gonna give you 3 ways to back it up with evidence to support that statement that will slowly but surely build your authority over time. Number 1, you need to show proof that you're a walking example of what you're talking about. If you are the #1 coach for busy moms and that is the statement that you are making, then you need to show walking proof that you are living that example. Now, if you don't have any clients, it's gonna be really hard to show walking proof of that. So how do you do that? Every single post on your page needs to be dedicated to helping busy moms lose weight. Every single piece of your messaging in your content needs to be targeting at moms that are trying to lose the mom pooch, moms that are trying to lose the bat wings, moms that don't have time for the gym because they have their kids. All of your content needs to be living proof that you are the go-to person in your niche. If you make the blanket statement like I'm the #1 coach for busy moms and then I go to your page and you're posting your sick arm workouts, no wonder busy moms aren't reaching out to you. So you need to show proof that you are the walking example of what you are talking about. If you have clients that are busy moms, that's amazing because literally all you can do is showcase that proof of all those clients that are busy moms. But if you don't have proof, AKA you don't have clients, you need to show that you are a walking example for these people to follow. And the way that you do that is with the content that you produce. And the more content that you can produce on the subject, the better. For me, I was doing podcasts. Why? Because podcasts I knew was a great way to build my business. Now, when I first started my business, I wasn't doing podcasts because it was intimidating, but I was doing live streams 5 times a week. Every week, I was going live, talking to my audience about building a successful online coaching business. So for you, if you're gonna make the statement that you're the #1 coach in your industry, then you need to back it up with content that supports that. And like, my definition of content that supports that isn't just like, if you're a busy mom that's trying to lose weight, which is what most of you dorks do, it needs to be content that supports that in a way that's so valuable that the mom that's trying to lose weight comes to your page, watches your content, and just from watching your videos starts to lose weight herself. Because when you do that, over a span of 2, 3, 4 months, you're gonna have moms that will start to follow you, lose weight from your content, then reach out to you for coaching because they hit a plateau and they wanna hit the next level. And the only person that they're gonna trust with that journey is you because you have already given them so much value with your page that they're like, holy shit, like I haven't even paid this guy and I've already lost 20 pounds. I wonder what his program would be like if I signed up for it. The second type of proof that is really gonna shift in your audience, and this is why I put it number 2, is proof that you've actually helped others. Now again, if you are a new online coach, this is something that you're gonna struggle with, which is why you should just focus on number 1. Literally give so much value around the subject matter that you're claiming to be an expert in that over time you shift the perception of your audience. But if you have the benefit of having clients you've worked with in the past or clients that you're working with currently, the more that you shout them out, the better. My rule for shifting perception is every single day on my Instagram stories, I'm always posting client transformations. I'm always posting results that my clients are getting. I'm always posting wins from inside of my client community. Because that way, no matter what day of the week that a busy mom comes to my profile, they go to my story, client win, client win, client win, client win. Over time, what this does is it shifts the perception. Literally, people in my audience know for a fact that if they go to my Instagram stories, they're gonna see client wins. Everybody in the industry knows that I'm the best business coach for personal trainers because when they go to my page, they see $100,000 a month, $500,000 a month, $200,000 a month. And over time, they're not counting up how many client wins that I'm showing. All that shifts in their head is like, yo, Brian knows how to get clients results. Fun fact, I literally had a conversation with one of my clients the other day. And he was like, so I was on a call with a guy that was like potentially gonna be my business coach. And I was telling him that I wasn't sure about signing up with him or you. And the other business coach literally said, go sign up with Brian. The results that he gets as clients are absolutely crazy. Now, the only reason that that happened is because I've shifted the perception of my audience. And the way that I shifted the perception of my audience is I was so consistent with my social proof that I was sharing of other clients getting results that eventually people in my audience were like, Brian knows how to get people results. Now when people are in my DMs asking about coaching programs, it's not, is this program gonna work? The question is, am I ready to make the investment? It's less about their trust in me as a person, and it's more about, am I prepared to do the work that's required in order to get these results? Because I know for a fact the program works, I just need to identify whether or not I'm gonna put in the work. And the third thing that you can do to shift the perception of your audience to become an instant authority is prove that you are never going anywhere. Most online fitness coaches are consistent for a month, 2 months, 3 months, and then they drop off the face of the planet. They go through a breakup, they get overwhelmed with content, they get burned out, they get frustrated, and as a result, they go somewhere. Where? Who f***ing knows, right? But your audience doesn't care. Your audience doesn't care because your audience just wants to go to somebody that's gonna be a resource for them, a trusted resource for them. And so the number one thing that you can do to shift the perception of your audience is just prove that you're in this for the long haul. The reason I became the number one business coach in the space is obviously because I'm awesome and I get clients results. But the number one reason is I just stayed consistent for 7 years. There's other business coaches that have come in the space. They've come and gone, come and gone, come and gone. They had a wave, they lost the wave. They had a wave, they lost the wave. They were catching up to the number 2 spot. Nobody will ever take the number 1 spot. But then all of a sudden they drop off the face of the planet. But I've just been consistent for 7 years. So I'll have a client that signed up in 2019 that comes back to me in 2023 that then leaves and tries another program that comes back to me in 2025 because I'm still here. You just need to prove that you're not here for the short term. Most of you dorks post on social media for 3 months, wonder why your business doesn't blow up, and then you stop posting, then you come back and you need to restart your momentum. Just be consistent for a long enough period of time where people realize that you're not going anywhere. And when you do that, you become an authority. Just because you're there, just because you're present. Literally showing up is 90% of the battle because most people quit when it gets hard. Oh, I'm not getting enough leads. My content isn't hitting. The algorithm changed. I can't figure out why my sales calls aren't converting. And then they just stop. All you have to do is just be consistent. All you have to do is continue to show up. If you continue to show up for an extended period of time with everything we talked about in this video, eventually people will see you as an authority. So make a bold statement about who you are and what you're here to do. All right. Now back that statement up with effort. Start posting consistently, like every single day. Value that's so valuable that people could watch your content, get results without hiring you. And value that's aimed directly at your ideal client avatar. Post so much social proof of your clients getting amazing results every single day on your Instagram so that people can see like, holy crap, like, you know, working with this guy means that I'm gonna lose weight. Working with this guy means I'm gonna build my business. Working with this guy means that I'm gonna grow. And then finally, be so persistent and consistent and disciplined over an extended period of time that eventually people just trust you. You become their go-to resource when it comes to losing weight. When you do this and you become the go-to resource, eventually, it might not be this week, it might not be this month, it might not be this year, but eventually those people in your audience will sign up for your coaching program. Becoming an authority in the space is easy. And the reason it's easy is because 99% of people do not have the wherewithal to just outlast everybody else. Everybody's just looking for quick fixes and shortcuts and optimizations instead of just focusing on the fundamentals of what actually matters in your coaching business. What actually matters is posting content that gets better over time, getting leads on sales calls, closing those leads on sales calls, and then delivering an amazing service to your clients. Those are the 4 fundamental skills that you need to build a successful online coaching business. If you do that and you master the authority-based things that I talked about in this video, I promise you in 12 months time from now, your business is gonna be in a completely different spot. I need more leads, I need more sales. No, you don't. You need a customer journey. I'm gonna break down what a customer journey is and I'm gonna explain to you why it's so important for growing your coaching business. Most online fitness coaches think that in order to scale their business, they just need to get more leads and they need to get more clients. But what you don't realize is that as many people are coming in the front door, are leaving out the back door, or slipping through the cracks in the middle because you have a leaky system. So without understanding what it looks like for a customer to go from the front of your funnel when they first come in contact with you to a lifetime customer, you're gonna be leaving thousands upon thousands of dollars on the table. In the last 11 years, I've worked with over 11,000 people in my online coaching business, and I'm gonna teach you the 7 levels of leads that you need to understand, and we're gonna map them out in a customer journey so you know exactly what to do at each stage. First things first, a complete and total stranger. This is somebody that's never heard about you ever before on the internet. This is where the majority of your potential clients are gonna be. Now, most online fitness coaches try to sell to complete strangers, AKA sending DMs to people on hashtags, or friending people on Facebook that have no idea who they are, and then sending a message asking if they'd like their service. Obviously, this is a massive mistake. You'll have just as much success doing this as walking up to a barista at Starbucks and asking her if she wants to buy your online coaching program. We need to understand this part of the customer journey, the complete and total stranger, and know that our job is not to sell to them. Our job is to get our message in front of them so they can meet us for the first time. From complete stranger, the next stage is a cold lead. A cold lead is defined as somebody that has just got introduced to you and your message. This person could be somebody that really needs your help, but because they're just getting to know you, they're not as interested in buying. This is someone who's in our network but isn't engaging with our content, someone we've recently friended on Facebook, a new follower on Instagram, someone who responds to an ad, or somebody that comments on our TikTok. Now, I want you to imagine meeting somebody for the first time and the first thing that they say is, "Hey, what's going on, Nick? My name's Brian. You wanna buy my shit?" Now, of course, that's super awkward and feels super weird, but many of us do that with our online coaching business. As soon as somebody comes into our following, we're like, "Hey, Nick, thanks so much for the follow. Do you wanna buy my stuff?" Now, obviously, we should engage with these people and start a conversation, but our intention should not be to sell these people because these people are new to our audience. Our intention should be to message these people and to see if there's any sort of interest. Now, here's a rule of thumb, and I want you to write this down. Out of every 100 people that follow you on Instagram, 50% of those people are never gonna buy anything from anybody. This is the same rule across all marketing principles. Out of every 100 people that you get on your email list, 50% of them are never gonna buy anything from anybody. But most online fitness coaches struggle because they're trying to chase those 50%. Now, out of that 100%, 35% of those people are gonna buy something from somebody in the next 2 years. And out of that 100%, 15% of those people are gonna buy something from somebody in the next 90 days. So when it comes to cold leads, our only job is to send out messages to identify who's interested in our service, AKA who's responsive. And then out of those people, we're gonna find that 15% of people that are interested in becoming the now buyers, we're gonna book a sales call with those people. Out of the 35% of the people, which is gonna be the large majority, we're gonna start sending free value and resources that they can consume on their own time so that they can start to warm up to the idea of wanting to work with us. Now, the third stage of the customer journey is somebody who's a warm lead. This is somebody who DMs us or votes on our stories, somebody who engages with our Instagram content, somebody who watches our stories and engages with us on social media. Now, warm leads are the best kind of leads, and I would say the large majority of the people that are going to express interest in your offer are going to be warm leads. These are people that are going to be interested in what you have to say and interested in what you have to offer, but they're not 100% sold on you or the vehicle yet. An example would be a busy mom that's in your audience that wants to burn body fat, and she really might want to start her fitness journey, but she's not sure if you, the person, are the right person to help her solve that problem, or she's not sold on the vehicle, AKA the way that you are going to help her lose that fat. She still might be interested in losing fat, but she might not be sold on you or the vehicle that you're using to lose that fat. Now, our job with warm leads is to book sales calls with these people. Our job with warm leads is not to try to sell these people anything in the DMs. Our job with warm leads is not to give a bunch of information about what we offer in the DMs. The only thing that you want to do with warm leads is get them booked into the sales calendar using the DM script. Also, this is a side note, if you don't know what the DM script is, you can watch this video right here. Write this down and don't forget, write this in the comments actually. The DMs are for booking the call. The call is for selling the program. Now, the next stage of the customer journey is called a hot lead. So we go from stranger to cold to warm to hot. Somebody that is a hot lead is somebody that is interested in buying. This is somebody that's been watching you on social media for the last few years, or maybe they saw an ad that you posted and they send you an inbound love letter, or maybe they applied for your coaching program directly, or maybe they just shot you a message and being like, yo, Nick, I really want to work with you. I've been watching for a long time, et cetera, et cetera. These are people that we need to get booked into the calendar immediately. We shouldn't try to sell them over the DMs. We shouldn't try to do a big pitch. What we should do is immediately, as soon as they come in, ask 1 or 2 questions and then offer a free consultation to get them on the phone to talk about their goals and to see if you can help them out with anything. Now, cold, warm, and hot leads are going to be different in the sales process. Cold leads will still book a phone call, but they're going to be harder to sell. Warm leads are going to book a phone call and they're going to be pretty easy to sell. Hot leads are going to book a phone call and they'll be very likely to buy. And if you want the phone script to convert these leads, you can check that out right here. So when we think about the customer journey as a 7-step process, we've talked about the first 4 steps. These 4 steps are where most people spend a majority of their time on. And this is why the majority of online coaches that ever start never get to $10,000 a month. But the top 1% of online fitness coaches, the ones that scale to $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 a month, like some of the clients that you see here, they focus on what happens after the sale. And so the 5th stage of the customer journey is somebody that becomes a buyer. Now, we really need to pause and have a conversation about this, because when somebody makes the decision that they're going to take their hard-earned money out of their pocket and put it into yours, that's a big transaction. You got to think about it. If you're selling a $1,000 online coaching package, some people will have to work for an entire week. So that's 40 hours worth of their life that they spent to earn that money to hand it over to you. Now, most online fitness coaches don't have reverence or appreciation for that. And so when somebody signs up for the program, they do the meal plan, they do the training plan, they send them on their way, they check in with them once a week, but they don't actually focus on the buyer experience. We need to really be focusing on the buyer experience, meaning as soon as somebody makes a purchase from us, what is the next thing that we make them feel? Do we make them feel good about the purchase? Do we have an extremely clear onboarding process so that client feels appreciated and valued? Do we focus on the first 4 weeks of that customer's experience to make sure that not only do they get into the program, but they actually have an amazing experience in the first 4 weeks of the program? This is really where you need to focus if you are a new online fitness coach, is once somebody makes a decision that they're gonna hire you as their online fitness coach, that you don't just spend all of your time and energy chasing new prospects and chasing down leads. You spend a majority of your energy focusing on the onboarding experience, AKA the first 4 weeks. Now, here are some of the things that I'd recommend to focus on in the first 4 weeks to make sure your clients get an amazing experience. First things first, you need to have a very clean onboarding process. My definition of very clean is very simple, and it's 3 things. Number 1, there's a very clearly defined next step. Once you get off the phone with the prospect, you need to clearly define what the next step looks like. All right, Nick, so how you feeling? Nervous, excited, ready? Amazing. So next step is I'm gonna send you over the client questionnaire. I need you to get that back to me within the next 24 hours. Once you get that back to me, I'm gonna get to work on your online coaching program, and that program is gonna be done within the next 7 days. Does that make sense? Perfect. Is there any other questions that you have for me while I'm here, or are you just ready to get this thing rocking and rolling? Fantastic, brother. Okay, I'll send over that questionnaire right away. You just made the best decision of your entire life, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Now there's a very clearly defined next step so that the prospect knows what's coming next. So that's on the call. Once they return their questionnaire back to you, you need to clearly define what the next step looks like. Okay, Nick, so now that you got me your questionnaire back, I just want you to know that your program will be done within the next 7 days. So stay tuned. I'm super excited to get you onboarded. Then the next 7 days comes by, you deliver that program. Again, you need to have a very clearly defined next step. All right, Nick, so I just sent over your program to you. What I want to do now is I want to book in for a quick little 15-minute call to walk through everything in the program to make sure you clearly understand everything. Do you have some time later today or even tomorrow? Once you do the onboarding kickoff call, then the same thing. You're going to walk them through all this stuff, then you're going to have a very clearly defined next step. Okay, so now that we've gone through everything, Nick, the next thing that I need you to do is you need to go to the grocery store, pick up all your food, do your meal prep, and then post a picture in the community so that everybody else can see that you did your first meal prep. You have any questions for me? Amazing, brother. Looking forward to seeing the post, and I'll talk to you soon. This is something that you should integrate into every part of your coaching is a very clearly defined next step. If you can do this with every touch point that you have with your client and you can make sure that they always know what they're supposed to do next, you're gonna be moving them closer to their fitness goals, and it's gonna make it easy to make sure that clients don't fall off track. Now, let's talk about the first 4 weeks, what you need to focus on to make sure that your clients have an amazing experience. When you sign a client right away, add them into your Facebook group and get them to introduce themselves right away. This is gonna cause the client to have emotional buy-in. The reason that this is super important is because if the client has emotional buy-in before they get their questionnaire back to you, this is basically gonna be a micro commitment from the client to the group. Not only that, you also wanna get your other group members to welcome that client to the group so that the client feels seen and appreciated as soon as they join the group and they spend their hard-earned money. Now, within the first 4 weeks of the coaching program, once you get their program done, you do your kickoff call, the next thing that's really important to make sure that the client gets amazing experience is you need to make sure that they're checking in for their workouts, especially in the first 4 weeks. If at any point you notice your client not submitting their check-ins or not doing their workouts in the first 4 weeks, you need to get them on it, whether that be a text message, an Instagram message, a phone call. You need to make sure that your clients are compliant in the first 4 weeks, because if the client doesn't get results in the first 4 weeks, the likelihood that they will want to continue beyond the first 4 weeks is small, and the likelihood that they will renew at the end of the program is small because they're going to feel like they wasted their time in your program because they didn't get the result. Now, of course, we all know that they didn't get the result because they didn't check in, but they're not going to think that. They're just going to think, oh, this program didn't work for me. So your job, especially in the first 4 weeks, is to spend a lot of time and energy making sure that your clients are following through on their check-ins, following through on their workouts, and if they're slipping on any way, shape, or form, you need to get them back on track. Now, if you do your job correctly over the course of the next 12 weeks, you're going to have your clients come up for renewal, which leads us to point number 6 in the customer journey. And this is where most online fitness coaches struggle, and this is why you don't have a successful business yet. Number 6 is a repeat buyer. The 6th stage of the customer journey is somebody that's willing to spend money on you again. Somebody that's willing to take their hard-earned dollars out of their pocket after the 12 weeks and say, you know what, Nick, this was an amazing experience. I actually want to work with you again. Why is this so important for you? Because if you don't have this, then you're going to sign 10 new clients month 1, 10 new clients month 2, 10 new clients month 3. So now month 3, you have 30 clients, but on month 3, those 10 clients that you signed on month 1 left you. So now you're going to sign 10 new clients. So you're still going to be at 30. Clients from month 2 left you. 10 new clients, month 4, there's new clients left you, and you just keep repeating the same cycle. And this is why most online coaches never get to $10,000 to $20,000 to $50,000 a month, because all the new clients you're signing are leaving at the end of their program. Your job, but write this down, this is super important. Your job is to have a minimum 50% re-sign rate. That is the bare minimum. If you have an over 50% re-sign rate, you're doing a good job. If you have under 50% re-sign rate, you're doing a terrible job. If you have over 50% re-sign rate, you're doing an amazing job. 50% of the people that come to the end of the program re-sign with the program is a very good number to shoot for. Anything below that, you have a serious problem. Now, we've already done some videos where we talk about how to get client renewals, so I'm not going to go into that right now, but what you need to understand is if you want to have a business that hits $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 a month, then you need to have repeat buyers, people that are willing to spend their hard-earned money on you over and over and over again. And the way they're going to do that is based on 2 things and 2 things alone. Number 1 is the results that they get inside of your coaching program, and number 2 is the connection that they feel to you. If they're getting results and they feel connected to you, they're going to re-sign. Now, number 7 is the most important part of building a business that lasts for years. It is the reason that PT Domination has lasted over the course of the last 7 years. It's the reason we're currently working with over 2,000 active clients. It's the reason that we've helped 400 plus online coaches hit $10,000 a month. It's the reason that we've been able to host 6 in-person events and sell out every single one of them. It's very simple. Number 7 is a lifetime customer. The 7th stage of the customer journey is somebody that is your customer for life. Somebody that is willing to pay you over and over and over again because they couldn't imagine their life without your service. Somebody that's willing to come to the events that you throw. Somebody that's willing to upgrade to VIP, somebody that's willing to spend money to come hang out with you, somebody that's willing to refer all of their friends to you, somebody that would rather, this is a fun fact, so when I worked at Aesthetic Nation, I was working with this client, and I'd been working with him for 4 years. His name was Sean. He's an amazing dude. Worked with him for 4 years. There was 1 month where he came against financial hardship. He actually didn't tell me about it. And, his recurring monthly subscription was just coming out. And 6 months beyond his financial struggle, he actually gave me a call. He's like, hey, I just want you to know that 6 months ago, I was going through some really tough financial times. I was like, oh, dude, I'm sorry. Why didn't you let me know? He's like, I didn't let you know because I would have rather lose the electricity in my house than lose the coaching with you. I want you to think about that for a second. That man would have rather lost the electricity in his house. He would have rather gotten his power bill cut than lose out on the coaching program. That's how valuable the service was to my clients. I believe that when you help enough people get what they want, eventually you get what you want. If you focus more of your time and energy on delivering an amazing service to your clients, if you focus more on your time and energy on making sure your clients get amazing results, if you focus more of your time and energy on over-delivering to the clients that you currently have, you're not gonna have to worry so much about signing new clients. And so no, you don't need more leads. No, you don't need more clients. You need to learn how to take better care of the clients that you currently have. Because if you can learn to take better care of the clients that you currently have, you're not gonna have to sign so many new clients because the clients that are already with you are gonna stick with you for life. I'm going to talk about exactly how to create a culture inside of your coaching business that makes people never want to leave. And I want to break down exactly what it takes to create a culture inside of your business where clients feel accountable for themselves, but also connected to you. See, I think a lot of coaches end up being glorified babysitters. What I mean by glorified babysitters is you're chasing clients down and you're trying to get them to come back to the group and you're trying to herd a bunch of your clients and you're basically like herding cats. You're trying to get all these people to do all these random things that they quote unquote committed to when they signed up with you in the first place. And so I really want to break down what it's going to take somebody from complete, just getting started, to becoming a little bit more self-accountable, to becoming fully self-sustaining, and then contributing to the culture inside of your coaching container. It breaks down to 4 specific things. I'm going to break them down one at a time. First things first, when it comes to culture, clear expectations in the onboarding. One of the things I do with every single new client that joins my coaching program is get an onboarding call booked in as soon as their program is ready. The reason that this is super important is twofold. One, you want to make sure the client understands how to get the most value out of the program. Do they know how to elongate a trainer eyes? Do they know how to access their meal plan? Do they know how to do their check-ins properly? You can walk through all of this on the onboarding call and basically hold their hand through the basic stuff in the beginning so they understand all the tech. The second reason that booking an onboarding call is extremely important with your clients is you want to communicate expectations. Not only what you expect from them, but what they can expect from you as a coach. So on these calls, it's very simple. Okay, so what's going to happen in this coaching program, Nick, is I'm going to send you a check-in every single week, and it's going to be on Wednesday night at 6 p.m. Now, your check-in is due back by Thursday morning at 12 p.m. If it's beyond 12 p.m., it's going to be late. And if your check-in is late, I'm not going to get to it. So basically, I'm going to send you your check-in on Wednesday night. You need to get it back to me by Thursday morning. And if it's late, I don't respond to it. Does that sound good? Now, the reason I do it like this, Nick, is if I don't have your check-in data, if I don't have your week-to-week stats, then I'm not able to do my job efficiently, and I'm not able to change your macros or make any adjustments that need to happen so you can lose the weight. So my job is to get you the check-in so that I can make your adjustments. Your job is to get me the data from that check-in so that I can make the adjustments necessary so that you can lose the weight. Does that make sense? Perfect. Now, the client community is very simple. I want you to use it selfishly. So basically what I want you to do is I want you to go in there and I want you to post the things that you need, right? So any questions that you have, any concerns that you have, etc., any help that you need on your fitness journey. And I also would like you to go in there and if you see anybody else struggling, just give it a like and leave a comment. I think that community support is extremely important because not a lot of us have this container where we have a bunch of people that support our goals, but that's one of the things that we try to focus on in this coaching group. Does that sound good? Perfect. So you're going to communicate all the expectations that you want out of your coaching program on this 15-minute onboarding call, which will set the standard for the culture in your group. Now, this is just a quick side note on culture, but I'm going to say it again. I said it in the last video as well. When your clients join your program, they need to introduce themselves to your group right away. If they don't engage with that community as soon as they join, the chances of them engaging with that community 6 months later is significantly less. So we want to create the culture where we get other people to engage with the group, because if we can get people to engage with the group right away, they're way more likely to do that for a long period of time. Now, the second part of creating culture is you being active in your own community. I see a lot of online fitness coaches that make these groups for their clients. It's like my private VIP group, but then they spend absolutely no time on it. They don't reply to posts in time. They're not posting in there. They're not doing any sort of live streams in there. They're just not active. So you need to dedicate a good 20 to 30 minutes every single day to going in and engaging with your community. If you're watching this video and you have a community and it's dead, it's your fault. It's the fact that you didn't pay attention to it, you didn't give it the time and attention it deserves, and as a result, your clients aren't seeing that community as valuable. So you need to be active in the community yourself. I personally would recommend leading by example. So as you're going through things in your own fitness journey, or as you're taking yourself to the gym, or even things you're struggling with, if you're sharing that inside of the coaching container, what's gonna happen is your clients are gonna feel that it's a safe space for them to share, and they're gonna be able to open up and follow your lead. So you being active means that you've got a posting schedule that you're posting in your group on a regular basis, that you're engaging with other group members that are posting in there, and that you're posting some of your own stuff in there as well, so your clients can see, okay, this is a community where I actually feel like there's a safe space, so I'm gonna open up and I'm gonna share a little bit more about myself. So use your Facebook group, spend at least 20 to 30 minutes in it every single day, have a posting schedule in there, post your own journey in there, and make sure that you're replying to your clients that are posting in there and showing them that you appreciate them. Now, the third big part of building culture is hosting group calls. Now, I know that this might be a little bit nerve-wracking for you if you're an online fitness coach getting started. However, if you're not hosting group calls in your community and you're not giving your community more value than you're giving to the public, why would they pay you? What's the purpose? They could just watch you on Instagram. And so what you wanna do is you wanna dedicate specific time that you talk to your clients only that are paying you. And guys, we live online. You can literally open up your phone and go live in your group in 3 seconds. It is not that hard. And so once a week, bare minimum to start, I would recommend hosting some sort of Monday training. I personally like to do Monday Mindset because I believe that the biggest reason that people don't get success in their life is because they struggle with their mindset. And because they struggle with their mindset, they're not able to do the day-to-day work. It's not a strategy issue, because if it was a strategy issue, they could just follow the program that you gave them. Most people struggle with their mindset. So what I personally like to do is on Monday, I'll do a mindset training, and then I will do a homework challenge associated with that Monday Mindset training. The reason that I do that is because now throughout the week, that mindset training that I gave, my clients will be implementing the homework throughout the week, which means they're gonna be using the community. The community is gonna be more active, and other members are gonna see the community being active when they go on Facebook, which means they're more likely to respond to their group and get back engaged with the community. Now, if you don't know what mindset topics you should talk about, it's very simple. Go into your client check-ins and see what people are saying. See what people are asking. Are all of your clients asking about how to switch out macros? Are all of your clients asking about morning routines? Are all of your clients stressed out because they don't have time to go to the gym? Whatever the common struggle is for the week, you wanna do a live stream the following Monday about that subject. Now you're always giving your group what it needs. Now your group actually feels like it has life, and your clients are gonna feel like you're speaking directly to them because you're talking about things that they have mentioned that they struggled to you. If you have under 20 clients in your coaching program, I'd recommend doing just a live stream. Typically speaking, these things are better done on Zoom, but unless you have over 20 clients, you're gonna do a Zoom call and 2 people are gonna show up. If you have over 20 clients, I recommend doing a Zoom call. Even if 4 or 5 people show up, you can still post a replay in the group, and when other members can see other members on the call, even if they don't attend the call, it's gonna give them FOMO and they're gonna wanna make time for the call. Now, in terms of what time you should actually host those calls at, I'd recommend hosting those calls at a time that your avatar will most likely be available. So if you work with busy parents, doing them at 3 p.m. probably isn't a good move because they're probably at work. So maybe doing them at 6 or 7 p.m. If you're working with stay-at-home moms, then you could probably do them anytime throughout the day when the kids are at school because there's not gonna be anybody at home. So you really gotta think about who your avatar is and base your call time around that. I personally work with personal trainers, so I do my calls in the middle of the day at 9 a.m. But if you have an avatar that has a specific work schedule, I would try to have the call time at a time where most of your avatar is gonna be able to attend. Now, I wouldn't expect attendance to be 20 out of 20. Like if you have 20 clients, you're probably gonna have 4 to 7 people tune into those live streams. However, the better that you get at those live streams and the more consistent those live streams are, the more people that will eventually attend. Start with 1 call a week, and if you wanna go up to 2 calls a week, you host 1 Monday Mindset, and then you're gonna host 1 Q&A throughout the week where your clients can actually ask you questions directly. For Q&A live streams, I'd recommend posting a Q&A thread before the actual live stream itself, like a day before, and getting everyone to ask questions. And if nobody asks questions, you can just go to ChatGPT and grab common questions that clients of your avatar might be asking, and then answer those on a Q&A as if somebody asked you the question directly. Now, the fourth and final piece of the puzzle when it comes to building an amazing culture is you need to have a vision that you are working towards. You need to have a vision that your clients can buy into. For me, my entire mantra is to push myself to be the very best version of myself. And so on every single coaching call, I'm always talking about my own personal development, my own journey, and how my journey should inspire you to be the very best version of yourself, because I'm always challenging and pushing my limits. My entire mantra at PT Domination is I want to be the very best that I can be. I follow that as my personal mission. That's my personal mantra as a leader. And because I, as the leader, have a vision for where I'm going with my life, I'm able to inspire my clients to have a vision for where they want to go with their life. And because I have a vision for my life, when my clients are in my presence, they can feel that vision, they can feel that power, and they're more motivated to follow my lead. So if you want to build a culture inside of your coaching container, you want to build a tribe of raving fans, you need to be working towards a bigger future. Not only for yourself, but also for your family and also for your clients. And when your clients can see that your bigger future is helping them achieve their big futures, and they can see that your vision as a leader is going to make them a better person, they're not going to want to leave your ecosystem. I've had many clients that end up leaving my ecosystem to go to another business coach and then end up coming back to me because I'm in growth mode. And so they'll leave me for a year, and then a year later, I've got 100,000 more followers and I've got 10 more clients over $100,000 a month. And now all of a sudden they see my growth curve and they see my vision and they want to come back to the container, not necessarily because the information has got significantly better, although it has, but they end up coming back because they see the growth curve. And when clients can see you growing as an individual, not only your business, but you as an individual, you as a person, when they can see your clients getting better and better results because you are leading them to better results, it's gonna be contagious and they're not gonna wanna leave you. And so if you wanna build an amazing culture, you need to have vision for yourself and you need to have vision for your business, and you need to communicate that vision to your team at all times. My job as a leader is to make you the very best version of yourself. And you as a fitness client might be with me for a year, you may be with me for 2 years or 5 years, but my job is to challenge you to be the very best version of yourself while you're here, so that for the rest of your life, you have this knowledge to be able to take with you and positively impact every area of your life. And if I can do that as a leader, I've done my job effectively. When you communicate like that and you show your clients that you have vision, they're not gonna wanna leave your program, because when they're in your program, they're gonna feel like they're better people. So that's it. You're not just selling training and nutrition, you're selling an entire experience. These are the 4 steps to creating an amazing culture. I'm gonna put them on screen for you. If you follow these steps inside of your coaching container, I guarantee you your culture is gonna improve. As a result of your culture improving, your clients are gonna refer their friends, they're gonna stick around for longer, you're gonna make more money. I got you. I'm gonna teach you how to make 1 week's worth of content in 1 hour. And I'm not talking about these BS reels that suck, that get low views. I'm talking about high converting reels that generate cash from your Instagram and turn people in your audience into paying clients. Without further ado, let's dive right in. Most coaches are stuck in what I call the content hamster wheel. You basically wake up, you're trying to think about what to post on social media, you might come up with an idea in your head, you might go to ChatGPT to search for something, and basically every single day you're trying to figure out what you're gonna post about today. And then you spend a bunch of time creating this piece of content and you post it on social media being really proud of it, only to realize that only 3 people liked it. 1 of them was your mom, 1 of them was your dog, and 1 of them was your cat. And we wanna start getting you content that generates you views. So let me break down the step-by-step process to get you off of the hamster wheel and actually start creating content that goes viral on social media. But don't just take my word for it. I wanna talk about one of my clients, Anthony Anisimov. Anthony started out in my coaching program and his videos used to look like this.
For strength, you're gonna wanna work in the 6 to 12 rep range. Week 1, start at 6.
Anthony, I love you to death.
Go to 7, go to 8.
After working with me and Cole over the course of 12 months, now his videos look like this.
One of the most important factors for growing muscle is stability, something you lack in your love life.
Now this is what his following was at when he first started, and this is what his following is at now. And this is how much money he made last month. So obviously you understand the importance of creating viral content, and you understand that if you get better at creating viral content, that you will make more money. So let me break down exactly how you can start creating better content for your specific niche. There's a 7-step process to creating viral Instagram reels. Let me break each one down individually. Step number 1, research. You wanna spend 15 minutes doing avatar research on viral videos that are already popping in your industry. All you need to do is think about your specific demographic, so let's say it's men's weight loss. Go to ChatGPT and type this in. Give me 10 different search terms for men's weight loss that I might be able to search for other videos in my niche from creators that are making content for these people. ChatGPT is gonna spit out a bunch of different keywords. You're gonna take one of those keywords and you're gonna go over to Instagram and you're gonna type that keyword in. Then you're gonna scroll over to the Reels tab. When you scroll over to the Reels tab, what's gonna happen is Instagram is gonna load the most viral content. What you wanna do is you wanna scroll through these viral videos and you wanna find one that is easy to replicate for you based on where you're at. So if you find one that's like highly edited, that's really well produced, obviously don't steal that one because that one's gonna be hard to do. Or maybe steal that one and then deliver it in a more simple format. But you wanna base your viral ideas off of the content that's already performed well. Why? Because Instagram has already shown that it's gonna reward people that create this type of content. So you wanna try to match your content style to that content style. Step number 2 is to study what works. Once you identify what the viral video is, then you actually need to sit down and spend the time watching the viral video, not as a consumer, but a producer. Here's what you're looking for. What did they say in the first 3 seconds? AKA, what was the hook? How was the camera set up? Were they talking to the camera? Were they using a selfie? Did they use multiple angles? What was the text on screen in the first 3 seconds? What sort of props did they use? What was the format of the video? Was it a one-on-one format, or was it a selfie format, or maybe it was a B-roll format? What was the pacing of the video? Did they do it really fast, or did they do it really slow? Did they use humor, sarcasm, empathy, jokes? You're looking for what made this video go viral, and once you can find elements that made this video go viral that relate to your personality, you can steal those elements into your own viral content. Step number 3 is to not fucking plagiarize. When you find viral ideas, don't fucking copy them word for word. It makes you look like a dork. Plus, it's fucking rude, don't do it. This is an example of what not to do.
If you can't pronounce it, don't eat it. Would you eat something with dihydrogen monoxide, or sucrose, or fructose, or potassium chloride? There's no way you'd eat ascorbic acid.
My homie Jeff popped off on social media and people are literally copying his content word for fucking word and prop for prop. Don't do that. Basically what you want to do is you want to take that viral concept, then you want to ask yourself, how can I take this viral idea and insert my own expert advice? So let's just say the viral video says, don't eat these 3 foods on your fat loss journey. Well, you could take that viral idea and you could sub them out with different foods. Or if you wanted to use the same foods, you could take that viral idea and have a different hook. The worst 3 foods that you can eat on your fat loss journey are, I'm taking the concept, but I'm not taking it word for word. This is also where you need to insert your own expert advice. And so if the foods that the person is talking about in the video, you have no fucking idea what you're talking about, then maybe don't use the foods in those videos. Or maybe you disagree with this person on the foods that they shouldn't eat in the video. Then you could start your video by being like, the worst 3 foods that you could eat on your fat loss journey are cucumbers, eggs, and bananas. Said every dumb influencer on the fucking internet. And then that's your viral video, right? So you can take the viral concepts and you can agree or disagree with them, or you can take the viral concepts and recreate them with your own spin by changing the words in the hook or changing some of the stuff about the video itself and inserting your own expert advice. Basically, don't plagiarize. Step number 4 is to think about different formats. So let's say the viral video that you find is a 6-second B-roll video that talks about inflammatory foods. What if you took that concept and you delivered it in a split screen? Like this. I just hope people reach out to me. I build systems that trigger DMs daily. And then on one side of the screen, you could say something like, my gut hurts. And then the other side of the screen say, eat cucumber. Then one side of the screen you said, but I'm bloating. And then the other side of the screen says, eat lettuce. And then the other guy on one side of the screen says, but I'm tired. And then the other guy says, eat oranges, or whatever the fuck you guys eat, okay? I'm not a fitness coach, I'm a business coach, damn it. But you get the idea, right? You can take the concept and then you can create a different format. Another example is like, let's say it was a 6-second B-roll. You could literally do a fucking whiteboard video about that. Like this. For application, use Typeform. For logo, use Looka Design. And you could say, the best inflammatory foods. And now you're doing it on a whiteboard and you got the idea from a 6-second B-roll video idea. Now you're not a fucking plagiarizer. You're using the idea to create your own concept. Step number 5, once you've got the viral ideas and you got the concept that you want to communicate, you're gonna script the content. Follow this 4-step framework to script your content. Number 1, you've got to have a scroll stopping hook. I like to use negativity, exaggerated positivity, or humor. Example of negativity. The worst fucking mistake you can make on your fat loss journey is X. Example of exaggerated positivity. This is the single best fat loss hack I have ever found. Example of humor. Newsflash, homie, 1,200 calories is what my little fucking sister eats. Step number 2 is you add personality. In this part of the video, you can't just be a boring fucking dork that sits in your computer chair and just delivers value. You need to add personality to the video. You can do this by exaggerating. You could do this by using props. You could do this by filming in public and being a goof. Whatever the fuck you need to do to add personality, to add to your new unique personality. Maybe you're more soft-spoken and you just add personality by adding in like jokes. At the end of the day, if you're just reading off of a fucking script, your audience is going to be able to tell that you're not being authentic and they're gonna know that you got it from ChatGPT. So you need to add your own personality so the video feels authentic. Number 3 is you're gonna give step-by-step value. Don't give service level bullshit. Don't give overarching opinions. Nobody cares. Nobody cares that you need to get more steps to lose weight, okay? Give a step-by-step plan to somebody through your video so that when they consume your content, they're like, oh, I actually got something from this. This is really valuable. I'm gonna use this today. And thank you, Brian, for being so handsome and giving this to me. And step number 4 is you're gonna add a CTA. Save this video. Leave me a comment below. Follow for more value. Comment 10K if you're interested in coaching, etc., etc., etc. Step number 6, you're gonna film all the videos in one setting. My recommendation when you're first getting started is to film 7 videos at a time. The reason you wanna film all of them at once is if you try to do it one day at a time, you're gonna get burnt out, you're gonna get exhausted, you're gonna get overwhelmed because you're gonna run out of ideas and it's gonna feel inauthentic. My recommendation is that you just get yourself into the state of filming. You just get yourself into flow because after the second or the third video, once you're into it, it's gonna be easier to create the content. So set aside an hour to batch record all of your content all at once and then just like that, it's all done. And step number 7 is edit the video. Now, when you're first getting started, go to submagic.co. This is an AI editing app where you can literally upload your video. It's gonna add captions for you. It's not 100% perfect, but it does a lot of the work, and if you need to clean it up on CapCut, you can do that later. I would much rather use Submagic for your videos though, than you spend hours and hours in CapCut, because listen, you're not a video editor, so stop trying to pretend to be one. And if you're making over $5,000 a month, go to onlinejobs.ph and hire a Filipino video editor. You can hire one of these guys for $10 to $25 a video, and just like that, you've got 7 videos a week, and if you're making over $5,000 a month, that extra $200 that you spend per week on getting your content edited is time. That's like 3 to 5 to 7 extra hours that you could spend generating leads, booking sales calls, talking to clients, etc., actually doing money-making activities instead of doing minimum wage tasks. And bam, just like that, we've got our 7-step roadmap. This is exactly how to create viral Instagram reels like a fucking boss. This is my social media posting schedule that generates me over $10 million every single year. And if you don't believe me, here's my Stripe. I'm showing you these numbers not to flex, but I just want to break down exactly what happens when you fully commit to a content process. I'm not going to hold back, and I'm going to tell you exactly what the I do. I'm not going to tell you what I recommend my clients to do or what I recommend other people to do, because frankly, I'm just going to be honest, a lot of people can't keep up with me. I have a full-on media engine. I've got a full-on media team. I spend over $25,000 on my media team alone every single month. And in this video, I'm going to break down exactly what we do on a weekly basis that helps me generate over $10 million a year. So first things first, I post 6 times a day, 7 days a week on Instagram. Now, why do I do that? Because organic marketing is free. F-R-E-E. It costs me $0 to post on social media, and when I post on social media, I get more clients. I also did find that the more that I posted, it didn't affect my view count. At first, I thought the more that I posted, my views were gonna go down, but I actually found the opposite. The more that I posted and the more that I was in front of my ideal client, my views might have went down a little bit, but my DMs are fucking flooded. We book 15 sales calls every single day from my Instagram account alone. Not to mention the amount of calls that we're booking from ads, which we'll talk about in a second. But that's why I post 6 times a day, 7 days a week with Instagram Reels, carousels, etc., because I know that the more that I post, the more money that I'm gonna make. Now, in terms of types of posts that I make on social media, there's 3. I post connection, I post proof, and I post value. Connection content is where I'm helping my audience get to know me. This is stuff about my mindset, stuff about my personal relationships, stuff about my wife's pregnancy, stuff about when I first got started. This is my personal story, right? So that's connection content. Value content is a lot of the stuff that you guys are used to seeing and the stuff that you guys are seeing on this channel. It's step by step actionable content where you're actually going to be able to consume it and get results. And social proof content, which is the most important type of content for generating qualified sales calls in your calendar. Social proof content is where I'm actually demonstrating that I'm working with clients getting amazing results. Like these clients. Look at all those clients getting all those wins. Those are all clients inside of my Change Lives Academy coaching program. And I digress, back to the video. So that's just for my newsfeed, all right? So I post 6 times a day, 7 days a week on Instagram. I also have one of my team members posting 6 trial reels a day. We're posting 6 trials a reel a day. So in total, it's 12 times a day on Instagram, 6 on my regular feed, 6 on my trial reels. Now, on my other social media platforms, I am also posting multiple times a day. So I post 6 times a day on TikTok, 6 times a day on Facebook, 6 times a day on YouTube, and these are all for shorts. Now, in terms of the actual revenue that's generated from all of these platforms, I'm gonna be transparent. TikTok brings me in fucking dog shit, and we're talking about $0. Instagram is where I generate probably 80 to 90% of my revenue. YouTube actually generates me 10 to 15% of my revenue, which is cool because 2 years ago it was generating me $0. And Facebook, I actually don't use Facebook as a lead generation platform. I primarily use Facebook as a community for my clients. So Facebook actually doesn't generate me a lot of revenue. So Instagram is where I put all of my focus and all of my energy. That's where I do all of my own posting. Nobody else posts on my Instagram for me. I'm the only one that does that. The only person that's posting on my Instagram for me is my trial reels, and I've got a team member doing that. But like all the content that you guys see on my main feed is posted directly by me. Why? Because it's the biggest income generator. Why would I get somebody else to post on the main Instagram account that's my #1 money source? That doesn't make any sense. Too many of you guys are trying to outsource your business once you get to a certain level because you're trying to delegate. Delegating your marketing, in my opinion, is the stupidest thing, especially for organic. Yes, you might be able to delegate your emails. Yes, you can delegate posting on your company account, but when it comes to the account that generates you money for your business, delegation is the worst possible mistake that you can make. You're the one that understands your ideal client the best. You should be posting on your Instagram. Now, let's talk about my long form strategy. I currently at this point post 2 times a week on YouTube, Monday and Friday at 4 p.m. PST. Me and my videographers sit down and we ideate different YouTube videos that are gonna be valuable for my audience alone. I used to have a pretty random schedule with my YouTube in the sense that I would just kind of post whatever was on my mind or whatever I was feeling. But me and my videographer recently made a decision that we're only gonna be posting business type content on my YouTube channel because we want people to find my YouTube channel and then fall in love with the YouTube channel for all the value that it provides. Once in a while, we're gonna post like a lifestyle update to kind of give you guys an update on what we're working on. But for the most part on my YouTube channel, if you guys go through the videos, step by step by step by step by step actionable value. Because one day when my channel blows up, I want people to come to my channel and literally find a fucking goldmine of content that's just been there for a long time that they didn't even know that they needed. All right, so my YouTube strategy is very simple. I want to provide so much fucking value that when somebody finds my channel, they're like, damn, I want to work with this dude. I will also say that at this point, like YouTube is probably the #1 thing that I'm focused on. And we'll talk about why in a second. There was a point where I was doing 5 YouTube videos a week. There was a point that I was doing 7 YouTube videos a week. We found that quality over quantity with YouTube is a better move because just because we were posting more long form videos doesn't mean that we were actually getting more subscribers or more views. In fact, it was less. When me and Nick decided that we were gonna focus on 2 YouTube videos a week instead of 5, instantly the quality got better, instantly the views went up, and we just found more fun actually creating the videos itself. So I do 2 a week. Now, in terms of podcasting was actually something that I was doing 5 days a week, every single week for the last 6 years. Recently, I cut that down to twice a week. And that actually seems a little bit weird to do, and you might be wondering why. And the reason is like, my Instagram account got restricted back in May. And when my Instagram account got restricted for something that was literally completely random, what ended up happening is my live stream ban, I got a live stream ban for 365 days. And once I got the live stream ban, I feel like that was kind of me forcing myself to take a step back from podcasting a little bit because I used to podcast and go live at the exact same time. And that was such a really good income generator for the business. And honestly, like, again, if you're just getting started, I think podcasting and live streaming is such a good move. There's a guy that you guys can go to for the podcasting. His name's Travis Brown. I'm gonna put his Instagram right here. If you DM him and tell him Brian Mark sent you, he's got a really good podcast service. He'll hook it up. And if you come as my referral, he'll take good care of you. I digress. I think that having a podcast is one of the things that you can have that will instantly separate you from everybody else. That's why I was doing it 5 times a week. I've got over 1,300 episodes, the Change Lives Make Money Online Trainer podcast. But recently I went down to once a week to twice a week maybe, because I'll be honest, I lost passion for it. Like, once I stopped going live, like I wasn't talking to my audience anymore, it just didn't have the same effect as when I was going live and talking to my audience at the same time. So it kind of forced me to take a step back. So right now I'm doing 2 podcast episodes a week. One of them is called Pod Chats, where I actually do a coaching call with my clients, which is beneficial for my clients and my audience. It's beneficial for my clients because they obviously get to talk to me one-on-one, but it's also beneficial for my audience because then my audience can see what it's like to work with me and have a conversation with me. So that serves as a 2-in-1, gives value to the clients, it also gives value to the audience, and it helps attract clients. If I am gonna do more than 1 podcast episode a week, it's typically speaking, it'll be a client interview, like a testimonial of somebody that's been in my program or I bring them on the podcast, or I'll be having a conversation with Cole about something that, you know, either heats us up or pisses us off or just something that's on our mind. And we just do that because we want to start doing more content together. But right now I'm doing 2 podcast episodes a week and 2 YouTube episodes a week. Now, the other content strategies that end up bringing me in clients are very simple. Okay, I do 2 things on the front end of my Instagram account, and then I'll talk about the back end as well. On the front end of my Instagram account, I run follower ads as number 1. And number 2, I run direct to DM ads. So my follower ads look exactly like this. How much money do you make as a personal trainer?
30K a month, man.
30K a month, man. You said that fast.
Because I know.
You know.
Technically, it was 32.
Now, I'm targeting personal trainers. So me walking up to a personal trainer in the gym, asking him how much money I make, and I put that in front of a personal trainer audience is obviously going to attract personal trainers. So this follower ad brings me in followers at about $3 to $4 a follower. This is a really good metric for my audience because typically speaking, I was getting about $10 to $15 a follower for personal trainers specifically. So this one is currently running for about $450 a day. I've got 3 other ads that are very similar to that are also running for about $450 a day. So every day, just from my follower ads, we're generating 300 to 500 new followers a day, which is how I'm able to start so many conversations with everybody that's coming in my profile. So that's one of the things that's bringing in a bunch of traffic to my Instagram. The other thing that's bringing in a bunch of traffic to my Instagram is called direct to DM ads. I've got a direct to DM ad that's running right now that looks like this.
Excuse me, sir?
Yeah.
How much money do you make as a personal trainer?
$30,000 a month.
Excuse me? How much money do you make as a personal trainer?
About $20,000 a month.
Excuse me? How much money do you make as a personal trainer?
Most I ever did was 73 in 1 month.
Excuse me, sir? How much money do you make as a personal trainer?
25K.
25K a month or a year?
Month.
Yeah, let's go.
Now, the reason that this works really well is it's a bunch of different personal trainers saying how much money they made. So obviously I put that in front of a personal trainer audience that all wants to make money, and they're gonna DM me because they're gonna wanna get results like that. I'm spending about $1,200 a day on follower ads and about $400 a day on DM ads just to get more traffic into my account. Now on the back end of Facebook business ads, I also hired an agency. Now, if you are making over $100,000 a month, hiring an agency is something I would recommend. If you're making under $100,000 a month, hiring an agency is a waste of time. You should just learn how to run your own ads. Running ads is something that I teach inside of my coaching container, inside of my coaching program. I teach my clients how to run follower ads and direct to DM ads because frankly, if you're under $100,000 a month, running a call funnel, running a lead magnet, running any of that, I think is a complete and total waste of time because you can easily scale to $100,000 a month with just follower ads and just DM ads. That being said, I'm making $1 million a month, so obviously I have an agency. I pay my agency $7,000 a month plus 8% of commission of cash that gets collected on the front end. So my agency's job is to run ads on the back end. I'm running 3 different ad campaigns right now. Ad campaign number 1 is a straight to call booking funnel. Those ads look like this. How much money do you make as a personal trainer?
$28,000.
$28,000. How much money do you make as a personal trainer?
$29K, baby.
$29K a month. How much money do you make as a personal trainer?
$67,000.
$67,000. I will help you generate at least $10,000 in revenue in your online fitness business, or you don't pay. And if it doesn't work, I'll actually pay you $1,000. Tap the button below to learn more. These ads will go to a VSL landing page. The VSL landing page will give people an opportunity to apply and book in for a call on the page. I'm also running ads directly to a masterclass. Those ads look like this. Making $2,000 a month proves that you know how to grow an online coaching business, but if you're stuck at 2K and you can't get to 5K, it's because you actually have no idea what you're doing. Posting a piece of content to sign a client is pretty easy, but to get to 5K a month, you need to have a predictable system that is constantly bringing you in leads so you're never wondering where your next client is coming from. I'm hosting a free 60-minute masterclass where I'm gonna teach you exactly how to do just that. So if you want a predictable lead funnel where you never have to run into clients, tap here to register for the free masterclass. The masterclass is for people making $5,000 a month that want to scale to $25,000 a month. Basically on the page, I give them the free value and then I give them the opportunity to book in for a call. I'm also running ads to a social selling masterclass. Those ads look like this.
Brian, I'm posting all this content, but I'm not making any money from my online fitness business.
Well, good thing I'm hosting a free masterclass called the Social Selling Summit where I'm gonna teach you exactly how to start making money from your content. I'll teach you how to create content that converts, what to say in the DMs, and how to start signing online fitness coaching clients for your business so you can get results like this. Sound good? Good. Tap here to register. This is the exact same thing. I basically give them the value in the social selling masterclass and then I give them the opportunity to book in for a call. I'm spending about $70,000 a month on those back end ads and about $40,000 a month on the front end ads. So in total, it's about $110,000 in ad spend. Our average cash collected every single month on the front end for new cash is about $400,000. So I'm spending 100 grand and I'm making back 400, which is a 4x ROAS, which I'm really happy about. And there you have it. That's my content strategy. That's exactly what I'm doing on a weekly basis in order to generate $10 million a year. Honestly, my goal this year is to double that. We're shooting for $2 million a month. Right now we're at $1 million a month. Our goal is to hit 2 million. So what am I gonna be doing to hit $2 million? Well, more of the stuff that's already working. Right now, I don't really think I can post more than 6 times a day without going click, click, bang, bang. So we're probably not gonna be doubling down on that anytime soon. However, what I am gonna be doing is I'm gonna be doubling down on the ads that are currently working. I'm gonna be doubling down on the spend that's currently working. And I'm gonna be doubling down on the team members that are producing at a high level so that they can continue to produce at a high level. I book 600 sales calls per month for my Instagram alone. I'm gonna teach you exactly what you need to do to start booking 5 to 10 sales calls per week. Now, I'd love to help you book 600 sales calls per month from Instagram, but I'm gonna be 100% transparent. I spend $100,000 a month on ads for my Instagram, and I also am posting 6 times a day, 7 days a week. I don't expect you to do any of those things, but if you're booking 5 to 10 sales calls a week, that means you're booking 20 to 40 sales calls a month, which means you're gonna be able to make $10,000 to $20,000 a month. If that sounds interesting to you, keep watching. See, the problem with most online coaches is you're just sending cold DMs to people that have never interacted with your stuff. As a result of that, people aren't reaching out, and then you say to yourself, DMs don't work. DMs work, but you have to understand how to make them work with the audience that you currently have. So step number 1, before we can send DMs, we need to work on building our audience. The reason we need to work on building our audience is because if you do cold DMs to random strangers on the internet, that's just as effective as me going door to door, knock, knock, knock to every single neighbor in my neighborhood, wondering if they want to buy my online coaching service. Obviously, if I knock on 1,000 doors, I might find one fat person that picks up the door and says like, yes, I'm interested. But the odds of that are very slim. I'm more likely to get a fitness client if I host a fitness boot camp at my house that I advertise for free to everybody in my neighborhood. I get 10 people show up. Those 10 people are obviously going to be interested, and I'm way more likely to be able to sell them a service. So step number 1 is to create an audience. Now, if you don't have an audience on social media, that's completely fine. If you're starting from scratch, that's completely fine. A lot of you guys that are listening to this right now have started posting on social media, so you do have a little bit of an advantage. The audience that you're gonna create, you're gonna post 3 types of content: connection content to help people get to know you, value content so people can actually see that you're an authority, and social proof content so people can see that you're working with other clients that are getting amazing results. Now, Most online coaches struggle because they're just posting value content, aka they go to ChatGPT like my videographer did for this video script, which by the way, I'm riffing off because the video script sucks. Most people go to ChatGPT to come up with their content ideas and they don't actually think about what's in it for the viewer, right? As in like, how can I create valuable content that not only my viewer is going to be able to see as valuable information, but they also are going to fall in love with my personality. They're going to fall in love with my jokes. They're going to fall in love with the way that I'm delivering the content. And so value content by itself means that yes, you're giving away step-by-step information, which you can get from ChatGPT, but more importantly, you need to be adding your own personality. You need to be finding ways to deliver that value in a way that hits the algorithm and is engaging for the audience. That's my definition of value. Because I don't know about you guys, but a dictionary is supposed to be pretty valuable, right? It has every definition of every single word that's ever been existed in the history of the planet for English. I don't read dictionaries though. You wanna know why? Because they're boring, right? Most of you guys are creating your value content like a dictionary. You go to ChatGPT, you figure out some piece of content, and then you read off the script to the video camera. You're like, why am I not signing clients? That's why. Connection content. You need to show people parts of your life that are outside of fitness. Show you going for a walk. If you have a little chihuahua like I do, Mr. Fluffy Pants, we're gonna post a picture right here. Show Mr. Fluffy Pants, right? Show you and your relationship. Show you and your wife doing funny shit. If you don't have a wife, then, maybe get on Hinge and find one. I don't know. Social proof content is content where you're demonstrating that you're working with clients that are already getting amazing results. These are before and after screenshots, or you can just check out some of my clients on this video right here that are getting amazing results so that your audience can see that you're working with clients that are getting results inside of your coaching program. So step number one is to build an audience. The reason you want to build an audience is because I don't want to send cold DMs to strangers that have no idea who the I am. I'd rather them have some sort of pre-existing relationship with me. Step number two, give more than you ask for. This is a very simple concept, but I'm going to break it down to you. If you had a friend that every single time they called you, they were asking you for money or asking you for a favor or asking you for something, over time, would you want to continue to pick up phone calls from that friend? The answer is no. And so if somebody's following you on social media and every single day you're asking if anybody wants to work with you, asking if anybody wants your coaching program, asking if anyone wants to buy your over time, people are going to start tuning out from your social media. So you need to get into the habit of giving more than you ask for. The way that I like to do this is I only do asks twice a week, Monday and Thursday. The only exception to this rule is if your audience is growing by more than 1,000 followers a week, because these are all people that have never seen your offer before. So if you're getting 200 to 300 new followers a day, maybe you can ask a little bit more than that. But for most people, twice a week is more than enough. Speaking of connection content, this is my wife delivering me coffee. She's pregnant with her 6-month-old child. And
delivering coffee, and we'll be delivering a baby October 6th.
Delivering coffee, and she'll be delivering a child.
October 6th.
Thank you.
October 6th.
So give more than you ask for. When you're going to social media, your intention should not be, I want to sign as many clients as I can. When you're going to social media, your intention should be, how do I give these people more value so they build more of a connection to me? Because over time, as people build a connection to you, they will want to transact and do business with you. Step number 3, you need to start the conversation. Now, I only start conversations with people in my audience that are already interacting with me. Again, I'm not a door-to-door salesman. So the list in order of importance from people that you're going to start conversations with goes like this. First place you're going to find leads is in your Instagram DMs. This should be obvious, but if you've already got prospects in your DMs that are interested in coaching, why go out and seek more prospects when you've already got people that are there? The second place you want to go is your Instagram story poll responders. Now, you do want to be posting CTAs on Monday and Thursday like I suggested. Second place you should be looking for is anybody that's been voting on your polls on your Instagram stories to see if they'd be interested in coaching. The third place you're going to go is Instagram commenters on your photos. The reason that these people are warm leads is because they took the time out of their day to interact with their social media when they could have just scrolled. So obviously there's some sort of intent there. Maybe it's not intent to purchase, but it's at least intent to build a relationship with you. Or hate on you if their name is StrangerPantsBob665544. Fourth place you want to go to find leads is on your likes on your Instagram posts and reels. People that are taking the time to interact with your profile on social media, again, they're not leaving a comment, but they could have just scrolled, and the fact that they liked your content means that they have some sort of interest in having a relationship with you. The fifth place you want to go is new followers. People that are coming into your social media page, brand new, they've never interacted with your offer before. You just want to shoot them a message and say thanks for the follow. And the last place you want to go is your Instagram story viewers. Now again, people that are viewing your story are obviously interested in you, otherwise they wouldn't be watching your story, but their level of intent to purchase is going to be extremely low. Now the message that you're going to send out to all these people is, hey Nick, thanks so much for supporting my content. Are you on a fitness journey or are you just enjoying the content? Notice how it's not sleazy, not salesy, not slimy. I'm asking them a this or that question so that when they respond, if they're on a fitness journey, then I can continue on and ask them questions about their fitness journey. If they're just enjoying the content, I can say thanks so much for the support and I hope you love my page. End of conversation. Step number 4, you're going to use this DM script. Mind if I ask a couple of questions, see if I can help? What's your number one struggle on your fitness journey? What's your number one goal for your fitness journey? In the next 60 to 90 days, what are the top 2 to 3 results you're looking for? And would you like some help? This is the magic DM script that's going to book you 5 to 10 sales calls a week. Now, most people f this up because they just ask questions like this and they just go through the script like a robot, and they're not even interacting or engaging with anything that the prospect is saying. So in the next step, I'm going to teach you how to use this script so that you don't sound like a robot, so that you don't sound like a dork, so you actually get more sales calls booked. Step number 5, I want you to use a concept called mirroring. Now, mirroring is something that we do unconsciously when we're in a social interaction with somebody else. You'll notice this when you see 2 best friends hanging out. When you see 2 best friends hanging out, you notice that their gestures are very similar, their speech patterns are very similar. You'll also notice this with a husband and wife that have been together for a long period of time. They have similar mannerisms, they have similar ways of communication. It's because we end up mirroring each other as human beings. And this started out when you were a baby. You couldn't speak English, and then you see your parents speaking English, and they see they're moving their mouths like this, and then you start moving your mouth like this, and all of a sudden now you can speak English, okay? So mirroring is a concept we've been doing since we were babies. So the way that you can use this in your DMs is very simple. Let's say you ask the question, hey Nick, what's your number one struggle in your fitness journey? And Nick says, I'm a vegan and all I do is eat vegetables. I'm like, okay, totally makes sense that all you do is eat vegetables. And then I'm gonna ask the next question. So I'm just gonna mirror back what he said in the message to him. I'm gonna pick out a part of the message that he said. I'm gonna mirror it back to him in the message to show him that I'm actually paying attention, and then I'm gonna continue on with the script. That's called mirroring, okay? So use this in your DM so that you're not going through the script sounding like a robot, and the prospect can actually tell that you're paying attention. Step number 6, validate, relate, lean in. This concept is specifically used when the prospect opens up and shares something personal, okay? So let's say you're in the DMs with a prospect and you're like, hey Nick, what's your number one struggle in your fitness journey? And they say, well, I've been struggling for the last 6 years because, I lost my mom 6 years ago. And since that time, it's been really difficult for me. And, I've been really trying to get myself back on track, which is why I followed your page. If you just ask the next question in the script, you're gonna look like a total D, okay? I'm not even gonna say the word on YouTube because I think it's banned. But you're gonna look like a total D. So what you wanna do is you wanna use a concept I call validate, relate, and lean in. Validate. Nick, thank you so much for sharing that with me, brother. That must have been super difficult. Relate. I've been through some personal struggles myself, and so I can understand what that feels like to go through a really difficult time like that. So thank you again for sharing. Lean in. What would you say is your number one goal now that you're trying to get back into your fitness journey? So validate what they're saying, relate to what they're saying, and lean in and ask the next question. Now, again, you might not have lost a parent, so you can't just be like, I lost a parent too, if you didn't, because then you're lying. But relating basically says that you relate to their struggle, right? Or you relate to what they're going through, or you relate to something they've been through. Using this concept in the DMs is gonna make it so that your DMs feel like magic. Your prospects are gonna feel very connected to you because they're gonna feel like you're actually paying attention to what they're saying and that you can relate to what they're saying, and human beings love connection. Step number 7, you're gonna use Calendly to book your sales calls. Calendly is a free app that you can download immediately. Just sign up, put your email in, and you're gonna be able to create custom events. With your Calendly event, you wanna make sure that you're calling it a 30-minute strategy session. Do not call it a sales call. That would be very stupid of you, okay? If you call it a sales call, obviously you're gonna send that link and it says 30-minute sales call. Do you really think people are gonna wanna jump on that knowing that it's a 30-minute sales call? Fun fact, people are gonna know it's a sales call because they're not stupid, because you're a fitness coach. But just like, if I was in a bar and I walked up to a girl and I'm like, hey, you're really cute, can I grab your number? I wouldn't be like, hey, you're really cute, you wanna go home together right now? She might know what I'm up to, but that doesn't mean I need to reveal all my cards. You get what I'm saying? I have a wife, by the way, so I wouldn't do that. But I'm just telling you, okay? For some of you guys out there that are watching this, or if you're a girl and you've had a guy come up to you and say that, you don't reveal all your cards. Anyways, I digress. You wanna call it a 30-minute strategy session. With your 30-minute strategy session, you wanna make sure you set up text and email reminders. Set up text and email reminders for 24 hours out, text and email reminders for 1 hour out. That way the prospect is significantly more likely to show up for that call. Step number 8, because I'm feeling generous, you're gonna add a pre-call video. A pre-call video essentially is gonna make sure that the prospect actually shows up for the call. So in the morning, you're gonna look at your calendar and you're gonna see who's on the calendar. Then you're gonna send them all a video that says exactly this word for word. Hey Nick, what's going on? Hope you're having the best day of your entire life. Just check the calendar, saw we're booked in for a quick 15-minute call. I'm super excited. On the call, we're gonna cover 3 things. Number 1, your biggest struggle in your fitness journey. Number 2, your biggest goal. Number 3, I'm gonna help you come up with a game plan to achieve your goals. Bring a pen and paper, it's gonna be awesome. We'll chat with you soon. Bro, I don't know how much sauce I can give you for free without you actually taking action, okay? I literally just gave you the blueprint to book 5 to 10 sales calls a week. If you don't take action and do this stuff, I don't even know. Are you allergic to money? I don't understand.
AI is gonna steal my coaching business. Oh my God, with technology coming out, there's not gonna be a need for online coaches.
Bro, shut up. Are you serious? Every single year, there's something that gives people an excuse not to work on their coaching business. Last year was Trump. Year before that, it was the pandemic. I don't even want to say the word. Year before that, it was Black Lives Matter. Year before that, it was George Clooney. You guys, every single year, you make an excuse not to work on your online coaching. Well, I don't know. The market seems pretty sus right now. Do you see what's happening with Bitcoin? Do you see what's happening with J.D. Trump? Do you see what's happening with George Clooney? What are we talking about? Are you serious? You're gonna use AI as an excuse not to grow your coaching business? You're absolutely insane. I'll tell you this, okay? First things first, AI is not going to steal your coaching business. It's just not gonna happen. What is gonna steal your coaching business is the fact that you're too lazy to do posting on social media. That's besides the point, right? Now, AI by itself is a tool that you can use to make your coaching business more efficient, but AI by itself is not going to replace humans. I'm going to teach you about the number one thing that you need to focus on in order to make sure that you don't get your business stolen by AI, by a recession, by George Clooney, or by any other movement that comes out once a year for everybody else to follow along like sheep. Step number one, build a personal brand. The reason that I post 6 times a day, 7 days a week on social media is because my personal brand is bulletproof. It doesn't matter what happens in the outside world. I know for a fact that I can go to my Instagram audience and I can make a post about an offer and I can make money. Because I built a personal brand, a strong personal brand, it does not matter what happens in the economy. It does not matter what happens in the world. I will always have an audience of people that know me, like me, and trust me. That's also why I post 2 YouTube videos a week for you guys. That's also why I post 3 to 5 podcast episodes a week for you guys. And because I understand that my personal brand is the number one thing that's going to carry me through any recession or anything that happens with AI, because people recognize me, my face, and my brand. So if you're not building a personal brand right now, I don't know what to tell you. My definition of a personal brand is you're actually talking on camera. If you're one of those dorks that post 6-second videos, like trending videos with like no words and just somebody else's content, or just you're hiding behind your face or whatever the doing that isn't talking to the camera, I don't know what to tell you, okay? Because all you got to do is pick up a podcast mic like this. Hey, look at this podcast mic. It's $200, okay? Or a microphone that's glued to the podcast mic, a DJI. Pick it up and talk to it like this. Once a day, every day, 7 days a week. You do that, doesn't matter what happens in the outside world, I promise you your business isn't gonna grow. But Brian, I don't have time to post content 7 times a week. Yeah, I know, you're right, because you're busy working 9 to 5 for somebody else, building somebody else's dream. It takes you 10 minutes a day to post on social media, to take out your camera and actually talk to it. But you don't have the courage to do it because you're afraid of going all in on something that you actually care about, and you'd rather work 9 to 5 for a paycheck for somebody else for the rest of your life. I don't know what to tell you, okay? Number one, build a personal brand. Number two, identify how much money you need to live. I call this your base monthly expenses, okay? So car, rent, gas, whatever other base monthly expenses that you have, and figure out what that number is. For me, when I first got started, that number was $4,000. That's what all my monthly expenses were. And so I knew with my online coaching business, I needed to be generating at least $4,000 worth of revenue in order to live a life. So that's what I focused on. That became my target and that became my goal. So once you identify what your base monthly expenses are, you can set that as a goal for your online coaching business, and then you can just spend every single hour working towards that goal, knowing that once you hit that goal, you'll be able to sustain yourself full time. Number three, stop investing in all these new things like Bitcoin, stocks, Tesla, AI, and all that, and invest in yourself. You wanna know why? Because you are the number one income generator in your entire life. The money that you spend investing in yourself, investing in your knowledge, investing in your skills, investing in becoming a better content creator, investing in becoming a better salesperson, investing in becoming a better coach, is going to pay you in dividends that none of these other returns will ever be able to pay you. Period. If you develop skills, your skills will make you more money. It's very basic. But so many of you guys are focused on the tangible things that you can see, touch, and taste. Like, okay, I can see that if I invest in Bitcoin, the chances of me doubling my money in the next year are like, 50%. And so I'm just gonna take the money that I have, invest in Bitcoin, and then you don't have any life skills. So then you go out into the world and you try to do something meaningful with your life, that where you have purpose and you are contributing and you have value, but because you don't have any skills, because you're investing your money in Bitcoin, stocks, real estate, Tesla, AI, or all this other stuff, you as a person are not valuable. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. I had to come to that realization myself. And so once you identify what your base monthly expenses are and you start making more money in that, all of that extra capital should be deployed in investing in you and making you a more valuable resource. For the first 5 years that I ran my online coaching business, I didn't take a payout. I was investing every extra dollar that I could back into my business for the first 5 years. I want you to think about that for a second. That includes 2 years of PT Domination, my coaching business right now that generates over $10 million a year. We've generated over $35 million in sales. Look at the Stripe account. I didn't take a payout for the first 2 years of that business. I invested $50,000 in this mentor, $100,000 in this mentor, $100,000 in this mentor, because I knew that the money that I was keeping in the account to reinvest back into the business was gonna pay me in dividends that I couldn't even try to get anywhere else. So like, yeah, you guys see me driving the Lamborghini now, you guys see me in the fancy house, you see me at the mansion. What you don't see is I didn't take a payout for 2 years. I invested every extra dollar I had in myself. And because of that, I became a more valuable person that had more to contribute to society, so I started making more money. Number 4, learn how to use AI. You need to learn it, all right? Like, AI isn't gonna steal your coaching business, but it sure as hell is gonna make you more efficient. So like, figure out how you can use AI to be a cheat code. I was joking with Nick because he used ChatGPT to write this YouTube script, but then I thought it was funny. It's true, it gave me a baseline, and now I'm just riffing off the top of my head and sharing with you guys the information that's in my mind. But we use ChatGPT as a baseline to come up with a script, and then we delivered it to you guys in a way that's actually, valuable and true for me. I use AI as an advantage. I'm not afraid that AI is gonna take my job because AI can't be Brian Mark. AI can't have this sexy ass personality with this good looking beard, okay? It can try, it can make a clone of me, but it's not gonna replace me. But I'm gonna utilize AI to my advantage, and I'm gonna understand that there's other people in the space that are using AI, and if I don't start learning how to use it myself, I'm going to get left behind. I'm gonna be like my grandpa who only has a home phone, doesn't have a smartphone, and sure as doesn't know what an iPhone is, okay? I don't wanna be that guy. So I'm gonna use AI to my advantage, not get replaced by AI. Number 5, understand this concept. If you're not growing, you're dying. That sounds like a very intense statement. I'm gonna explain what that basically means. If I plant a flower in my garden and I water it every single day, it's gonna grow. If I stop watering that flower, does it just stop growing and stay the exact same place that it was, or does it die? The flower dies. That's how nature works. And that's how your personal development works as well. So if you wanna build a coaching business that generates $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 a month, if you build it to a certain level, then all of a sudden you're like, well, I'm gonna stop watering my flower now. I'm gonna start posting on social media now. I don't wanna take any more sales calls now. I wanna take a break now. Your business isn't just gonna stay in the exact same place. It's gonna die. It's gonna slowly but surely, clients are gonna leave you. You're not gonna be signing new clients, so your business is gonna get smaller and smaller. So if you're gonna play this game and you actually wanna build a coaching business that generates revenue for a long period of time, then you need to be so consistent that people cannot ignore you. Just be so consistent that you break through the noise. Be so persistent that people cannot help but notice your. And when you get that consistent and that good over a long enough period of time, it doesn't matter what happens in the outside world because eventually you will get noticed. I'm gonna break down my sales process and how my business has generated $35 million. I'm gonna give you guys the entire process, start to finish, and by the time you're done watching this video, you will be able to close an open-faced sandwich. This series is also based off of my brand new book, The $10 Million Instagram Funnel. So if you want to grab a copy, stay tuned because they're not released yet, but they're gonna be coming soon. And by the time you're watching this video, they might already be out. If they are, you can check out the description. If not, though, check them out on Amazon when it comes out, okay? Now, sales is a very simple game, all right? And I wanna give you guys some frameworks to think about when you're coming into your sales calls. First things first, just because somebody's in the calendar does not mean they're ready to buy your shit. That is a hard reality, where I think a lot of salespeople come into the call and they just expect that the person on the other end is just gonna buy something because they booked the consult. That is not the game. All right, in sales, it's very simple. If you do not convince the prospect of the value of your program on that call, they are going to leave the call with your money. But if you can convince the prospect of the value of the service that you're offering, they will transact with you the dollar amount that they deem that your product or service is worth. So the game of sales is being able to present whatever it is that you are selling in a way that is valuable enough for the customer to say, yes, I would like to make a purchase and I would like to do it today. I've got a 12-step process that I'm gonna walk you through on how to sell anything to anybody. Number 1, pre-frame. Number 2, why now, why me? Number 3, pain points. Number 4, vision. Number 5, the gap. Number 6, give advice. Number 7, test commitment levels. Number 8, pitch to their problems. Number 9, get them to sell back to you. Number 10, drop the price. Number 11, overcome objections. And number 12, secure the payment and collect the cash. So let's get into every single aspect of the call. The first thing you always want to do on your calls is you always want to pre-frame. The way that I like to pre-frame is I like to start the call by doing about 30 seconds of rapport building. Hey Nick, what's going on? Yeah, how's your day going, brother? Good, good. Yeah, me too. I'm in Kelowna, BC. Weather is amazing out here. Where are you based out of? That's it, okay? So you just get into the call, you ask them a couple questions, maybe about their day, what the weather's like, and then we're gonna get straight into it. The reason you only wanna spend about 30 seconds building rapport is that most of you dorks get on your sales calls and you're like, how's the weather? What's your dog's name? Do you have a little sister? What's her name too? Stop. And then you're gonna do what I call a time constraint, all right? Now the reason you wanna add a time constraint to the start of your calls is you're sub-communicating to the prospect that your time is more valuable than theirs. I want you to remember this rule, all right? The person that is the most conscious of time is the person that has higher status. Imagine if you walked up to Gary Vaynerchuk on the street and you're like, Gary Vaynerchuk, can I take 30 minutes of your time to ask you a few questions about your business? He's probably gonna say no. You wanna know why? Because Gary Vaynerchuk is busy and he's conscious of time. So the person that is the most conscious of time in a social interaction is the person that is higher status. So to start our calls, all right, Nick, so I got back-to-back meetings booked all day. Are you cool if we just jump straight in? When you say this, you sub-communicate that you are a busy person, which automatically increases your authority in the first 30 seconds of the call. Next, we need to do what I call the pre-frame. Once you do a time constraint, the next thing you're gonna do on the call is you're gonna let the prospect know what the call is gonna be about. This is super important when it comes to sales calls because you need to set the container for the call. If you do not pre-frame properly, your prospect will view you as a friend and not a coach. And so in the pre-frame, we're gonna describe to them what the call is gonna be about without actually giving specific details of what we're gonna sell. Here's what that looks like. All right, Nick, so what we're gonna do on today's call is I'm just gonna ask you a few questions, get some clarity on what you're currently struggling with and what your goals are. And then I'm gonna help you come up with a game plan. And at the end of the call, if I feel like I can help you out, I'll invite you to work with me. If not, I'll point you in a different direction. Does that sound good? As soon as they say sounds good, they've agreed to your frame. Now I want you to notice a couple things here. First things first is I let them know that I'm gonna be asking them a few questions, which opens up the container for me to be the interviewer. That's the first thing. The second thing that I did, and I think this is really important, is you let them know that you're gonna pitch them by saying, if I feel like I can help you out, invite you to work with me. You also let them know that you might not pitch them, which removes the resistance. So like when I'm telling them I'm gonna pitch them, that's gonna add sales resistance. But then when I tell them I might not pitch them, that's gonna remove the resistance. So I'm communicating what I'm doing on the call without adding sales resistance, and that's extremely important. So the next part of the script is called Why Now, Why Me? Two things you need to clarify with the prospect. Why is it important that they take action right now and not later to solve the problem? And number two, why did they choose you as their coach? Now again, they might not have chosen you as their coach yet, but this is all about sub-communicating to your prospects what we want them to feel and how we want them to perceive us. So the question goes, all right, Nick, so yeah, I just wanna, I wanna know a little bit more about you. So tell me a little bit about yourself. Like, what's your story and what brought you to this call today? Then they're gonna talk about their story and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, that makes sense. And like, for you, what made this like a right now thing for you to hop on this call? Like, why do you wanna solve this problem now? So right away, I'm gonna get a why now. And then the next part, and this is really important because sometimes when you're booking your sales calls, it's gonna be an outbound call where you actually book the call. And sometimes when you're booking your sales calls, it's gonna be an inbound call where they actually applied for your coaching program. So sometimes we outbound DM and then they book a call, and sometimes they inbound us. Regardless, this is what you're gonna say. I'm just curious, Nick, like there's obviously a lot of other service providers that you could have hopped on a call with. What made you decide to hop on a call with us today? They might say, well, you sent me a message. Which is true in some instances. I did send you a message, Mr. Prospect. That's really smart of you. But I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna say, yeah, I totally get that. But you showed up for today's call, and you could have blocked me, you could have ignored me, you could have ghosted me. Like, what inspired you to show up today? So regardless of what they say, I'm still gonna get them to commit to the fact that they showed up to the call for a reason and that they could have ghosted the call, but they chose to show up. So now I'm getting them to start justifying reasons why they're on this call with me today, AKA I'm getting them to sell themselves before the call's even started. So after why now, why me, we're gonna move into the pain points. In this part of the script, you need to get the prospect very clear on what it is that they're struggling with, how long they've been struggling with that problem, and how painful that problem is. The reason this is super important is this is one of the three main elements that we need in order to sell our service, all right? So pain points is number one. It's one of the most important. And so here's what we're gonna ask in order to get clear on their pain points. So Nick, tell me a little bit more about, what's been your biggest struggle in regards to like getting this thing off the ground? Now this prospect is gonna open up and they're gonna share with you some of the things that they're struggling with. Sometimes the prospect is gonna give you very vague answers. In this part, you need to ask expansive questions if they give you a vague answer. If not, just shut up and listen, all right? What you're gonna be doing is as the prospect is talking, you wanna be writing down notes. So like if they say that they've been struggling for the last 3 years, you're gonna write down struggling for the last 3 years. If they say the reason they haven't been able to get started is because their wife doesn't believe them, wife doesn't believe in them, whatever it is that they're saying, you're gonna be writing down notes because we're gonna use this as ammunition later on in the call when we're summarizing their pain points. That makes sense, Nick. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? Like, what do you mean by that? Ask expansive questions to get them to open up about what they're struggling with. And Nick, how long has this been an issue for you? Like, how long have you been struggling with this specific struggle that you just mentioned? 3 years. Damn, watch this tonality. 3 years. Damn, that's a long time, bro. That is a long time. Wow, okay. How's that been impacting you? Obviously, it sounds to me like this is a really important problem for you to solve. Like 3 years, like how's that been impacting you with this, problem that you haven't solved for the last 3 years? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. And just to be super clear, like you've been struggling with it for 3 years and it's been impacting you in this way. Is this something that you're looking to make a change on today? Like this is something that you want to basically permanently remove this problem, or are you comfortable with the way that things are at right now? So that's the last question. Is this something that you're looking to change right now, or is this, something that you're basically comfortable with how things are? So now once we're done the pain point parts, then we're gonna summarize, all right? Now, we always wanna summarize when we get to the end of a section because if we don't summarize, then we just sound like a robot reading through the script. This part of sales is probably the most important, so pay attention. When your prospect is saying things to you, you need to be paying attention and writing down notes so you can repeat it back to them. If you do not do this, you will not sell anything to anybody. You will sound like a robot reading a script. Okay, Nick, so I just wanna make sure I understand your situation correctly here. So you mentioned to me that your biggest struggle in your fitness journey has been the fact that you haven't been able to figure out what your nutrition plan should be. You've been struggling to lose 20 pounds for the last 3 years, which is a very long time. It's been impacting you because you feel like you don't have the confidence to do some of the things that you wanna do. You feel like your dating life has suffered. Am I understanding everything correctly, or is there anything that I'm missing? Asking that question and throwing the mirror up so that they can see it is gonna cause them to kind of feel that pain that we need in order to make the sale. Why do we buy Tylenol? I don't go out and buy Tylenol if I don't have a headache, right? The reason that I go to purchase Tylenol is because I have a headache and I wanna get rid of it. And so in sales, they're not gonna purchase your product unless your product is a solution to the pain that they are experiencing. That's the only way. They're gonna hand over their hard-earned dollars and pay you money for your service. And so we need to get them extremely clear on the pain of what they're experiencing if we want them to take action. Now, pain is one of the 3 things that we need to sell, but it's only one of the 3 things. You might be thinking, Brian, you're so smart and handsome. What are the other 3 things? Well, let me explain. Next, we need to get them clear on their goals, all right? So we got the pain points over here, their goals over here. We need to get them clear on their main motivations for wanting to take action. Now, full transparency, when you get on a call with a prospect that has been struggling for XYZ amount of time, oftentimes this prospect has not thought about how good it would feel to have that problem solved because most people are problem aware. They're not solution aware. Because if they were solution aware and they realized that they could have a 6-pack, they could have the body that they want, they could have all the goals that they could ever want, if they just worked hard, they would just work hard. But most people don't think about the goals that they have or the things that they like to achieve. They just think about the problems that they're experiencing. So what we need to do on our calls is we need to help them paint the vision of what the problem completely removed would look like. All right, Nick, so first things first, thanks for sharing all your struggles with me. I really appreciate it. And my goal is to help you get super clear on, where you'd like to go and the destination you'd like to reach. So enough of the struggles. Let's talk about your goals, Nick. So you mentioned to me that you want to lose 20 pounds, right? Is that the number one goal that you have right now? Is to that 20-pound weight loss to be able to kind of, see your abs for the first time? Or is there anything else that you'd like to achieve? Okay, perfect. Losing that 20 pounds, Nick, I really want you to imagine how you would feel if you lost 20 pounds. You're walking around lighter, you're feeling better. Why is that important to you to lose that weight and to feel the best you've ever felt? Yeah, I get it. Yeah, for the kids, understood. Yep. So I'm writing notes, right? Okay, wants to lose weight so he can be a better dad for his kids, wants to feel confident in his own skin, wants to have a better dating life. Okay, first things first, Nick, I 100% believe that you can achieve that goal. I've helped dozens of clients lose 20 pounds or more, so you losing weight is literally a non-issue whatsoever. We're gonna be able to help you achieve that goal. How would that feel? You've been struggling for 3 years, Nick. And so how would it feel if we were actually able to help you lose that 20 pounds? You looked at yourself in the mirror and you were like, wow, I did it. Describe to me what that would feel like. What do you think would change in your life if we were able to make that happen? Yeah, more confidence. Yeah. More confidence. Better dating life. Better dad for my kids. I'd be able to see my PP. Okay, Nick, so I want to be the guy that actually helps you, change your life today. So why is it important that you make this change right now, right? Because you mentioned to me that you've been struggling for 3 years, that you don't know what to eat, you don't know how to train. And we're on this call and you're telling me that you want to look the best you've ever looked, feel the best you've ever felt, be a better dad for your kids. Why is this a right now thing for you? Why don't you just put this off for another 6 months? Why is this a right now thing for you? Pause. Notice how I'm re-cementing why now. You need to cement why now on these calls. Because if you can get them to create their own internal sense of urgency by asking the right questions, they're gonna feel internally motivated to take action for their own reasons. If I were to say, hey Nick, you've been overweight for 3 years, you should probably solve this problem. Sales resistance, because I'm pushing my beliefs onto them. But if I were to ask the question, Nick, so you've been struggling with this for the last 3 years, and I'm just curious, what makes this a right now thing for you? Why is this important that you make this change now and not put this off till later? Because I'm asking them the questions, now they will internally come up with the reasons that they need to take action right now and not later. We accomplish the same goal, except I'm not telling them what to do. I'm asking them the right questions, which is making them aware of what they need to do. Does that make sense? So again, once you're done this section, you're gonna do a quick recap. Okay, Nick, so if I understand you correctly, the biggest goal that you wanna have is you wanna be able to lose 20 pounds. You wanna be a better dad for your kids. You wanna have more energy so you can run around. You wanna improve your dating life. And I did write down in my little notes here that you also wanna be able to see your PP better. Is that correct? Yeah, okay, that's awesome. 100% achievable. I believe in you. I've helped a bunch of clients do that, so I'm 100% confident we can make that happen. Now we've got 2 of the most important elements when it comes to making a sale. We've got the pain. We've got the vision. And what does that create? That's a great question. You're probably thinking, what does that create? And why is he asking me that question? Because that creates the 3rd most important thing that we need to make a sale. Number 3, the gap. The distance between where they are right now and where they want to be. The gap. We need to make them aware of the distance between where they are right now and where they want to be. That's the gap. We also need to do a great job at widening the gap between where they are right now and where they want to be. That's what this next section is for. So let's get into it. So Nick, now that I know what you want, you want to lose 20 pounds, have a 6-pack, be the best dad you've ever been, and you've been struggling for the last 3 years, why do you feel like you haven't been able to achieve these goals on your own? I'm going to widen the gap. Why do you feel like you haven't been able to achieve these goals on your own? I'm widening the gap between where they are right now and where they want to be. This is the magic question right here. Check this out. All right, Nick, and listen, I don't want to be that guy, but my job as a coach is to basically hold you accountable and help you see, the consequences of not taking action. So let's just play devil's advocate for a second. Let's pretend you get off this call and you're like, you know what, B, I'm good. I don't need a fitness program. I'm just gonna stick to my own stuff. I don't need your help, whatever. And let's just say you don't take any action. Your life stays in the same place for the next 6 months, a year, 2 years, and your situation stays the same, or potentially gets worse. You might even gain weight. How would that make you feel? Most often, when you ask this question, prospects are gonna reply with, no way. There's no way. There's no way I'll make that happen. Sometimes I'll go a little bit deeper. Well, Mr. Prospect, you'd be surprised, all right? I hear that a lot. There's no way I'd make that happen. And then the clients get back on the call with me 6 months later and they're like, okay, I made that happen. And so I want you to sit and think with that for a second. And like, let's just say that nothing changed and it stayed in the same place for the next 6 months because it's already been 3 years. How would that make you feel? Like, I wouldn't want that. Now, we've got the pain, we've got the goals, we've widened the gap, we've made them aware of what happens if they don't take action. Now it's time to give them some value and show them how we can help them. Because people are not gonna purchase your product, they're going to purchase the solution that gets them from where they are right now in pain to where they wanna be. This is where I'll actually back up a little bit, all right? This part of the sales process is something that's unique to B-Mark, all right? I don't see a lot of salespeople doing this. The next part is where we actually give advice. All right, Nick, so listen, based on everything you've told me so far, do you mind if I coach you for a minute? Do you mind if I give you some advice and kind of tell you what I can see in your fitness journey? Okay, the reason that you wanna say, mind if I coach you here for a minute, is because you need to set the frame that you're about to give them some advice. People don't like being told what to do, right? So, if you set the frame before you give them advice by saying, do you mind if I coach you for a minute? Now you are creating the container where you're actually able to say the that you need to say. You don't want to hold back on the value that you give here because the value that you give here is going to show the prospect that you know what the you're talking about. And then after you give the value, you're going to present your offer as a solution to solve the problems that you're describing. So Nick, based on everything you told me so far, I definitely can see, where we can help you out. Do you mind if I coach you for a minute? Okay, perfect. So, bro, 3 years is a long time, all right? In 3 years' time, not only could you lose 20 pounds, but you could lose 20 pounds, keep it all off, and gain 15 pounds of lean muscle mass. So the way that you've been doing things absolutely needs to change if you're serious about being a better dad for your kids. First things first is we need to get you on a workout program where you're doing 3 to 5 days a week. 3 days a week if you don't have a lot of time, 5 days a week if you have more time to commit. Second thing, with your nutrition, you told me that you go out and you eat fast food 5 times a week. Bro, not only are you blowing $100 to $150 a week on fast food, that is also the very reason that you're not able to lose fat. Bro, you could eat 3 healthy meals a day and then you could ruin it with 1 fast food meal per day. That could be your calorie deficit that you're ruining it with. So we need to stop doing that. We need to get you on a structured plan where you're still able to eat the foods you love without it feeling like a diet. Does that make sense? Okay, perfect. Do you have any questions about anything I just went over? So I'm gonna give them a bunch of advice. Do you have any questions about anything I just went over? Now, we've demonstrated that we know what we're talking about. We've given them some tangible value, something they can take away from the call, even if they don't take action. And now we're gonna get into, we're gonna move towards presenting our offer. But before you test the offer, you need to test their commitment levels, all right? Because if you don't test their commitment levels here, what's gonna happen is at the end of the call, you're gonna get to the call and they're gonna say like, I need to think about it. So what we need to do is we need to identify where they are right now. Are they sold? Are they not sold? All right, Nick, so listen, my coaching program comes with guaranteed results. And because of that, I only take on a certain amount of people every single month. And the reason that I do that is because, if I take you on and you don't get the result that you were promised, then I feel like a bad coach and that ruins my reputation. So I gotta ask, Nick, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being I don't really care about this goal at all, and 10 being this is the most important goal for me in my life right now, where are you kind of sitting on that scale? Now, if they give you a 9 or a 10, that's awesome. Pat them on the back, kudos, you get a cookie, here you go, good job, pat. If they give you anything between an 8 and a 10, that is something that we can work with, and that's something you wanna give them credit for. 8, you know what, Nick, I can work with that. I can work with that. I understand that there may be some hesitations, but 8 out of 10 is pretty committed to achieving your goals, and I think me and you can work together and we can make some magic happen. So 8 out of 10 is good. Anything less than an 8, that's where we need to challenge it. 7, Nick, that is absolutely shocking compared, based on the fact that we just had this call. You just told me that you've been struggling for the last 3 years. What makes it a 7? They're likely gonna give you some sort of objection like, well, it's just a 7 because of my finances and, and then you're gonna circle around because we need to get a micro commitment, all right? So this is how we're gonna circle around that. We're gonna get a micro commitment because we need to get them to say yes to us. So Nick, I completely understand where you're coming from in terms of the budget, but I wasn't asking about your budget. I was asking about your level of commitment to losing this weight and getting in the best shape of your life. And so what I'm asking is like, if I were to give you a meal plan and training plan that was designed to help you hit your fitness goals, are you gonna give it a 7 out of 10 effort to achieve the goal that you said you wanted, like losing 20 pounds and being a better dad, or are you actually gonna give it a 10 out of 10 effort? Now, obviously, when you ask the question like this, the prospect is gonna feel stupid if they say a 7 out of 10 effort, so they're gonna say 10 out of 10 effort. And then I'm gonna circle back to the original question I asked. I'm gonna be like, okay, perfect, so are you a 7 out of 10 or are you a 10 out of 10? And then they're gonna say I'm a 10 out of 10. So now that I've identified, I got them to commit to the 10 out of 10. The next part is where I'm gonna transition into the pitch. So here's what that looks like. Nick, it sounds to me like you're pretty committed to this. So at the start of the call, I mentioned whether or not I'd be able to help. The good news is I definitely think I can help you out. Would you mind if I told you a little bit more about our coaching program and how it works? Now, they've given us permission to pitch. We've also basically gone through the qualification process. They are now qualified. Now we're gonna present the offer. You notice how 80% of the fucking call is about them. 20% is about our program. This is a big mistake a lot of salespeople make. 80% of the call was about them. 20% was about our offer. Stop talking about yourself. Spend the entire call figuring out your prospects' pains, their goals, their struggles, how long they've been struggling with it, why it's important to them, what happens if they don't change, all of that, and then present your offer. So here's how you're gonna present your offer, all right? What you're gonna do is you wanna get them to see it in a visual. Now, you might have 3 different elements of your offer, you might have 4 different elements of your offer. For the sake of mine, I have 3. And so I'm gonna get them to draw a visual so that I can clearly explain the elements of my offer. And the reason I'm gonna get them to draw a visual is it gives them something tangible to grip onto. So I'm gonna say this. All right, Nick, do you have a pen and paper with you? Great. Do me a favor. What I want you to do is I want you to open the notebook and I want you to draw a big triangle in the middle of the piece of paper. Let me know when you have that. Perfect. At the top of the triangle, I want you to write down the word flexible dieting. Nick, you said you want to lose 20 pounds, so my job is to create you a meal plan that helps you do that. I'm going to create you a meal plan that allows you to still eat the foods that you love, and every single week, my goal is that you're losing 1 to 2 pounds so that we hit that 20-pound weight loss goal. Does that sound good? Notice how I didn't talk about the features of my program. When I'm presenting my program, I'm presenting it in a way that's gonna benefit them and their goals. So I'm explaining to them how the program is gonna benefit them and their goals so that they can tangibly see in their mind how this thing is gonna help them solve their problem. Perfect. On the bottom right of the triangle, Nick, I want you to write down the word training. The training program I'm going to be designing for you is updated every 4 weeks, and the entire plan's purpose is to help you lose that 20 pounds. So I'm going to make sure that the workouts that I designed for you are weight loss specific workouts. We're going to be focusing on building lean muscle tissue so you can burn body fat, and by the time the program's done, my goal is that you're down 20 pounds. Does that sound good? Again, I'm explaining the program in a way that's going to benefit them and their goals. Perfect. Bottom left of the triangle, I want you to write down the word accountability. Every single week, I'm gonna be checking in with you, Nick, all right? And my goal of those check-ins is very simple. You either make progress or we make adjustments to the program. Every week, you're gonna tell me what you're eating, how you're training, how you're feeling, etc. And then based on how you're feeling and how your training's going, I'm gonna make adjustments to your plan so that we can lose 20 pounds together. Does that sound good? Perfect. So now that I've explained the program in a way that benefits them, I'm gonna get them to sell it back to me. All right, Nick, so what part of the program do you feel like would be the most beneficial for you? The nutrition? Awesome. And why do you feel like the nutrition and the flexible dieting lifestyle would benefit you so much? I'm gonna get them to sell it back to me. I want them to tell me why they wanna buy my stuff. All right, so we got him, right where we want him. It's time to drop the price. When I'm price presenting, I always like to present to a higher dollar amount. That is what I like to do because I find that presenting to a higher dollar amount, whether it's real or imaginary, will give you the ability to do a price drop. It's kind of like when you walk into Walmart and they have like $19.99 and it's slashed out and it says $9.99. You're like, oh my God, I'm getting such a deal. It's a price comparison game. So if you can do that on your sales calls, you will get more people to say yes to you because they're anchored to a higher dollar amount. All right, Nick, so again, everything I just mentioned, you know, the training, the nutrition, the accountability, etc. If you were to hire an in-person trainer for 16 weeks, it would cost you about $5,000 and it wouldn't come with a nutrition plan. My training, nutrition, and accountability program for 16 weeks is only $1,500. How does that sound? Now, once we explain what the program is, once we drop the price, shut up. And this applies to any level, by the way. We're talking about selling a fitness program here, but this is how I sell business coaching as well. It doesn't matter if you're selling a $7,000 ticket, you know, I sell a $30,000 ticket. You drop the price and then you shut up and you let them process it. Because if you don't let them process the price and you start talking right after you drop the price, you interrupt their train of thought. And when you interrupt their train of thought, the first thing they're gonna say to you is, I gotta think about it. Because you didn't give them space to think. And so after you drop the price, there's gonna be a silence. It's gonna be awkward. The first person to talk loses, period. Now I've been on thousands of sales calls, tens of thousands. And you know, 1 out of every 100 calls, there will be an awkward silence that goes longer than 30 seconds. It's funny actually when it happens. But usually that person's experienced in sales and it's hilarious when that happens. That being said, most often the prospect will break the silence. Yeah, 1,500, okay. Is that the only payment arrangement? Now again, I like to go for the paid in full, so I'm like, yeah, typically my best clients pay in full, that way it's all done and then you're fully committed. Does that work for you? Now this is where you're gonna start getting into some overcoming objections, and you're gonna have to start overcoming some objections because here, you can't expect the fact that the prospect is just gonna say yes to you. Just not gonna happen. The prospect is just not gonna say yes out of the gate, all right? They're gonna have some objections for why they can't take action. And so you need to come prepared to expect objections on that sales call so you can collect that cash and get that paid in full. How to overcome every single objection when you get on a sales call so you can collect more paid in full on the phone in cash. Now let me be super clear. The best time to overcome an objection is before it comes up. There's 3 main objections that you're ever gonna get: time, money, and spouse. You're also gonna get, I need to think about it, but this is just a smoke screen for one of the other 3 objections. How do you overcome the money objection before it comes up? Ideally, you're asking them questions about their budget to get a feel for where they're currently at in terms of their spending habits. So Nick, you mentioned to me that you've been struggling with this for the last 6 years. Out of curiosity, how much have you invested to try to solve this problem? Like, have you ever done any other coaching or mentorships or courses? Asking this question is gonna make you aware of how much they've already invested in other mentorships or programs. You also wanna be super aware if the prospect ever brings up the price on the phone. If the prospect keeps bringing up price on the phone or budget on the phone, that is a potential red flag that there is gonna be a money objection later. If they do ask you how much it costs, you're gonna say, yeah, that makes sense. I do have programs that fit all budgets. So what I wanna do is I basically wanna ask you a few clarifying questions just to make sure that I can even help you or not. And if I can help you, then I'll run you through all the potential options that we could use to work together. Does that sound good? Now, if the prospect mentions that they have a spouse or that they have a significant other on the call, what you wanna do is you wanna overcome that objection before it comes up. And here's exactly how you do that. Oh, that's amazing. So you mentioned that you've got your spouse as well. Does your spouse know that we're speaking today, Nick? She does? Oh, that's amazing. And typically speaking, like, would you say that your spouse is supportive of your goals? Like, obviously she wants you to, be successful and solve XYZ problem. Asking this question is gonna get their emotional buy-in that their spouse is supportive of their goals. So if they do bring up the spouse objection later, we will be able to handle it more effectively. Now, time is the other main objection that you're gonna get on the call. And the way that you're gonna overcome the time objection is by asking the why now, why me questions. So Nick, you said you've been struggling with this for 2 years, brother. And first thing is, like, that's a really long time to be struggling with this. So I'm just curious, like, what made you reach out for a solution to this problem now? And like, why is this a priority for you right now? Asking these questions will create the right amount of internal pressure in the prospect, and they will feel motivated to take action for their own reasons when you ask the right questions and make them feel a certain emotion. Let's talk about the objection, I need to think about it. There's always a reason underneath that objection. I need to think about it is basically a smokescreen. It's also an indication that you didn't do your job properly on the sales call, because when you get to the end of the call, if the prospect says that I need to think about it, you either didn't give them the right information, you talked way too much, or you didn't pay attention to their goals, their problems, and what they actually need. Because the only reason they need to think about it is because they don't have enough information in front of them to be able to make a clear and calculated decision. So what we need to do is we need to ask them about the information that they need. Nick, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for being honest with me. So just so I'm super clear, what exactly is it that you need to think about? You want to ask this question in almost like a polite and kind of curious tone. Now, typically speaking, the prospect will be like, oh, it's just outside of my budget, or, it's just a big decision or whatever. We're just gonna pretend that they actually don't give you an objection. If they don't tell you exactly what they need to think about, you're gonna make some suggestions. Well, typically speaking, Nick, when I get on these calls, it's usually, it's the timing, or it's the budget, or, they need to speak to their spouse. Like, which one of those is that for you? Now the prospect is gonna open up and let you know which one of their main objections they actually have. Once we clarify their main objection, we can actually work at overcoming it. But again, I need to think about it is not a real objection. It's just a smokescreen. You need to ask clarifying questions to get beneath that objection. Now let's pretend it's a big decision, right? Because sometimes the reason the prospect needs to think about it is a big decision. So you're gonna go, so that makes sense, Nick. And thanks so much for being honest with me. So just to be super clear, big decision aside, do you feel like this program is exactly what you're looking for? Like, do you feel like it's gonna be able to help you, solve the problem that you're currently in and help you get to XYZ desired result? Okay, perfect. Now, Nick, is there anything about the program specifically that you don't like? Or do you really do feel like it's gonna be able to help you, get the specific result that you're looking for and get to your specific goals and specific timeline? Now, when you ask this question, if there's anything about the program that the prospect does not like, they're gonna make you aware of that, and then you can overcome that objection. You can clarify how this is actually gonna be beneficial for them and what they actually need, and then get their commitment, and you can work at overcoming that objection. However, most often the prospect's gonna say something like, well, yeah, it does feel like everything I need, and it does sound like everything that I want. It's just a really big decision. Listen, Nick, I appreciate you, and I just wanna say thanks so much for hopping on this call today. Thanks so much for being real with me. You actually remind me of my client, John. John also felt like the exact same thing. He felt like it was a big decision, that it was, it was a big investment for him to be able to move forward. And John's actually been in the program now for 16 weeks. He's down 25 pounds. He's in the best shape of his life. And he just recently told me that he actually has the energy to play with his kids for the first time in 5 years. So, let me ask you a question, Nick. If we were able to let's say, help you lose that 20 pounds that you said that you wanted to lose, and you actually were able to feel the best you've ever felt in your life, and you went and looked in the mirror and you were able to see your six pack like you said you've always wanted, do you feel like that investment would be worth it? Obviously, the prospect is going to say yes to that. Well, listen, Nick, I know it's a big decision, and let me remove some of the risk for you, all right? Like, I want to meet you where you're at, and I don't want you to feel like you're about to jump into something where you don't have a mentor that has your back. So, Nick, if you make the decision to join today, and we work together for the next 6 months, and I don't help you lose that 20 pounds, get into the best shape of your life so you can finally see your six pack, I'll send you a full refund on every single dollar that you paid. The worst case scenario is that I suck and you don't actually get the results that you paid for. But the best case scenario is that you actually do lose that 20 pounds and you do get in the best shape of your life and you do feel the most confident you've ever felt. And then, in 6 months time from now, you send me a video telling me that you're so glad that we had this conversation, that I helped you change your life on that day because you finally feel confident looking in the mirror. How does that sound? Sounds pretty good, son. This is called a conditional money back guarantee. And essentially what that looks like is you're guaranteeing that the prospect is going to get the result in the timeline that they work with you, as long as they complete their check-ins, their meal plans, and they stay accountable. And again, if they do all those things and they don't get the result, then you suck at coaching and you shouldn't be a coach. So they deserve a refund. But out of the last 1,500 people that I've offered that guarantee to, there's only been one person that actually completed all the action items that I gave them. And then I did offer a refund because I didn't fulfill my promise. So the amount of times that you're actually going to have to offer that refund is very small, because when students do the work, they get the result. Okay, so that's how you overcome the I need to think about it objection and the big decision objection that might come with the I need to think about it objection. Let's talk about the framework that you need to use to overcome any and all objections. All right, this is the framework that you need to use no matter what the objection. No matter what, when you're overcoming objections, you need to isolate the objection. I'm going to teach you exactly how to do that. Whether they say, I need to talk with my wife, I need to check the budget, it's not the right time, I need to start next week, I need to floss my cat, whatever. Okay, that makes sense, Nick. So just to be super clear, objection aside, does this program sound like everything you're looking for? Okay, perfect, Nick. And now, is there anything about the program that you don't like, that you don't think would benefit you, or you really do feel like the program is going to be able to help you get the specific result that you're looking for in the specific time frame that you're looking for it? Now, these two questions are going to push the prospect to do one of two things. Number one, they're going to reveal their main objection and why actually they're not moving forward. Or number two, they're going to clarify that this program is exactly what they need. It's just that we need to overcome this specific objection. If it's just that we need to overcome this specific objection, we're going to go to that specific objection. But if there's anything about the program that the prospect doesn't like, then we're going to clarify exactly what they're looking for in the program. And then we're going to remind them that we actually do have that feature or that benefit. If the prospect says, no, this program does sound amazing, I just need to overcome the specific objection, then we're just going to move to that specific objection. So let's talk about the budget objection, the money objection, etc. No, the program does sound amazing, Brian. I'm just going to have to check my budget. Okay, perfect. So, Nick, just to be super clear, you're mentioning that the $5,000 for 6 months is a little bit too much. Is that correct? They're going to say yes. Okay, and now, is it that you don't have a credit card you can put on? Is it savings, or is it something else? We want to ask this question because we want to get them to start thinking resourcefully. If they say they do have a credit card, they could put it on, or savings or something else, we're going to move to this. I love it, Nick. And listen, my job on this call is basically to coach you because I want you to lose 20 pounds and get into the best shape of your life. We do this because we want them to get into results-based thinking instead of cost-based thinking. So, Nick, at the end of the 6 months working together, if all we did was help you lose that 20 pounds, get into the best shape of your life so you look and felt the best you've ever felt, would that investment be worth it? Now, the prospect is obviously going to say yes to this, and then we're going to get a tie down. So just to be super clear, you're 100% confident we can help you lose the 20 pounds, and you do know that the investment will be worth it. Is that correct? Yes, it's going to be correct. Okay, perfect. It sounds like you're ready to get started. Would you prefer to do the paid in full option and save some money, or would you rather do the monthly? We're just going to move on, and we're going to go for the close. Now, if they don't say they have a credit card or a savings that they can put it on or something else, we're going to move to this. All right. Well, listen, Nick, I'll tell you what. Why don't we do this? We'll do $1,000 a month. And, first things first, that's going to be a lot easier on the wallet. And we're going to make sure that we get you down 20 pounds in the 6 months that we're working together, and we're going to be able to start seeing progress right away. And I'm so confident that you're going to be able to get the result in my coaching program that if you make the investment, you follow all the workouts, you follow the meal plan, you follow the training plan, you do all the check-ins, I'm 100% confident that at the end of 6 months, you'll be down the 20 pounds that I suggested on this call. And if you're not, I will send you a full refund of every single dollar that you paid. How does that sound? Sounds good, son. Collect some cash. Let's talk about the spouse objection. Now, in my opinion, overcoming the spouse objection on the phone without the wife there has been a recipe for buyer's remorse. So I prefer not to do it, to be completely transparent. That being said, I do not try to I'm going to still try to overcome the objection on the call. But typically speaking, if the prospect needs to speak to their spouse, you're able to close them on the call because you've got a really good talking track. And then they go talk to their spouse and their spouse is like, you. Then that's usually a recipe for buyer's remorse and usually a recipe for refund. So here's how I handle it. So first things first, we're going to isolate their objection the way that we isolate their objection. So just to be super clear, wife aside, do you feel like this program is going to help you out? Is there anything about the program that you don't like, or is it just that you need to speak with your spouse? You're 100% confident we can help you get to XYZ results. So that's like isolating the objection. So after you isolate their objection, now, Nick, I totally understand that you need to speak with your partner. And I also have a spouse I run decisions by too. And if I make a decision without her, I go click, click, bang, bang. Does your spouse know that we're speaking today, Nick? Okay, perfect. And typically speaking, are they supportive of your goals? Like obviously they want you to win and they want you to be successful. Now, this is going to help the prospect realize that the spouse is indeed on board and does want to help them win. So I'll tell you what, Nick, I totally get that. My spouse is usually on board for decisions like this too. So I've been on hundreds of these calls, Nick, and typically speaking, I know for a fact that if you get off this call and you don't take any sort of action, the likelihood that you come back and start getting down 20 pounds and start moving forward on your fitness goals is literally 1 in 10. So I want you to go talk to your spouse because frankly, I make decisions with my spouse as well. But let's do this. Let's go talk to your spouse. Let's get down a $100 deposit as a representation of your commitment to your own goals. That way you can go talk to your spouse, have a conversation with her about the coaching program, make sure it makes sense. And if she comes back and she's like, let's go, we can go all in. If she comes back and she's like, honestly, that's not a good move, no problem whatsoever. I'll send you a full refund, no questions asked. How does that sound? Now, the reason I like to do this is I try to get a micro commitment on the call. I'm getting them to commit to them and their own goals. If you can get a deposit on that call, the likelihood of you being able to convert them on the second call goes up significantly. It's a marketing fundamental that if somebody gives you $1, they're 7 times more likely to give you the second dollar. So if you can get them to give you $1 on the phone, even if it's a refundable deposit, the chances of that person coming back and converting is significantly higher. Now, once you've collected the cash for the $100 deposit, the next step is to book a follow-up call. The way that you'll do that is this. All right, Nick, perfect. So got the deposit. Thank you so much. Now, out of curiosity, when does your spouse get home? Okay, perfect. So you said around 6 p.m.? Yep, that's awesome. So how about we do a follow-up call at 6:30? That gives you an opportunity to speak with your spouse to make sure that she's on board. And then once you have that conversation with her, we can revisit this conversation and see if we can move forward or if it's not the right time. Is that fair? Perfect. Once you book the follow-up call, you want to re-cement their commitment to their own goals. So thanks for taking the time today, Nick. I'm really confident that we can help you lose those 20 pounds. I'm really confident that in 6 months' time from now, you're going to look in the mirror and you're going to realize this was the best decision that you've ever made. Is there any follow-up questions you had for me about the program or your fitness journey in general? Because I would love to be of service for you while I'm here. You just want to make sure that when you leave that call, you leave it with a higher energy than when the call started, so that when the prospect gets off the phone, the last thing that they remember from you is the good experience that you gave them while they were ending the call. Let's talk about the I want to start later objection. Typically speaking, if you get this objection, it means that you did not do a good enough job at creating urgency on the call. Why now? Why me? Why is this important right now? And why did you choose me to solve this problem? So step number 1, you're always going to isolate their objection. Perfect. So thanks, Nick, for clarifying that for me. So I'm just curious, what is it that makes you want to start at a later date? 80% of the time, the reason they want to start at a later date is because it's their budget, right? They want to be able to have the finances to be able to afford it in full. Okay, perfect. That makes sense. Now, is it that you don't have a credit card you can put it on? Is it savings or is it something else? At this point, if the prospect realizes they have a credit card or savings that they can put it on, boom, we're in the money. There's also certain times where the prospect doesn't have a credit card or savings that they can put it on. There's also times where the prospect actually does have the money to be able to afford it, but they're going away or they're going on a vacation or they want to start at a later date because they have other commitments. In this case, you must close on the call. If you don't close on the call, the chances of that prospect coming back and closing on a later date is significantly lower. And I'm talking about significantly. Write this down and remember this. Buyers are liars. And just because they're saying yes to you in the moment does not mean that they are financially committed to the future. The only way to secure a financial commitment to the future is to collect some sort of cash on the phone. Unless you collect the cash on the phone, there is not a closed deal, period. So here's how you would handle that if they're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna start after my vacation. All right, Nick, thank you so much for being honest with me. And I totally get that you're going on vacation, that you wanna be fully focused when you get started. Do you mind if I'm transparent? Can I be transparent with you, Nick? I've been on hundreds of these calls, and I know for a fact that if you hang up this phone without taking any sort of action, the likelihood that you commit to your goals literally goes down to a 1 in 10. And I know that your goal is to lose the 20 pounds and get into the best shape of your life, and I don't want that for you. So you like the program, I like you like me, hopefully, and you know for a fact that this is gonna work. So why don't we do this? We can start at a later date. Let's start at July 1st, but let's get that investment taken care of today. That way we can remove all the logistics for when you get back from your vacation on July 1st, and we can start and hit the ground running right away. I'll send you the questionnaire so that you can fill it out in your own time, and then by the time you get back on July 1st, we'll start right away and we'll just get right into momentum. How does that sound? We want to collect the cash on the phone so we can get them to start at a later date. So the way that we're going to overcome that objection is we're going to agree, yeah, it totally makes sense that you want to start at a later date. I completely resonate with that. I'm on board with that. And I've been on hundreds of these calls, and most of the time when I get on these calls and prospects say they're gonna start at a later date, what ends up happening is they never end up getting back to me and then they're stuck in the same place. I don't want that for you because I care about you. So why don't we do this? You can start at a later date. Let's get the investment secured today. That way, by the time you actually do get back on July 1st, we're ready to hit the ground running. I can send you some resources for free to help you get started right away, and then we can just get off into momentum. How does that sound? Boom, that sounds like a sale, son. Now, if the prospect says, I don't have it in my budget to start right away, but I will start on July 1st, then you need to get some sort of financial commitment from them because, again, buyers are liars. If they hang up the phone without giving you any cash, they ain't coming back. All right, Nick, so listen, that makes sense. And my goal is to help you lose the weight. That's why I'm here, all right? So I'm super committed to you losing 20 pounds, and I know for a fact that we can make that happen. I've also been on hundreds of these calls, Nick, and I know that if you hang up without taking any action, the chances of you going and getting absolutely no results and staying in the same place is significantly higher. So let's do this. Let's get started next week like you suggested. Let's get a $100 deposit down right now to secure your spot in the program. This is just to show me that you're actually committed to your own goals, and we can get started with the full program next week. In the meantime, I can send you the questionnaire and we can at least get the process rolling. How does that sound? That is how you overcome objections on sales calls. There's going to be instances where you cannot close on the phone no matter what the you do, all right? Sales is not a 100% close game. I wish it was. If it was, I'd be rich as That being said, if you cannot close on the call, always remember this. Book the follow-up call on the call. That is the rule of sales. Book the follow-up call on the call. So you just want to lean out. If you try to overcome their objection, you work through all this stuff and there's a lot of pressure, just want to lean out. Nick, I totally understand. Yeah, and I get it. My goal is to help you make the best possible decision for yourself because I want to transform your life. So you mentioned that you need to speak to your wife. How long do you need to speak with your wife to make sure that this is a good decision for you? Okay, 24 hours, perfect. So why don't we book a follow-up call for tomorrow at the exact same time? I'll send you some information about the coaching program so you can go over it with your wife, because I'm sure if you just try to relay the information that we just went over on this call, that it's going to be hard to remember everything we talked about. So I'll send you a document that you can take a look over with your wife. It's going to include some transformations of some of the clients that I've worked with in the program so you can actually verify that they're real humans. And then tomorrow we can have a conversation about whether or not this is a good fit, and we can take it from there. How does that sound? Perfect. Now, Nick, this is important. Is there any other questions that you have for me while I'm here, or any other value that I can provide for you in the meantime? If you do have specific resources around the things that they're struggling with, you would want to send that to them before the follow-up call. So if the prospect mentioned that they struggle with a specific thing and you have a YouTube video that you did about that specific thing, you should probably send that to them. If the prospect mentioned that they struggle with XYZ diet and you have a free guide that helps with XYZ diet, you should probably send that to them. Give the prospect as much information and consumables as you possibly can before their next call, so the chances of them converting go up significantly. Another thing you can do is send them some transformations of clients that have had a similar experience as them. Like if you're working with moms, send them some other transformations of busy moms that have gone through your program and lost the weight and seen massive success, right? So give them as much information before the follow-up call takes place so that the chances of them showing up for that follow-up call and converting on that follow-up call is significant. Now I'm gonna give you one last piece of sauce because I'm a G and I care about you. Once you book that follow-up call and you hang up the call, it's booked in for the next day, I want you to send them a personalized voice note, and I want it to say something like this. So Nick, I just want to say thanks so much for taking the time to book in for the call today. I'm super excited about helping you transform your life. On the call, we basically talked about the fact that you've been struggling with losing weight for the last 5 years, and that you've tried every single diet underneath the sun, and that you basically are looking for a permanent solution to your problem. I know that you want to get into flexible dieting, which is obviously what you see my clients do. And the reason that you reach out to me is because you've seen all the amazing client transformations and you believe that you can be one of those transformations yourself. So I'm super pumped for our follow-up call tomorrow. On the call tomorrow, we're basically going to run through everything we talked about on the call today and decide whether or not it's a good fit for you. And I'm 100% confident that we can help you lose the weight that we said you wanted to lose. So let me know if you need anything before the call tomorrow. I'm super excited, brother, and I hope you have the best day of your entire life. Boom! Come on. So on that call, basically, I'm going to give you the framework for that voice note. You're going to recap everything you talked about on the call. You're going to remind them of their desires. You're going to remind them of their pain points. And then you're going to let them know that you're 100% confident that they're going to achieve their goals. That's the framework for the voice note. It should be 30 to 60 seconds max. Guys, and that's it. All right, that's how you overcome objections on the call. Once you overcome objections, the last piece of the puzzle is collecting the cash. And so once they're like, yes, I'm in, we're like, perfect. This is how you collect the cash. Perfect, Nick, I love it. So I'm sending you a text. Can you see that? All right, Nick, so go ahead and get that taken care of for me right now while we're on the phone. And then once you're all done, I'm just gonna walk you through the onboarding and walk you through the next steps, cool? They're gonna say, do I have to take care of it right now? And you're gonna be like, yep, it only takes 2 seconds, and then it just makes it easier for me to onboard you because then I don't have to answer questions back and forth in the DMs. I can just take care of it right away, cool? And then shut the hell up. One of the things I used to do is I used to mute myself after I said that because I just let the prospect pay. Let them go through the awkwardness, try not to talk as much, let them process the payment. If you feel like you need to talk and chat them through it, that's fine, but you don't want to talk yourself out of the sale. So I'll let the prospect pay. Once the prospect pays, I'll onboard the prospect, and just like that, I closed a client. Guys, if this series has been valuable for you, please leave a comment and let me know. You know, the best way that you guys can compliment me is by sharing this YouTube channel with other people. I feel like I'm the best kept secret on YouTube, you know? This is the most valuable YouTube on the planet. My goal is to be the #1 business coach for online fitness coaches on the market, and frankly, I just want to be the best business coach, period. And so if I can provide value for you and I can give you value, the best compliment that you could give is liking, commenting, sharing the channel with your friends, and just like letting me know, leaving me positive reviews in the comments. All right, so peace, love, and protein. Have the best of your entire life. Talk to you soon. Let's go. Wait, and if you're interested in working with me and my team to help you grow your fitness business, tap the button in the comments of this video to book in for a call. Peace.